the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour. We thank you so much for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. You can also text that line, 866-932-3244, and we are off and running. And we thank you for being with us. So let's bring in old Greg Burgess. He's sitting over here to my left, ready to go. Fired up for another day. How you doing, sir?
I'm good. What's up?
Oh, not much. Just trying to make sense of it all.
Well,
huh?
Good luck with that.
Today, it's like you got your national, Bacon Lovers Day and all this kind of stuff.
Bacon Lovers Day is every day.
It is every day. Love bacon. Bacon or sausage if you had breakfast.
Bacon.
Bacon, yeah.
I like sausage.
Right.
But bacon's king.
Yes. But at top of the list, though, Mr. Greg Burgess, it's National Radio Day.
Oh, National Radio Day.
It is National Radio Day.
We should have got a cake.
Why didn't we?
What were we thinking?
So we'll celebrate National Radio Day. Of course, there's all kinds of different platforms now that you see or listen to the show.
That's true.
On, but
National Streaming Day.
Yes, we have great affiliates all over the country, though. Terrestrial radio and
that we love.
Have you always loved radio?
Yeah.
Are you always in it?
Always had a radio I was listening to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, how about where are you on?
Remember the transistors?
Yes.
The little radios.
Where are you on AM radio?
I love AM radio.
Do you?
Oh, yes. You can come across some gold sometimes.
Buddy, let me tell you something. Late at night.
I catch that skip
Yeah.
somewhere far off.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we used to listen to that all the time.
The one thing I love to do, and I did traveling, I tried to pick up some Rick and Bubba radio affiliates, which we have great ones all over the country. But when I get to small towns, I love going to local radio and just trying to see, like you might have a tattered billboard of some local station or something like that. I'll go, I'm headed over there quick. I mean, quick.
Especially when somebody's bought space on there and got their own little deal.
Oh, you kidding me? A trade show or something?
Oh, yeah.
The local farmer.
Swap shop. And look, you find a good old country preacher, too.
Oh.
Boy, they get to bringing it.
That is a great best of that Rick talked about when I guess he was traveling, and it was a Sunday morning radio show. The pastor bought time with his wife, and they.
Oh boy!
I am retelling that's good stuff.
I can remember I would get called out to work sometimes early on Sundays.
Yeah.
And if I was up around, a lot of times I was in Cleveland County, I'd right there at Georgia, and you could get the AM and start hitting that dial.
Oh yeah.
Man, you could come across some, and they were bringing it.
Yeah, I forget the call letters, and I should, but I know there's some that don't power down when it comes to AM radio, and I think out of New Orleans and one out of Chicago or St. Louis. And
we used to listen to WLS out of Chicago.
Okay, yep, that's one of them.
That's a good one.
Yeah, and is it WL? I can't remember. It's WL or something like that. Out of New Orleans, there's something like that. I can't remember. It's been a long time. But those were some of the ones that don't power down.
WLS out of Chicago was a big deal.
Well, that's how that a lot of these, overnight radio hosts, sensations have hit it big, coast to coast. That's how it started, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And because these truckers and long haulers and stuff, they have to have something. But now things are a little different, where you have different ways to be entertained with streaming and all that, but.
I don't know if there's anybody that actually is live through the night anymore.
I don't know
I'm sure
either.
somewhere there is. But,
yeah. There's a couple of hosts. There's one that I sometimes will listen to. Again, though, but you don't know, to your point, was this taped or was it live?
Yeah.
But they're overnight. And just you got I don't know. That's just how I just always have been intrigued with radio, especially with talk shows. And today is National Radio Day, so we celebrate that here on the Roll Rick and Bubba Show. And we thank y'all for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG, 866-932-3244 as we roll on. Tomorrow I was talking to the Dudney staff, Dr. Thomas Dudney.
Thomas E. Dudney.
Yes, sir. Let's go back to Mother's Day. You remember we did the big Mother's Day Fix Mama's Grill, and That's her teeth, everybody.
Yeah,
A makeover worth about $17,000.
Yes, and he does an outstanding job.
And thanks to this administration, I'm sure it's probably more expensive
Sure,
now.
you're right.
But tomorrow is the big reveal. They're going to come in and give us the big reveal. We'll get to meet the winner, and I believe her daughter that wrote in for her. And so looking forward to that. That's tomorrow. I was talking to them, kind of finalizing all that.
Well, here we go.
And it's weird.
The reveal.
I know, and it's crazy too, because I believe we're going to hear from old Dan Moultrie this week.
Dan,
it's hard to
I
know, but it's hard to believe that it's time to kind of get ready for hunting season.
I know. Guys,
I mean, it's here.
It's here. We're about done with August. I mean, it's getting there. You better get ready.
It is. I mean, just the way time flies, but the preparation. If you have a place and you're trying to get ready for it, I know it's a little early if you're listening to live, start planting and stuff. But you're still having to kind of get your mind right and get things in order. And so we'll talk some great outdoors too this week. So a lot happened. The great outdoors. Something happened to me over this vacation week that I was recapping some yesterday. And I was out. I told you that the Gulf every single day. Well, good morning, Bubba. Bubba rolling in.
Bubba Buzzy, ladies and gentlemen.
The Gulf was perfect. I mean,
like
Greg,
a meal
I can't tell you how calm the Gulf was. We hit it right, and because there's days that it's not. And that last day,
I like a little waves.
Right, Saturday was kind of our we're coming back day. So we didn't go to the beach, but we did on Friday. And the waves were cutting up on Friday. Now it was a totally different story. Well, I go out and I've got I got my shades on.
Cool.
Okay.
As ever.
And
were you cool as ever with your shades?
Well, I mean, you don't get shades or no shades, but I wasn't going out. I'm not a big. I'm going out and all of a sudden you see me way out. In the Gulf. This was just go out. It's hot.
Catch a wave.
Yeah. Waist or deep or whatever, and just kind of cool off and come back
surf?
In. No, but the waves were cutting in so much that you could hardly even walk out.
Yeah,
and to get far enough out because you kept getting beat to death.
Boom.
Greg, there's a wave that hit me from behind.
Oh, those are the worst.
And next thing I knew,
those are the worst.
I was down and I come up and I have no shades on.
Oh,
okay.
You're doing this. Right
Yeah,
here.
yeah, right. And I'm like, what's up? Well, Terry was about to
Expensive shades.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Which
should have known better. What
yeah, and I know y'all probably think, Speedy.
Oh, somebody gave them to you. No way you bought them.
No, hush.
Gift.
But that's not in everything. That's just a running joke.
It was a gift. I guarantee they're a gift. But anyway.
Anyway, I come up and I'm like, oh my gosh, and Terry's like, no way, you've lost your shades
and your shorts.
Yeah, and another couple that kind of was on the same time frame as us that we saw a couple of times. We. Just being cordial, how y'all doing, whatever. And they were like, oh, no. And I'm like, they're gone. Yeah. And, of course, I did this whole time I'm trying to stay up because the waves keep coming in because they're not going to stop. And I'm like, I cannot believe this. Well, Terry, the way the waves were coming in, she started walking down the shoreline a little bit thinking that maybe they're going to wash up to shore.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking, what am I going to do? So
rip current had them.
Every now and then there would be a break in the waves. And I could look down and see, because the water was clear, it's just the waves were cutting up. And, you can kind of see the bottom a little bit. And I saw this dark figure about 10 yards to my right. And so I go over and I'm like, well, I'm either about to get stung by something or whatever, but I got to see if these are my shades. So I get right over them. Yeah. And the waves are still, please understand how the waves are still coming in and pounding me. And every time a wave would come in, it would kind of disorient me a little bit and try to see what it was to focus in on it. And so I was like, well, I'm just going to put my foot over there and just see. I put my foot over there, and I'll be dadgum if it's not my shades.
Did you pick it up with your toes?
So I needed your web feet so I could do it. So anyway, I just dive into the water, and it's not deep. I dive in, I pull up my shades, and I hold them up, and Terry's like, no way.
No, I can't.
Cheers from the beach. They're like, we can't believe you found those.
You got lucky.
I did.
Because one of the grandkids dropped, Lisa bought them some little harmonica, kids. And we were at the edge of the waves, and I'm talking the minute I saw where it went in.
Mm-hmm.
I could not find it. It sucked it right out of there. So you were lucky.
I got lucky. I thought, well, they're gone.
Because normally they're
yeah. And these workout wedding rings and stuff that you have. I mentioned yesterday, pulled that off too. Pulled my wedding ring off.
Good thing you drawers. You must have had them same stuff.
Well, they did go down a little bit. Oh yeah,
water skin.
So, you ready for this? So River is over, and we had this little blow up water thing, little jumpy thing. Yeah. He came down the slide the other day, pulled his pants completely off. He comes and lost his pants and everything.
He don't care.
He quickly grabbed him, but he came flying down.
It'll knock him off.
He will.
We've all had that happen.
But it did. One time I had to grab him.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oops. Please understand when I say the waves were coming in, it was cutting up.
I know what you're talking about when it hits you from the back and you're not ready.
Oh, yeah.
And this thing engulfs you.
Yep. Next thing you know, you don't have your shades on.
It's like getting blindsided.
We'll take speaking of blindside.
Oh, yeah.
We have an update. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to MyPillow.com/BigBox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. You've heard us talk about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out than right now. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like that optimized gel tip for a custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower your risk of cancer. You should considering doing what I do, and that's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor-selected for studied health benefits. Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com and use the new promo code BIGBOX. That's BIGV as in voice OX to get your discount. As we approach another critical election, how do conservatives come together to fight and unite? One way is by joining AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. By joining AMAC, you'll be uniting with over 2.1 million American patriots. Check out amac.us/bigbox for all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts. AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. Take advantage of 1-year membership for $1 by going to amac.us/bigbox or go to rickandbubba.com. Well, summer's here and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. Maybe it's golf, bike riding, boating, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. But if everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, check out Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Give it a try at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order. Or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally. Fight pain with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it than by sleeping on it, so they offer a 100-day free trial. Don't want to take my word for it? Well, they've got over 12,000 5-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigvox to save 20% on your mattress order plus a free gift, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Can't pay the IRS? Receiving threatening letters? It's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans like you. You need Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation to call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000, or go to tnusa.com/bigvox. All right, picture this. A stranger with a crowbar pries open a window, a fire breaks out in the kitchen. At moments like these, every second counts. That's why you need Simply Safe Home Security. With Simply Safe 24/7 monitoring agents act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm, assessing the situation, and sending emergency responders. Visit simplysafe.com/bigvox to save 20% on a new system today. That's simplysafe.com/bigvox and save 20% on your new system. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Rick Bubba Adler will join us here right after top of the hour. I am Speedy alongside Greg Burgess. And we are off and running for another edition here of the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't forget, you can call 866-WE-BE-BIG, but that's also our text line. That comes out to be 866-932-3244. That's the same number to call or text. And the text line is up and running, and we're seeing your correspondence with us. And I love it. There's a listener that always checks in from Pascagoula, and he's all, "Hey, Gula, I'm up and I'm listening." Hey, go by and get some Eds for me. Get a chili
Your
cheeseburger.
old stomping ground.
Do you remember the time that we had some Eds drive in?
I do.
Yeah,
Somebody
chili
brought 'em
cheese.
to
They
us.
brought it to us.
Wish I had one right now.
They got it up here, put them on ice, and then we warmed them up. But there's nothing like getting it right there and then eating it. Good
I
night
bet.
alive. There's so much there.
Good burger.
Yes,
I
very
could
good
eat
burger.
probably 6-7 of them.
Yeah. So we have brought this up a lot, and really, I want to say maybe we need to name it the Blindside. But when referring to movies that say that they're based on true events or whatever, because that really bothers you, because you tend to really pinpoint on what probably is fabricated and exaggerated during the movies, and Blindside is at the top of your list because it really bothered you. I mean, big time when it came out.
I wouldn't go that far.
And no, Greg, we could roll tape, but look,
well, it's not just this. It's
right. But I think it really started. This is your biggest one.
But I'm not sure why we're back in the news with this, because we covered it. I guess it was last year. Maybe it's just the case is just now coming up.
Mm-hmm.
But Michael Oher, he's got a lawsuit against the Tuohys. He said it's not about money. He said, I have millions of dollars, which he has made millions of dollars playing football.
He has.
But his reasoning, from one of the reasons, he said, anyway, back to the money. He said, I've worked hard, and when I was done playing, I saved my money so I can enjoy the time. I've got millions of dollars. I'm fine. Okay. So it's not about money.
Got it.
That's what he claims. But anyway, so basically, the part that's really got him going is he said it portrayed him that he was stupid or unintelligent in the movie. And that now, I don't know where he's getting this, that cost him spots in the draft that he would have went higher because a lot of teams thought he couldn't read a playbook. Well, first of all, time out. They interview you one-on-one. What's the test called? There's a test you take.
Gosh,
I can't think of that.
I get you.
My point is they don't base their information on your intelligence by a movie that was like you say, it's based on a true story. It's better in that movie if the kid can't play ball at all, and he also disputes that. He said I made all Metro my first year playing.
Wonderlink test.
Wonderlink. Okay, they give you. What I'm just saying, they're not going to go. See, this is where he loses credibility to me. They're not going to go. Oh, I watched that movie, The Blind Side, and read the book. He's not very smart. No, they're not going to do that.
That's not true.
And I thought, did he not go in the first round? I know
he
went
had
high.
I don't know if he went first round. I would have to look back, but he had a very successful career.
He did, and he went very high in the draft.
But now this doesn't make sense, Greg, because he's contradicting himself. Because when we first talked about this lawsuit and about how mad he was, I thought that he was upset with the deal, saying that the family.
No.
Do you remember they said that they basically didn't share the earnings?
Well, what they're saying here is that they
has that changed?
5 equal
I know.
ways
That's what we had talked about back in the time.
On it.
Yeah.
I don't. He just said that they've made more money, like when they go speak at events and all this,
Yeah.
and make millions, but because of his story.
Okay.
And I guess he feels like I don't know. He needs some of that. But here's the deal though. This is an in-depth interview with the New York Times. They don't say when this took. He admitted, he said that allowing him to living with the Tuohys, they purchased clothes for him. They hired a tutor so he'd be eligible to play college football.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, if you think about it, and again, I don't know the whole story,
right.
and I'm not defending the Tuohys or whatever. But if you think about it, this is a fact. Without them, you probably don't play in the NFL. You probably don't get a chance in high school to play. They provided you where you could stay eligible. They got you a tutor, gave you a place to live.
Right.
But again, just reading this article, the main hang-up seems to be that he even said his kids. He said, like, if my kids struggle at school, they're going to say, well, he must be dumb like his dad. I just think you're overthinking this.
But with the
thing.
Wonderlic test, that would have been determined. I mean, he would not have. I don't think if he would have scored poorly and he wouldn't have been drafted when he had the career that he had. So that obviously wasn't in play.
No, but if he was portrayed in the movie, I don't think it portrayed him like he was, just unintelligent.
No, they portrayed him as just raw, that he had this ability that they helped him,
and the movie's
great
better
things.
if he's real bad at playing when you first start.
Yeah,
obviously he's pretty athletic and a good player, but it's just the whole thing. The hang up, like when you make statements like that, well, if my kids mess up in class, they're going to assume they're dumb like their dad. And how about this? Back to being drafted, he claims it cost him points. I believe the NFL coaches would talk to your college coaches and go, hey, tell me about him mentally.
Yeah.
Oh, he's good. He can handle it.
Right.
So I'm sorry, they didn't base your draft value on the book in the movie.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm sorry, I just don't buy that.
And
I don't buy it.
So we have a question here that I think is a good one. When did the movie come out? Because did it come out after he was drafted?
No.
It was before?
Yeah, no. Yeah, it did. Because remember in the movie it shows him being drafted.
Well, then,
doesn't it?
Well, then how did that affect his draft if it came out after?
The book, maybe.
Okay.
You're right. Because on the movie, remember?
Right, but
it shows footage of him being called.
Right, but this is about the movie, right? Not the book.
Right? He does mention the book.
He does. Okay. The book, all right. Well, this is the lawsuit and the disgruntled. I'm mad at the family that just won't go away. It just continues. But and every time he claims he doesn't have a problem, but yet he continues this.
Now he claims he waited over a decade to file the lawsuit because he was focusing on his career. Well, look, I get that, but the conservatorship was weird. They still had it like a year or so ago, and they had it. I don't think they had acted on it, but they had it officially done away with.
Okay. So the text line saying it was 2009, I guess.
I don't know.
Same year? I don't know. I just thought that was weird that
You're
he was blaming all this. They thought I was dumb and all this. The way the movie portrayed me and Jimmy Jam, well, if it came out after the draft, then how did they think that?
Yeah, he says right here, he said the portrayal, he says in the film made others question his intelligence and had cost him a higher draft position.
But if he would, okay. And again, I don't know the timeline.
All I know
this is just me just asking. I will have to research a little bit more.
He said the NFL people were wondering if I could even read a playbook. Well, they could find that out without watching the movie or reading the book.
Yeah. And again, if he was not drafted and didn't have an NFL career, I could understand his point. But he actually was drafted, had a great NFL career, made millions.
Yeah.
So what's his point?
I know. And he wasn't. Yeah, that's right. He was drafted pretty high.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
As we approach another critical election, how do conservatives come together to fight and unite? One way is by joining AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. By joining AMAC, you'll be uniting with over 2.1 million American patriots. Check out amac.us/bigbox for all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts. AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. Take advantage of one-year membership for $1 by going to amac.us/bigbox or go to rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. Can't pay the IRS? Haven't filed in a while? Receiving threatening letters? Yeah, it's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans just like you. You need warriors on your side. You need Tax Network USA. And at tnusa.com/bigbox, Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. For instance, they discovered a limited time special offer that the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties. Find out if you qualify before it's too late. And never call the IRS alone. Let Tax Network USA and their attorneys handle it. They have preferred direct lines to the IRS. They know which agents to use, which ones to stay away from. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation now. 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. BIGV as in voice OX. Now, you may have heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before and thought, wait, the same sound auto quality I expect from the big guys, but at half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now's the time to check them out because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds, which means you get the features that you know and you love, like the optimized gel tips for that cozy custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones. Seriously, if you've been wanting to check out Raycon's, there has never been a better time than right now with a 30-day happiness guarantee. What are you waiting on? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox. BIGVOX. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. What your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious Field of Greens. And will Field of Greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's BIG and then V as in voice, OX to get your discount. Or go to rickandbubba.com.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. If you're just joining us, last segment, we gave you a Michael Oher Blindside update on the lawsuit.
For some reason, it's back in the news. I guess.
It is, and I'm assuming maybe the court dates and all that. He spoke out about his lawsuit against the Blindside family, and we updated this. We asked some questions in the last segment that we have answers to now because we were just live trying to reason it out. Like I say, the book was in 2006. The movie, the Blindside movie, we knew was in 2009.
Yeah.
In the story, he's alleging that even though he had a very successful career and made millions of dollars, the movie portrayed him as dumb, and it affected how he was drafted.
Yeah, I guess he thinks he could have went higher.
And so then the question was asked, well, didn't the draft happen before the movie?
I believe it did.
It did. The movie came out in November of 2009. That's when it hit theaters.
Yeah.
The draft was April 25th, 2009, and he was picked first round,
So he's in his
23rd
rookie
overall
season
with the Ravens.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out what he's saying here because he was already drafted by then, and they were playing football when the film came out.
Yeah, I think the statement that it affects your draft status is that doesn't make a lot of sense unless we're somehow missing something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. You're right.
I don't understand that. But anyway, those are just some updates that we kind of went to break, not fully.
But how dare
understanding.
those people take him in, give him a truck, get him a tutor.
Right.
Probably without that, he doesn't end up in college, and without that, he doesn't end up in the NFL. So how dare them to do that?
Yeah.
And do I say if they're perfect and do everything right, and if he feels like that they have benefited from his name after the fact,
Right.
Like but they were part of the story too.
Yeah.
I
know.
The story wasn't just about him. Like
No.
if they were talking about speaking engagements and all these things they've done based off the popularity of the movie. They were portrayed in the movie also.
Correct.
You know?
And I think most people can reason out. If I was
they have
watch,
a right to promote the story.
Right.
I mean, they were in it.
When I watch The Blind Side with the family, and I know there are certain things, and we'll get to those that bother you the most, but most can kind of reason out and go, this is an inspiring, good, nice family, feel-good movie, and just there was things in the movie that were corny and all that, but, I mean, most people can reason out that the wife, Miss Tui's wife, whatever her name was, she didn't call the coach on her cell phone, and tell him what he needs to do. That's right. I mean, most can reason. And I know that bothers you, but
And she didn't come on the practice field and say this is his blind side and you must protect it
Right.
and all that. None of that happened.
Right.
We know that, but that's Hollywood.
But and most know that he probably didn't push the other opposing player, up against the fence on the other side of the track either.
No.
But I think that was probably to illustrate his dominance when he first.
But now I've heard him
out.
from day one, and I guess it's funny, and I don't blame him here. He's always said I was better than they portrayed me. I wasn't completely clueless of playing football when I started. I was better than in the movie. They act like I didn't even know how to put my pads on.
Right. Yeah. Now,
that was for the
what bothers you the most about the movie?
Probably her on the calling the coach and her out there at practice. Telling him to protect his blind side.
Those are the two?
Yeah.
They just can't get past them, can they?
It gets on my nerves.
Okay, does it? Do you,
if you're a coach, so you'd put up with that if you were the coach?
No, but I don't know that really happened.
Well, it didn't.
Right.
That's my point.
That's yeah. So if you're sitting down with the grandkids and you're like, let's watch The Blind Side. It's a nice family movie. Can you enjoy it with them?
I can't. It's any true story. I'll pick it apart. But when we had her on the air, she was really nice, by the way. And it seems like we asked her that, but didn't she say, yeah, but it was more her husband was on the sidelines.
I think so.
Maybe they just let him down, and it was him. I think I may be wrong.
Okay.
But I think she said that he was who she
I think
called instead
so.
of the coach.
Right.
First of all, any coach that's coaching the game ain't going to answer himself.
No, probably not. Matter of fact, I think, well, I know now you can't have them on the sideline.
Well, there you go. That or chewing tobacco.
Yeah, especially if you're have I ever told you the story about there were times that I would get called in to help with the chain gang, and
best seats in the house.
I mean, yeah, and when I did this, I had no boys that were playing or on the team. and this year, the what I'm talking about, and so we're on the chain gang. It's a high school football game.
Oh yeah.
State of Alabama.
You don't want to mess up.
Yeah, pretty high classification. Big game.
Big game.
Big
you
rival.
don't need to screw up.
No. And, you got to pay attention. And the chains are always on the opposing side, the visitor side.
Yes,
okay?
which is interesting.
and you get to, like you're saying, you get a pretty good seat. And you also get just a raw, emotional, this is everything, okay? I'm always entertained by it. And one of the guys that was on the chain gang, he didn't realize the rules, and he received a call from his wife, and he was on the phone.
Oh no!
While holding one of the down markers.
Get in trouble.
Did he get in trouble? Yeah, they stopped everything. Sir, you can't
hang up.
You can't, because the other team was like, is he sharing secrets with the other side? Because he
could hear it.
Because on that side you hear everything. You hear strategy, play calls, everything. So the assumption is that he was calling the other side. He was talking to somebody over there. He's like,
running right?
No, I'm just talking to my wife.
My wife wants me to pick bread up after the game. What are you talking about? Listen, I had a friend that was on the chain game one night, and he didn't realize you couldn't interact with the players, like cheer.
Oh, really?
So he's on the chain game, and our team scores. He runs out and chest bumps the player, and they throw him off the chain game. Sent him right back to the stand, stopped the game, and threw him off the chain game. I didn't know you couldn't do that. I mean, I kind of would think you wouldn't do that, but I didn't know it was a written rule. But he was ejected from the chain game because he did a chest bump with one of the players when he scored.
Now, if you really want to know somebody that's probably doesn't, I won't say that. But all right, let's go way back to youth football. All right, now this isn't high school now. This is youth football, which is
sometimes worse
when dads are really in it. Okay, and we were coaching. We were coaching the I think it was JC's team, and we're traveling. So we're at the opposing team. So that means that their chains are on our sideline. It's their dads.
Yes,
and the dad would be echoing things like, "Watch out, son! It's probably coming this way." And I was trying to find, hey, white hat, hey, time out. We got a coach over here apparently that is on our sideline for them because he's screaming out where the ball's going.
Yeah,
and we were like, buddy, you can't do that.
You can't.
You cannot do that. You're screaming at your son that plays defensive end that's coming this way.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, shut up, he's one of those.
Yeah, country.
He didn't come back second half.
Well, good. He didn't need to be there.
I was like, hey, something's got to happen. This guy is echoing what we're saying.
Look, if you throw somebody out for a chest bump, you'll definitely throw him out for that.
But because some people just have these blinders on. Have you ever met the person that's kind of a cool dude away from the field? All of a sudden the game starts and he's a bizarre animal, man.
You go.
Yeah.
It's like something just changes.
Yeah, it was one of those.
He's a jerk.
It was one of those people. It's like you saw him at a concession stand. It's like, man, hey, how are you doing? You doing okay? And then all of a sudden the game starts. He's an animal. It's like, were you that same person? I just saw you at the concession stand.
Yeah, didn't have a game face on though. Get your game face on,
buddy. Do you not understand that you're on the chains on our sideline and you're screaming to your son, the play's coming this way,
son.
Don't let him around the end, son. They're coming this way.
What a dumbass.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
you were hot about it.
Yeah, I was. But now you get to serious, like, in the state of Alabama, 7A is the highest classification. And I mean, some of those teams look like college teams. I mean, they're so well coached, and every classification has they're well coached. But I mean, you got some studs. Well, this was a 6A game, so I mean, you're right underneath that, and it was a rival game too. Let's not please don't lose sight of that. And then all of a sudden, the guy's on the phone, and he's starting to get paid. Hey, time out. And White Hat walks over. What's the problem? And the head coach talking to him. Then he walks over to the down marker. Sir, you can't be on the phone. What are you,
What are you talking about?
Were you just on the phone? Who were you talking to? My wife.
He had that look on his face.
He did. And he knew he wasn't supposed to have it, but he just naturally just answered it. Honey, I am busy.
Honey, it's 3rd and 6.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. But me, I couldn't leave because I was tied to the chains, so I couldn't leave. But I was so embarrassed.
Oh, you wanted him to quit asking him.
So yes. And he was embarrassed too because he realized, okay, I see what I've done.
He's got that stupid look on his face.
Yeah. It wasn't the other side, I promise. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Well, summer's here, and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. It might be golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer: Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you are, and if you're hurting in your back or your neck or your joints or your muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you do, whether it's swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Give it a try by going to ReliefFactor.com, or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order, or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Do it today. Now, you may have heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before and thought, wait, the same sound auto quality I expect from the big guys, but at half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now's the time to check them out, because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds, which means you get the features that you know and you love, like the optimized gel tips for that cozy custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones. Seriously, if you've been wanting to check out Raycon's, there has never been a better time than right now with a 30-day happiness guarantee. What are you waiting on? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigvox. That's buyraycon.com/bigvox. BIGVOX.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. I am Speedy alongside Greg Burgess. If some of you missed last week, then you missed a lot because it was Helmsy's last week. He's now coaching full-time at Jack State, both men and women's tennis, and so he couldn't do both. So we had a big farewell celebration for Helmsy and spending 15 years here with the Rick and Bubba Show. He's definitely going to be missed, but we're excited for him and his family and what the future holds. And so if you missed that, you probably wonder where he is, and that's where he is. Nothing wrong. It's just he's moved on, and this was the plan anyway. Just, it came to an end, and so that happened at the end of last week, if you're wondering. This portion of the program brought to you by helixsleep.com/bigvox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. I always ask the question when I start this, brought to you by, and that is, Greg, how'd you sleep last night, bud?
I slept really good.
Did you?
Yeah, I did on a Helix mattress that was custom made for my liking.
Yeah,
How about that?
And when Greg says it's custom made, it's because it is custom made. You have a little sleep quiz, takes about 2 minutes, and you answer some questions. They want to figure out how you sleep, what are you a side sleeper? Are you on your back? Well, I mean,
soft mattress,
you like soft,
firm.
you like hard, you firm, whatever. How are you? And then they figure out which one you need.
Fits you perfect, and they send it right there to your house in that box, and it pops out of it. That's the cool part.
Yeah. They own their own manufacturing facility, and each mattress is made right here in the USA by a team of skilled manufacturers and shipped directly from their facility to your door, as Greg said. Now, this is cool too. Is that your personalized mattress is shipped straight to your door free of charge, and you have a 100-night risk-free trial. So you have nothing to lose. So check them out right now. That's helixsleep.com/bigvox. Helix, HELIX, sleep.com/bigvox, BIGVOX. You can save 20% with their early Labor Day sale. Isn't it hard to believe we're getting close to Labor Day?
Bumping up on Labor
Day. And they've kicked off their Labor Day sale. Labor Day sale. 20% off. helixsleep.com/bigvox or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Count to 100. That's how many days you get. That's a lot of days.
That's a lot of sleeps. As Terry looked at me during our vacation, she said, "We got 3 sleeps till we go back."
There you go. Count it down. 3 sleeps.
That's what you tell. I told River that one time. It registered.
It does.
Because to a 3-year-old, it's like how many days till we do?
You
this
go 2 weeks. I go, what's that?
I go 3 sleeps. They're like, oh, got it.
Yeah,
dialed in. All right, so we have hopped around a little bit. It is National Radio Day. We are aware of that. We are aware of the DNC last night.
Yeah.
And some clips that are coming out of that that's gold. Biden didn't go on stage until 11:30 p.m. Eastern time.
Now he told him at one time not to give him anything after 8.
I know.
So he wasn't even close. They had him juiced, I'm sure.
It could just be me, but it looks like Jill's having a hard time with this. She can't hide some of her facial expressions.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're a little bitter about it.
Oh, yeah. Well, think about it.
They've
been, they've been kicked out.
He didn't want to go.
Yeah.
He was forced out. Because, like I say, I heard that he's doing his little deal last night, then he's leaving. He ain't going to be there for the rest
That's
of
right. He's done.
Plus, also, it's hard to keep him focused much longer than that.
Yeah.
So.
And then making the news, we'll talk about Steve Kerr, the Warriors head coach.
Oh,
he came out and he.
So the fact he's a basketball coach, I'm supposed to care what he wants, who he thinks I should vote for. Because why? Because he was a good basketball player and he coaches a team.
Yeah.
What?
I know.
I mean,
him and Popovich have been the outspoken NBA coaches that have.
I mean, they have
very
a right
liberal.
to their opinion,
right?
They do.
Yeah.
But their opinion is no better than anybody else just because they're famous basketball people.
Mm-hmm. We had people screaming on stage. We had some Cottonmouth. We had some of that. We've got a lot to really for the main show go over. Outside, you had your anti-Israel protesters covering up Chicago.
That's standard.
Yeah, they built a wall around the DNC, but they're against the border.
Yeah.
But it's just
don't put a border.
There's
fence
just a lot.
up,
There's just a lot out there. A lot out there that we'll have to discuss today. So please understand, we're not ignoring that. That's just we're leaving that for the main show, and we'll break it down. But we are aware for sure, and a lot is there today. I did not know, and this is maybe just me. You have different titles and different things. Did you know that most college football, universities and programs, they have a general manager?
Did not know that.
I mean, I knew that
general
they have
manager.
I know they have like football operations and a guy
player
that's in
personnel.
Yeah.
I knew they got those.
Well, Alabama football's general manager, Courtney Morgan, apparently he's making the news. This is one of the top stories on ESPN, that Courtney Morgan has agreed to a record deal with Alabama and is going to be paid, it says here, an average of $825,000 annually under a 3-year contract.
I can make that work.
Yes, and this is he's going to be college football's highest paid front office figure, according to this story from ESPN.
All the others at the other big schools that hold that position will go, okay, my next contract, I'd like to see it bumped up. Y'all see where the bar's been raised to, huh? Come on.
Yeah. So
are we not good as them?
It looks like the new deal was approved by the University of Alabama's System Board of Trustees on Monday, but sources have told ESPN that the updated contract has been agreed upon for some time now. Morgan, the general manager behind Washington's 2024 national runner-up finish, stands among the highest rising stars of college football's rapidly growing front office and personnel. So maybe did DeBoer bring him with him? Maybe he spent the past 2 seasons with DeBoer. It says it right here at Washington. Then followed coach earlier this year to the Crimson Tide, so. I know that he earned about $500,000 annually in his initial contract with Alabama. Morgan did, but it looks like that's been bumped up to about $825,000. I guess the story from me is that you got different front office personnel.
I didn't know about that.
But you have a general manager title, and he is setting the bar for other schools to award the front office and what they have to do now. But I guess I would think with the NIL and with different, the transfer portal and all this, they're probably taking on a lot more responsibility.
A lot to keep up with.
Yeah, you're not just kind of sitting back and
it ain't like it used to be.
No. But normally when you hear general manager of football, you think professional.
Yeah,
NFL.
they all have a GM. Yeah, I didn't know colleges did.
That was a good move for him to come with DeBoer.
Sounds like it.
It is quickly going to be here, my friend.
We're
is
kicking
here.
off.
Yeah, and I know high school.
Oh, high school. But in college kicking off this weekend.
I think so. Yeah,
and it's week 0.
Yeah, it is week 0, and that's
kind
of that weird
Georgia
week.
Tech and who is it that's going to Scotland or somewhere?
Yeah.
Georgia Tech and. They're playing. I think that's like what's kicking everything off.
Okay,
and I can't remember who it was.
Yeah, but it's and I know with high school with different states, high school is
Georgia started last week.
Yeah. So let's see here. You have got today is what's today? Today is the 20th. So yeah, you do have the 24th, Saturday, 11 a.m. It is Florida State and Georgia Tech.
And
it's in Dublin.
Dublin.
Well, that's kind of got to be kind of cool for the players. Yeah. Now that general manager is going to in the handle. But then
Dublin.
So it's here, and then you have the 29th. Which is the Thursday.
The official.
You've got all kinds of stuff going on, and then Friday night you even have a game. I know you don't like those because you feel like that's been reserved.
And they're
for
having
high
them
school.
every Friday
Oh
night.
yeah. Oh, Greg, they pull back to Tuesdays.
I
too.
saw them advertising. It's Friday college football Friday nights on Fox or somebody. I don't remember who it was. So we're going. But I'm sorry, Friday nights are for high school.
Yeah. And then you look ahead to Saturday the 31st, and you got Clemson and Georgia. I mean, it's one of your bigger. It's here. Is what it is. It's here. Hey, Greg, it's here.
It's here.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes now past the hour. Another Rick and Bubba show ready to go. Speedy and Greg have knocked out the kickoff hour. The rest of us join them, and we move forward. But first, the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. Here we go. A brand new hour from the Big Boy Studio, coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, out to the rest of the world. Whether that be live or archived, we're glad you're here. Live options include, but are not limited to, the YouTube channel. Eddie Van Adler steers the way there. Watching us live on YouTube, hello, tubers. Also another live option, the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, America's boldest radio stations, cranking out the Rick and Bubba show daily. For a live option, another live option, the TuneIn app. I don't have an affiliate, and I can't get YouTube. Okay, well, use the TuneIn app. It's a free download from TuneIn. Search Rick and Bubba. Get a 24/7 Rick and Bubba channel, including the live option. Your archive options also include the YouTube channel, a best of hour on Blaze TV. It also includes the audio archives every day on our podcast channel. Get the entire show. That'll get you a best of hour as well. And the TuneIn app option that I just gave you for the live option also archives entire shows for you as well. So whether you're live or archived, we're glad you're here. Speedy and Greg have knocked out the kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler, as I said, has settled into the YouTube option. And here's the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! How about it, Bubba?
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, come on in.
Hoochie coo. Drop on out and spread the news.
There it is.
How about that song based off an actual fire when Frank Zappa and his band burned down a hall they were playing in?
You know, you see that happening from time to time.
Yes, you do. He said, we just stood there and watched it burn, thought about what a funky sound we had right before
it. Now, wasn't he the one, too, that had the album that had the funny drawing on the front of it, and you couldn't really tell what it was till you looked at what the name of it was, and it was a boat arriving too late to save a drowning witch.
Good night.
Do you remember that?
Good night, Bubba. What a deep cut that is.
Was that Zappa?
You know what? That sounds familiar.
Yeah, I think it was.
Can you give me the artist of Rock and Roll Hoochie Coo?
That's
a tough one.
No, let's see.
That's a tough one.
I got it.
I give up, Greg. Too early for me. What?
Rick Derringer.
That's a tough one. I don't think you could have come up with that.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that I was, how you look for little moments where this song, because I wasn't that familiar with it, and I remember it was out there. Of course, you don't really fully understand how we come up with these phrases.
No.
And I remember, Greg, I wonder if you remember this. I think we were there to see Motley Crue in concert, and Tommy Lee was doing a drum solo, and all of a sudden in the middle of it, it's the first time I'd ever seen people drop in like samples.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden he did that drum part, and it went rock and roll right in the middle of it. Then he went right back to a drum solo, just jumped in the middle of the drum solo, and I thought that's kind of cool.
Rocky Mountain Way too.
Yeah, I thought that's kind of cool. Yeah. We do have a lot to unpack today. Speaking of concerts, some of you sent the picture yesterday on the text option. Bubba and Speedy are informing me that Keith Urban did an impromptu concert in Athens, Alabama at Buc-ee's.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What?
To the tune of about 6,000 people out there. Which is kind of the normal crowd at Buc-ee's.
Sure. I was about to say, when I saw the picture, it didn't look any different than any day I would go to Buc-ee's. Also, speaking of music, how a ZZ Top song was inspired by the Phil Donahue Show.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
We have that today. It is National Radio Day, Bubba.
Well, about time.
I got to call it National Radio Day. Celebrity birthdays when you have your cup of coffee. So we have that today. We'll celebrate that. I know that a lot of you are saying, I know you're not mentioning the Democratic National Convention. I'm not. I've had 2 or 3 people already text me. The guys are obviously talking about it, and this has been my answer to everyone. I cannot let that circus into my real life. And I want my private life to be as peaceful as possible. I know I have to deal with it at work, so I just wait till I get here. And then I know I'll be pummeled. There was a moment when it like scanned by last night. I forgot it was on. I was getting ready to go to bed. And you know how sometimes you'll be watching something, it goes back to regular TV. Mm-hmm. And I heard that sound of Hillary Clinton's voice. And I just as quick as I could turn the entertainment center off, I couldn't get it off quick enough. I thought if I hear one more word come out of that mouth, I won't sleep. And I just kind of said I can't let it into that part of my life. I'm here at work. I'll deal with it today. So we'll work through it today because I know it's part of work. So we will look at that today.
Do we have to?
I guess. But
I didn't see it either.
I guess we do.
I got something for Greg in the break.
Yeah, I guess we do. I know some people probably want to walk it out.
I
guess what I guess where I am, and it sounds like you're there too, Bubba. I'm not sure. I don't think there's anything else to say. The ideology of these two groups is there's such a gap in between the two. And one ideology, personalities or not, is such the right choice. There's nothing that I need to hear. I know who the left is. I know who the current state of the right is. I know how I need to vote. It seems like I just keep hearing the same old rattling on, and I'm like, somebody say something new. Mm-hmm. Right? Is that kind of? I know where everybody stands.
Yeah, and it's pretty clear.
Yeah,
it's pretty clear.
And so
the lines have been drawn.
And I can't imagine that anybody thinks that the current state of the left is good for this country and the world. But some do. As weird as that is, some, and I think some of the things you're clinging to, you can cling to that right as the country goes down the tubes.
Yeah, I don't get it. If I'm gonna be sold out, I'm gonna be sold out to something that has worked.
Yeah, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Yesterday, rumors began to float around not only about us taking over cities in Iraq and people celebrating, but the trickling in of Bubba has gotten stuck in his truck again. You need to clear that up.
Well, Wes Melton, who has become a friend with Land Resource Group, we were out looking at some land yesterday, and I told Wes I thought it might be a little wet to go out there. And
are you just on a land tear?
Well,
right
we're
now?
just looking. It's kind of a hobby now, you know.
I mean, but you will just are you living the own Bill Bubba Bussy manifest destiny? What are you doing?
You know, I just like looking at it, really,
right.
and trying to get more educated on the subject. But Wes, many of you probably know Wes, and he played football at Ole Miss. And played there for a while, and so we got to talk football a little bit yesterday. And
what position did Wes play?
He played. I think he played. Gosh, he tell me it was guard.
Was he thinking blocking?
Let's see. What did he tell me? Now that's gonna make me crazy because he was talking about some of the things he had to do, and I think he got to do several.
Was
things.
it interior lineman, bottom line?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Does he think he can block me?
He didn't say. He said he would like to meet you sometime.
Okay.
And,
that's fine.
And his partner, Connor Farmer, who he played at UNA.
Right.
And so there's a lot of football talk there.
That's good.
All that. So
I'd enjoy that.
Well, Wes, and we went in Wes's vehicle because the road we were on had really just been fixed not too long ago. Like they just had bulldozed
Now, why were we not in your truck? Did you not feel good about it?
I knew that it was too wet.
Okay.
Rick, there's places you just can't go.
But no matter what?
No, not unless you have a tank. And then then they have things that can pull you out still.
Sure.
Well, we did pretty good to begin with. And we made it through a couple of spots that were really kind of shaky. But we had to go back in one more time. You know, we'd been in, got back out on there, had to go back in
Couldn't
one
leave
more
well
time.
enough alone, could you?
And, I told Wes I was, a little concerned about the way it was looking, but he was very confident. And he even pointed out later if I had just stayed a little more to the left here, I'd have been okay. But when I got over here and got stuck, and, we tried to rock out a little bit, and I said, well, Wes, do you think we could put like a log or a little tree or something under the wheel? Because that's what I did last time to get out. And he got out and looked, and he said, no, I don't think that'll do.
So he had to call, hey, this is unsavable. There's no need to even get dirty.
Well, then I got out and looked at it because I was inside and I had a lot of paperwork.
Did it lock
By the
down
way,
pretty
I was
good?
freezing to death yesterday.
When you went in, did it bog down in there pretty good?
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Yeah, and the more you try to get out, the deeper you dig.
Sure.
And, Rick, it was, when you can't see the tailpipe and the bumper is barely visible, you go, sticking something on the tire is not going to help.
And you also need to get out of it and cut it off. Because now carbon...
I know. Yeah. And so it was bad. But we had a lot of fun yesterday. But Wes said, well, I guess this will be topic for fodder. And I said, yep, pretty much. But, not to miss an opportunity. I always like to think marketing, Rick, because we're just trained to be that way.
That's our deal.
I told Wes, because he had his website on the back window and had a sign on the door, I said, get over there and let me make a picture of you next to your vehicle and you need to run an ad with that in it and say, we will show you the land. You know what I mean? No matter what, we will show you the land.
No matter what the weather, no matter what the situation out there, get in the truck, see the land. Don't think that we refuse to show you the land because the weather's bad.
So we had a little fun
now,
with
we
that.
might get bogged down and you end up walking.
Right. And I got cold yesterday. And, when you got used to it being like 80 and then it goes back to 40, it seems like it's actually about 20.
Well, I like cold weather and I like cool weather, but let me tell you what also I like. I like when a season's done for it not to come back.
Yeah, it's like you're done, we'll see you next year. Don't keep coming back.
Don't double back on us.
The good news is we did not have to walk very far to get back to my truck, which I had strategically parked close enough that if we just went over the hill, we'd be at it. So I felt very good about that move.
Let me ask you this: since you had caught grief about getting stuck, did you let Wes off the hook, or did you let him have it pretty good?
No, he was already on himself pretty good because he had called and called Connor and Connor's uncle, who eventually is going to pull him out with a bulldozer probably. He just went ahead and said, "Well, I'm over here, I'm stuck." But I guess if you're out there trying to make deals and you're a land guy, that you get used to that. That's just, they can.
21 minutes now past the hour. Another Rick and Bubba show rolling. You can text the show at 866-WE-BE-BIG, or you can call the show at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Either one works. And the love is good love, man. So the Keith Urban story, you heard Keith coming out of the break. There's something about our show and Keith Urban. You remember the woman who wanted a Keith Urban guitar? How bizarre that was, and she thought she was talking to Keith Urban. We've had a lot of weird Keith Urban things on this show. So apparently, people were
pretty weird out there.
Yeah,
Rick.
people were sending us. There's two different things going on here. First of all, there's this icon of Buc-ee's. This Buc-ee's thing, of course, they had us at the mascot being a beaver.
Right.
I mean, they had us
with a ball cap
with a ball cap on. I mean, and if you've never experienced Buc-ee's, it's like you can't believe what's going on, and it's an experience. Clean bathrooms and all that. So Keith Urban apparently came through a Buc-ee's location and fell in love with it and thought it would be fun to do a concert at a Buc-ee's.
Keith Urban?
And came back to the Athens, Alabama Buc-ee's. And he said, I'd been here about a month ago. And when I left, I thought it'd be fun to do a show here.
Wow.
And
he just thought 100, 200 people would show up.
Just impromptu, Keith Urban? Does he realize that? We're not talking about...
Well, I'm sure he had to call somebody to get permission to do this.
Right.
But
yeah,
they probably were all right with it.
This is, I mean, I love Bo Bice, but this is not like Bo Bice deciding he's going to stand up and play. This is Keith Urban.
Right.
I mean,
I see a Buc-ee's tour coming.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Keith Urban. Keith Urban's relative.
Who thought he'd drew a crowd?
He is relative right now. I mean, he's as big as he's ever been.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not somebody who's like saying, "Hey, I hadn't heard from Keith Urban in a while."
Yeah.
And
what's he doing these
You know
days?
what somebody in Buc-ee's management is thinking, because they sell a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're probably thinking, we could add an amphitheater on to the end of this.
You know that.
Don't think they won't.
That's right.
Don't you dare
Free
think they
ticket
won't.
with a fill-up.
It'll have the cleanest bathroom of any amphitheater.
Yeah, so we saw some of those pictures yesterday, and of course it turned out to be.
Look at all the gas pumps next to 6,000 people.
Look at that. You know, the wonderful thing about Buc-ee's, they had 6,000 people and still nobody in line to get gas. Still plenty of pumps.
Yeah, it looks almost like that every time I go by anyway.
Yeah, you're right. That's true.
Look, they set up that has a full stage. I mean, I know it's not the bigger one he normally plays on, but that's not some, I'm standing over here, by
I'm not just on the concrete with a guitar.
I'm not over here by the beef jerky. So it's you ever seen their selection of beef jerky?
Boy, it's impressive, isn't it?
Good gracious! And
They
if you
got
like
the kind of jerky
if you like gummies,
you got a
Lord
big tub
help.
of them
Yeah.
too. Get you a scooper and have at it.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, that was people were talking about that, and apparently that's how it happened. This is his quote from the story. I came to Buc-ee's about a month ago, and when I left, I thought it'd be kind of fun to do a show here. And to Bubba's point, thought I'd have maybe 100, 200 people. I don't know how you thought that. I mean,
come on.
So we also saw a video. You remember a while back of Lenny Kravitz going into Buc-ee's. I don't know which one it was, but he went in it, and
down there in Leeds.
some people were seeing him. So will we see Lenny Kravitz doing one now?
Wait a minute, Bubba. Listen, you just hit on. Is this now going to be the new thing? I mean, are we now going to see artists thinking, well, look, I'm nothing if I hadn't done something at Buc-ee's.
I got to play Buc-ee's.
Yeah, I got to
play Buc-ee's.
Then
forget Carnegie Hall. I'm going to play Buc-ee's.
Right. Then yesterday, we found out after Phil Donahue died that the main sound effect used on ZZ Top's weirdest song, Manic Mechanic, which I'm not familiar with, was discovered by Billy Gibbons on the Phil Donahue show.
Yeah.
His studio engineer explained that.
Can somebody walk that one out?
Yeah, it says the track that appeared on their album in 1979. It says during the extended hiatus, apparently they were off the road. The punk theme was starting to pick up momentum, and it got really explosive and robust and had an energy. So Billy Gibbons said in his documentary, I've seen this one, the ZZ Top, the little old band from Texas. If you haven't seen it, it's very good. He said there was something rebellious underneath all of it, and we liked it. And then they were listening to. He'd been watching the Phil Donahue show, and they had a guy on there that didn't want to reveal who he was, so they had him blacked out
and you could see only his shadow, and they had his voice all changed. And you got to see this show because his voice sounded awesome. He said, I called up their office and said, what did you do to distort that voice? And the engineer said, well, I don't want to reveal it, but I begged and begged and begged, and he told me what it was. So I got one of those boxes they were using, one of those things they used to disguise the voice, and I used it on the guitar. And because we were trying to have a little different sound.
And if you want to come out of my channel, Rick, I have a little sample of Manic Mechanic is the song.
Never heard that song.
It ain't right. I got to have me a week. But I'll be back for you, Jack, and I'll let the machine speak.
That's
there you
pretty
go.
good.
Yeah. So there you go.
I kind of like it.
I don't think I've ever heard that.
I have not, but you know what? They're still using that when they disguise people's voices. Still, I mean, I guess that's one of the first. He says first time he'd ever heard anybody do it. And he wanted to use it on the voice and the guitar.
Oh, Billy.
And I guess they were trying to do something to compete with all the punk movement out there.
Well, you love the fact they're trying something new. And
Right.
out there trying to
We've seen that disguised
reinvent
voice,
something,
though, where you just see the silhouette and it's like, oh, what's down?
Yeah, that's the sound I thought it was going to be. I actually thought it might be something different, but I've heard them still do that. I'll go back to the fact that Billy Gibbons was so moved, he picked up the phone and tried to talk to the engineer at the Phil Donahue show.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would have gone that far.
I never thought Billy Gibbons would be watching Phil.
I didn't either. Well, we all were, Greg.
I guess so.
Yeah. He is watching.
How hard do you think it is to get to the engineer of the Phil Donahue?
I don't know. I guess
this is Billy Gibbons, ZZ Top. I need to speak to the engineer.
Is that how it works?
Is this the Phil Donahue show? Can I have? Do you want to speak to Phil? No, I want to speak to the engineer.
Did Billy Gibbons do the thing? And I'm just going to tell you, we've all done it. When you're in a bind, you don't do it unless you're in a bind. Sometimes you think to yourself, if they somehow might be a fan of the show, maybe they can help me. So sometimes you'll go ahead and say in the intro, hey, how you doing? Hey, this is Rick from Rick and Bubba. Hey, and you'll throw it out there to see if it catches anything.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes it could be a negative.
It can.
Do you think Billy Gibbons says, this is Billy Gibbons with ZZ Top? I'd like to talk to the engineer. Did he just go ahead and lay that down?
Because
they don't.
Are you saying play the card early?
Right. Because I don't think they just let anybody talk to the engineer.
No,
I wouldn't think.
No, he had to.
It would all have to do with where it was being filmed and all that stuff for tape.
Great. Hello, Phil Donahue show. That Texas town. Billy Gibbons here. Texas. It's easy top.
You know me.
Need to talk to the engineer. I want to know what y'all did on that guy's voice because I'm gonna put it on a new song. I've never heard that song in my life, and frankly, I didn't like it.
I asked Greg earlier about it, and when he looked at me and said, "Do what?" I was like, "Okay, this has to be a weird song."
It's a deep cut from way back.
Yeah, some people are asking that Bubba did call the Chicago Bulls and let them know that he could help, and we went ahead and put the show's name down.
Yeah, but I didn't have a voice change.
No, we but we played. We'll come back. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is our number.
I just hate to see anybody suffer with foot pain.
No. Only this show went
unnecessarily
from rock and roll hoochie coo to Keith Urban at Buc-ee's to ZZ Top stealing a sound effect from Phil Donahue. Yeah. You're updated. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hang in there. Here we go. Well, big election coming up in November, and have you thought to yourself, if you're one of America's mature citizens, that's just a kind way of saying those of us that have got a little gray, hopefully got a little wisdom. AARP, that's not for us. Not if you're conservative. No, thank you. But you kind of dig some of the, discounts and stuff that they have. Well, now you can have the best of both worlds with our friends at AMAC. And boy, are you joining by the tens of thousands. AMAC.us/bigbox. And why not? Why not? You get all the benefits. You get the discounts at the restaurants and the travel and on insurance. And then you get all the free advice on Medicare and Social Security. And you get the magazine updating what's going on. But unlike AARP, the lobby that is there in Washington is for those of us that have a conservative point of view, that, we believe in the Constitution. Boy, what a concept.
That's crazy.
What a concept
You're
there.
talking crazy there, Rick.
A little crazy talk there. And the larger that the AMAC membership grows, the greater the influence grows, and we'll all benefit from that. Amen. So do not sit on the sidelines. Get in the game. Go to amac.us/bigbox and activate your 1-year membership for only $1. You can try it for $1. And, of course, with the Democrats, if they stay in charge, of course, that's really like joining for 50 cents. But anyway, so right now you get all the goodies that go with that, but you also get a lobby that is fighting for the values on which our nation was built. So go to amac.us/bigbox right now, 1 year for $1. Also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, I wanted to just say to you, happy National Radio Day.
How about Radio Day? Huh?
Of course, the LGBTQ still gets a month. We only get a day.
Yeah.
But anyway, of course, that's, so do those that have given their life for our country or who are currently serving or have served. We give them one whopping day. But now we'll get a month for other things. But anyway, so we get a day. Radio. You and I, we just love radio. We fell in love with radio. Honestly,
it's the greatest medium in my book still.
You and I both share this, and you come at it from two angles. You're more into the engineering than I ever was. I've learned a lot from you on it, but I can just remember, and you've heard me say this on the air. You've said it from as long as I knew my left hand from my right. I just felt drawn to the radio. I loved the radio. Always did. Loved listening to people on the radio. So it's, as you said, there's nothing quite like it. There's an intimacy with that person on the radio that the other mediums just can't give you.
Yeah, I grew up, some of my fondest memories was riding around listening to the radio with my dad and his red Maverick that had no power steering, no power windows, and it truly was a Maverick.
AM radio.
Yeah, absolutely. And hearing these guys, and you felt like you knew them over time, and it was like you said, it was a great medium, and we hear that from folks that listen to this show. I certainly understand it because we listen to shows too, and it's a great medium. I don't know that it's being managed in the best way right now across the board, but I hope that it will make it and survive long term.
Well, all of us do. We have a special place in our heart, and we work with anybody who'll work with us, but we have a special place in our heart for those little small towns all across America. I heard you guys talking about in the kickoff hour too. I love the term you use, Speedy. You'll see a tattered billboard, and you'll see a frequency, and you'll go right there. Is those that still are owned by small groups or independent families, the man or the woman that still rolls in, to that local radio station and has been doing it for years, and it's just special. And as you said, sadly, it's not become the norm. Most of it is, it's just done in a way that I think took away
the personality of it.
Well, and I know y'all have heard this. Some of you, I hope you're not rolling your eyes. It's National Radio Day. Let us do it again. But
That's right.
But we
let us reminisce one more time.
Yeah, I hope you enjoy this. This is not annoying to you, but because I don't want to get too inside shop. But
when we were growing up, and it's what we fell in love with, it wasn't like, and we're so thankful for those of you that have loved this show and still love this show, and you've given us your time, and we've made that connection with you as individuals and as a team. But there was a day when you would turn on your radio station, and every single person, the person that you heard when you woke up, the person that was still on when you went to bed, the person that you heard on the way to school, and the person you heard after school, the person you heard on the way to work, or the person you heard on the way home from work, or the person you were listening to in your office. All of those people had their own personality, had their own show, and you felt like you knew each and every one of them, not just maybe one person on the show, on the radio, or maybe a couple. Mm-hmm. You knew every one of them. They all had their own show. They
were the original influencers.
Right. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I could have told you every single person's name that was on that radio station for 24 hours.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And it was manned 24 hours by live people. And then there came.
I mean, even the Sunday morning wake up people were famous in your mind.
Right. Yeah. And I understand, and I know, you and I've given a speech like this one time at a broadcasters convention. I don't think we were ever invited back. But one thing that I will say is technology may allow you to do a radio station 24 hours a day with a handful of people.
Mm-hmm.
But the technology does not give you the connection.
Right.
Technology can never accomplish that. If you're recording yourself and everything you're giving me is just bland general stuff, then the connection, you're getting it done. You're getting through the hours that need to be done, and you're getting the hits going or whatever. And you're getting to the commercials, but you're not making the connection because I don't know this person and I don't feel like I know them. I remember, Bubba, when you said that, even though Hannity, he's right, talking about, the difference between radio and TV. But one of the differences is, and you said this, and I agree with you, I don't ever feel like I know the people on TV. I mean, I'm informed by them, and I watch them, and
you know who they are, but you don't feel.
I don't feel like I know them.
That connection, I don't think.
I always felt like that the guy on the radio was talking to me as much as he was talking to thousands, and I don't feel that way when I watch TV. It looks like they're talking to millions. It doesn't look like they're really talking to me. And so that's what makes radio beautiful. Are we doing the other platforms? We are, because if we don't, then it's our livelihood that you got to do that, or you can't be in it anymore. Mm-hmm. But we do have a special place in our heart, not just for radio for sure, but for that local radio station.
Oh yeah.
It is, and you say, well, aren't y'all syndicated? We are, but we like being on those stations because there's just something special about it, and we're always pulling for them because they're the reason we're here, and that's where we got our start. Bubba and I both can talk about Speedy too. Trudging on into that local radio station and doing my shift.
Oh yeah,
and man, I just loved it.
Well, I think
I couldn't believe I was getting to do it.
Do you remember?
Still can't believe it.
Yeah.
I think what you said too, Rick, the advantage that radio has over the other things it's competing against today is that connection with that person.
So don't take it away.
And I feel like too many of the radio folks have taken that away.
I agree.
And they have, in my mind, my very humble opinion, they have surrendered to high ground. And they have tried to fight the war down in the valley when they didn't have to.
Right.
But, we will see. We will see. Yeah, it all sums it up, and I love the album cover that Journey had raised on radio with the radio station. Really. That is one of the coolest things, and that whole, just that picture sums up how I feel about it.
No, that picture, I'll get a chance to get on the road a lot. With going out and speaking, most of that carries me to small towns. There's an exception where there might be a big conference somewhere, but 8 out of 10 times, if I'm headed out, I'm going to a small town, and I'm gonna speak at a medium to small church in a small town, and riding those roads, the times that that time allows to drive, and you just said it, Bubba. There's that tower, sitting out in that field, And then I start looking for the building,
Yeah.
and
you know it's not going to be real fancy,
right? and that special connection when I see that, I have to fight everything in my being to turn down that driveway and do a shift.
No,
you know, I mean,
that building right there, I want to go in there and look around, see what they're doing.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely. I remember the first time, and I've never lost this. I mean, today I had the same feeling. That first time I walked inside a radio station, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe I was there. I could not believe I was watching what I was watching, and I have just had a burn to do that from as long as I can remember. Still do. Still love it. I love it as much today as I ever have. And I'm going to physically, and as long as I can physically and mentally do it, I'm going to do it. And you know, unless I'm told to do something else. But I just, it's special. And so on National Radio Day, I think you and I both, it's a day to just say out loud how much we love it.
Oh, yes.
I mean,
yes.
and love that local radio station.
I remember, you know, we used to have to man the transmitter and log everything.
Yeah,
man. You know, my first paying job in Piedmont at WPID, we had this old tube transmitter, and you just look in there and you see that tube glowing red, you know, making the power.
You think, what did I do first time I saw an on-air light?
It started flashing.
Oh, good gracious.
That's crazy, isn't
Yep.
it?
So it's
brings back good memories.
So what I would say is today the best thing you could do on National Radio Day, I don't even care if nobody answers. They probably don't even have a receptionist anymore. But try to call the local radio station and tell them thank you.
That's it.
Probably nobody will answer, but
leave a message.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Service this past Sunday.
What? Well, you didn't tell me, but one of the folks you went to church with did, and they said you were a little more noisy than they needed you to be.
I was.
Do you need a CPAP machine too?
I don't know what's happening to me. My sleep thing has caught up. I now anytime.
No, this is the guy who used to go with no sleep, and I was the one that bogged everybody down because I needed a nap.
Yes. Now, anytime now that I settle, I'm gone. I mean, if I keep moving, I'm fine.
If I get still or full or ride in the car,
right,
and if it's the combination of the three, I'm really out.
Well, you remember we'd come off a run, and moving into the house, you just basically got everything done. A lot of times you couldn't get stuff done in the house till the kids were asleep. So Sherry and I would look, and it'd be 11:45, midnight, and I'd be going, I gotta go lay down. So this went on for multiple days, not just one time. So I got to Nashville, and I told you about I went to sleep, and didn't know who I was, and thought I was in the war in Iraq and all that kind of stuff. And so I got up, and you saw me in that, and I didn't even look like myself. You know when you sleep so hard your face changes?
Right.
And it don't even look like you.
You look like Ted Koppel reporting from Iraq. Have you seen him, by the way?
Yeah, somebody, is Koppel going to make it?
Does he use that much makeup, or is he just not faring well in the desert?
Folks, somebody do something. Koppel's dying on the air.
Yeah.
So anyway, so then we do the thing in Kids Fair, had a good time, got home, thought I got a pretty good night's sleep for church the next morning. So we get up, and Sherry and I always split up. I take part of the kids this way, different places, and we're dropping everybody off. And I'd drawn Taz, which means I was going to be the first one in church. So I drop him off, and I get in. I get up in the balcony because we're always running late, and I settle in the balcony. Well, Sherry never shows up, and I go, ooh, she got captured in worship care. And somebody's looking for me right now, and they're not. I'm not going to be found. I'm not going to get up and go look. They're going to have to come in here, disrupt the service, and get me out. I don't get to go to big church anymore ever, and I'm going to have some adult Bible time right now.
Yeah.
So I settle in and I go, and we sing a little bit, and I'm fired up. Now I'm in the balcony. I weigh 280 pounds. It's not like you don't see me. Okay. So I'm
up. Does the balcony creak when you walk in?
And I've got a row to myself. Because it was the time change day, so a lot of people missed church because they didn't do their clocks.
Oh, no.
And if they had digital cable and it flipped on its time, they would have seen it. But so I'm sitting there, and I hear Danny say, no offense to our pastor, Danny Wood, but the verses he was preaching on, I had heard a number of sermons on, and I kind of had it dialed in. You know what I mean? I know that he probably was going to tell me something I didn't know about it. I don't mean to be pompous, but I had heard these particular scriptures preached on a couple of times.
Rick, I'd rather you say you were just tired as opposed to the sermon was boring.
No, that's not it. That's not it. But this is the point.
Don't say you were good with that staying up late. That was good.
No, but listen, you're not listening to me. this is part of it, though. For a moment, I put down my notes and I relaxed because I said, I can't wait to hear how Danny's going to present this, but I don't need to take notes, okay? And the next thing I know...
It was boring, Bubba.
Listen, no, it wasn't boring. The next thing, I did a couple of these.
You feel like you're falling?
Look, and then
how hard did your head jerk back?
And then a couple. Then you try to get it to rock to the side so it won't come forward. And then I go. Then there was some of these. and so I go.
You know he can see you too. That's what's so bad.
Because I'm 280 and he looks up. He's looking right at me. Okay, look, and I'm going. Oh, he's looking at me.
I should have had a mellow yellow.
Then you try something like, okay, you're here. You're in God's house. You know,
you start getting mad at yourself. What are you doing?
Look, this is the kind of stuff that keeps you out of the fires of hell. Yeah. You're like that. You're going, and look, and then all of a sudden, I'm not making this up. Guess how I'm awakened the next time? The guy with the offering plate. Hey, buddy, you all right?
Yeah.
Look like this. Look, nudge. Like that. He said, you all right? Yeah, we just getting started. No, buddy, we're wrapping her up.
Yeah.
Till 1 o'clock.
Yeah, but hey, about this, we're going time of decision. You know what I mean? And you got to look at me like, and maybe you'd like to make a decision today. I said, I would decide to take a nap. I'm sorry, that's my big. So, hey, here I was at 280, up in the balcony, sprawled out. I think I almost went horizontal once. I think there was one point where I was in the pew. The real Greg Burgess on the phones right now, and you can join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'd love to chat with you, America. Shane is going to get us started. Shane is out of Huntsville, Alabama, where you hear us on 100.3 The River. And if you want to join us, there's lines available for you right now. Shane, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you? Go ahead, buddy.
Actually, hey, man. Actually, I'm from Oxford. Headed to Huntsville.
Go Big O.
And,
go Big O.
Hey, I remember you being at K98. We went to prison back in the early 90s.
Oh, yes. Yes.
You remember?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Yeah, man, we had a blast that night, man.
Yes.
You know?
Yep, I do remember that. And, when somebody
I'm going to miss y'all guys. I'm going to miss you guys.
Thank you. Well, it's funny you said that. A guy called the show, I can't remember when it was, Bubba. It's probably been a year ago now and more, probably more than that. I just think it's been a year. And he said, first time I met you, Rick Burgess, I didn't like you very much. And I said, really? When was that? He said, 1989. I said, that sounds about right. Thank you. Good. Thank you, Shane. Appreciate it, man.
All right, man. You have a good one.
All right, K98. Yep. 97.9. That was one of those days, and Bubba, here's the thing. You know what I was hesitant on?
What?
They when somebody came to me at WHMA 1390 and said, they're going to start an FM station in your hometown. Would you be interested in working there? And I said, I don't know if I can let this gig go.
I know.
I got it pretty good here.
I got it
pretty good here at 1390. so anyway, 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can join us. Travis is out of Chattanooga, Tennessee. Travis, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today, sir?
Hey, am I caller 10 for the Keith Urban ticket?
You got it. Do you think this is going to start something, Travis? Do you think we're going to see a Buc-ee's tour?
I believe so. I hope so. Anyway.
Yeah. Because I saw people are putting on the text option over here. They're saying that he announced he was going to do it at a Buc-ee's, but he waited to 24 hours before to tell them which one.
Right.
So interesting.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll see how that goes. Here's people just throwing stuff on the text option, talking about all their times of listening to radio and the disc jockeys and all the different places. And some of them are talking about what y'all talked about in the kickoff hour, Speedy, about catching the skip
on AM radio.
Yeah.
And you'd hear something out of Chicago and things like that. But anyway, it says
in CB terms
on the text option. My brother was 10 years older than me. Was a disc jockey his entire adult life. Started at the small local AM station, of course. That's how you did it. And then went to FLI in Chattanooga in the 70s. He also went to Iowa, Oklahoma, Indiana, Colorado, over the southeast.
Yes, traveling seems to be a big part of this industry.
Well, let me tell you something. Whoever takes that before syndication, that was the way. You started at this town, then you went to a bigger town, then you went to a bigger town, then you went to a bigger town. And buddy, if you were going to try to raise a family being a disc jockey, it was like being a football coach. You're going to be on the move.
Yeah.
Kim out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Kim, go ahead.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. So
our pleasure.
I hope my memory serves me correctly. I'm about the same age as you all, so I know y'all know how that gets.
Sure.
I remember James Spann, I believe, when I was growing up in the 70s and 80s at a little station called WJRD, and I believe he was a disc jockey there. Y'all ask him, or do you all may know. So,
well, he was a DJ.
Yeah,
I'm not
was.
sure it was at that station.
Yeah.
Where was that at? Was that Demopolis?
No, it was Northport, and it was in a little field, just like y'all were talking about, big tower and a little building.
He definitely worked in radio. He definitely worked in radio in the Tuscaloosa area, which Northport would be there.
Yeah.
So I bet you're correct. I'm not, Bub. I don't know the exact station, but you are correct that he was a disc jockey in that part of Alabama. So I bet that.
Yeah,
I bet that wasn't.
so.
Yeah. So thank you, Kim. Lisa, Birmingham, Alabama, ZZK. Lisa, go ahead. Lisa.
Hi, I'm Lisa from Pleasant Grove.
Yes, go right ahead.
Yeah, y'all talked to me a minute ago. I've had a compression injury and had 2 neck surgeries in the past month. I'm healing up.
Good.
And y'all are just great. Y'all really help me in the mornings. Y'all are just funny to listen to.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Usually the show, it can be good, but on painkillers, it's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you.
It even makes more sense.
Yeah. Let's go to Atlanta. Ray standing by. Ray, go ahead.
Hey, Biggins, how y'all doing?
We're good, buddy.
Hey, yeah, you remember growing up in East Alabama how you could skip WSB out of Atlanta and it was enjoyable?
Yes. I do.
The further you got away, the better you could hear.
Yeah, and we loved LS out of Chicago.
We could hear Chicago a lot better where I was.
Yeah.
Bubba knows the answer, Doug. Jackson, Mississippi. Doug, go ahead.
Yeah, guys, I was just wondering why all radio stations start out with WZZQ or
they all don't.
They
actually,
all don't.
No.
If you're west of the Mississippi, they start with K, kilo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then.
And I will I'll tell you why. There actually is a group that sets standards for the entire planet, believe it or not, and the World Radio Conference, and they get together every 10 years, and they give prefixes to all radio and TV transmitters, anything transmitting RF, are assigned to different countries. And it just so happens that W and K is assigned to the United States. We have some other ones, but they don't use them in broadcast.
But if you're on the east, it's W. If you're in the west, it's K.
Thank you.
Yeah. And
even most of our ham calls start with N or K or W. We also can use N or A. There's also assigned to the United States, but they're not assigned to broadcasting.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
I guess a Shatner right there.
Thank you, Bill.
So let me tell you something. That had Shatner written all over it. Alan in Asheville. Alan, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good, guys. How y'all doing?
We're great.
I was wanting to ask if you'd ever seen the show on the History Channel. It's, I believe it's called The Icons That Made America, and one of the shows is all about how Howard Stern and Rush Limbaugh got started in radio. It's very entertaining.
No, I haven't seen that one. The one I saw, they have a lot of those built America. I hadn't seen the one on radio. I saw the one over the weekend, how Walt Disney built America, and that fascinating story. But no, I haven't seen that one. I want to see that. Top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So you've heard us talk about our friends over at Covenant Eyes, and this is one of those things, you go, well, I wish this kind of stuff wasn't necessary. Well, we all do, but it is. And we've talked about the importance of accountability and protecting yourself and your marriage from the horrors of the evils of pornography, just wreaking havoc in lives and marriages all across our country. Christians, we're not exempt. We're being bombarded with messages and images that contradict your values and can take you down that horrible path. The Bible warns us about the dangers of being led by worldly desires, which now flood through the screens, shaping our perceptions, our actions, sometimes without us even realizing it. So for over 24 years, they have been helping Christians navigate the online world, protect their families, and find freedom from the evils of pornography with their software and free educational content. But they now have added another resource, and this is the Covenant Eyes podcast. Now, this is a show dedicated to helping you unpack the positive and the negative sides of technology. There's certainly ways for it to be a blessing. We've seen that too. Also, you can redeem this for good and watch out for some of the traps. They talk to leading tech experts, Christian thought leaders, pastors, therapists. This is a deep dive, too, into topics like the effects of tech on children, pornography, ethical questions for Christians involving technology like AI. Where do we stand on all this? So if you'd like to find out more about the podcast, go to covenanteyes.com. You can get it wherever you listen to your favorite shows, or just go to covenanteyes.com to find out more. And you can always try their software for free for 30 days with the promo code RICK at checkout.
Buddy, you all right?
Yeah.
Look like this. Look, nudge. Like that, he said, you all right? Yeah, we just getting started. No, buddy, we're wrapping her up.
Yeah.
Till 1 o'clock.
Yeah, hey, about this, we're going time of decision. You know what I mean? You got to look at me like, maybe you'd like to make a decision today. I said, I would decide to take a nap. I'm sorry, that's my big. So, hey, here I was at 280 up in the balcony, sprawled out. I think I almost went horizontal once. I think there was one point where I was in the pew, completely laid out,
doing a figure eight.
You know what I mean? Just top half of the body completely down.
Yeah.
I couldn't get my feet up, but I was all the way.
Rick, I always get on the end so you can lean.
Well, I was on the end, but I went the other way.
How about this? You will start trying to go, okay, when I doze off, I fall out. Okay, I'm on balance. Let me try. Okay,
yeah,
right.
I'm good. I'm good.
Right there, I'm balanced. Oh, lean in balance again. Lean in balance. Let me get back over here. A little more. Oh, too far.
Yeah, and have you ever dreamed that you weren't asleep? The dream will fool you.
Yeah.
No, you're awake. You're good by the time, hey, and you come out of it.
And
I was gone.
And they're on the third verse of Amazing Grace, and you go, oh my gosh.
How about when you're falling asleep and you know it, and you're going, so I'm gonna fall asleep.
Yeah.
And you're trying to fight it and tell yourself, don't you dare do this.
And that's what I was doing. And quote from some of my church members were, they saw me and they said, quote, we tried to talk to Rick and he was incoherent. So now there's a room at the church. Burgess was drunk at church. I mean, because not only was I asleep, then I get up, people trying to talk to you, and you're going. And I mean,
y'all have the Lord's Supper this week?
Well, I thought it was grape juice. I don't know what it was.
Then you got that little wrinkle on your cheek where you.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Your face has changed, like you were a clay face, or somebody messed with you a little bit. You know what I mean? So I'm sorry about that. That's totally unacceptable.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, here we go, coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world on all sorts of platforms, including on National Radio Day, America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. If you don't have that, you can catch it on our TuneIn app. You can watch it on our YouTube channel. If you want archives, there's video archives on our YouTube channel, a best of hour for Blaze TV subscribers, and our audio archives can be found on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel every day as well. So we have Speedy, Greg, Adler all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It is the little party called Rick and Bubba, 30 years in the making.
Can I just mention something that there's so much going on this week that there's no way to mention it all, so I'll just pull some out every now and then. But this is something that I think is really important. It's called 4 to 5-24. Kevin Derryberry, I had the honor to be with him this past weekend. Bubba, of course, we do a lot with Kevin. He and Andy Blanks are going to be they're going to be in Birmingham coming up. So the 24th would be Saturday. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So the 24th is Saturday, and I know we got so many things going on with the Man Church this week. There's like 6 different events, and but this one I wanted to point to, and I'll mention the others, but especially just to go there and look for them. But this one is designed for males. But they're the ages of from middle school up to high school. So it is from 12 to 18, I think, is the age bracket here. So this one is designed for young males. We do a lot of stuff for men, and have people saying, "Hey, have you got anything that can help out males that are still in a youth department?" And that's what this is. The Alabama Baptists are doing it, and as part of their commitment to men's ministry and trying to disciple some of these males at a much younger age. So it'll be at Westwood Baptist in Alabaster. That's in the Birmingham area this Saturday. And if you want to find the link, Kevin Derryberry will lead worship. Andy Blanks from our team will be speaking. Brian Gill from our team will be speaking as well. There's breakout sessions, and every one of these males is going to get a youth version of one of our 40-day devotionals from the series of How to Be a Man. So if you would like to find out to get your sons involved, or you want to get involved, you are one of those sons, all those details are at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. Look for 4 to 5-24 in Alabama coming up on Saturday. So just want to make you aware of that one, because that one's a little unique and kind of a new area we're kind of getting into. Bubba. Did you hide from it like I did the Democratic National Convention last night?
Well, we were
Bubba.
We were kind of busy last night. I got in kind of late.
Didn't wanna.
And I just could not get over there to see any of it, Rick. Doggone it.
Nope. I just didn't want to. I made a point to hide from it. I also had a pleasant day yesterday, so I didn't want to ruin it. And I only heard just a smidgen of Hillary's voice as I was turning the TV off after watching something I actually wanted to watch. And as soon as I heard her voice, I just killed the power as soon as I could. One woman actually put in our text option, they heard that too and ran because they didn't want to have nightmares last night when they slept. So let's get it started. One of the awkward things last night, which we didn't see, but we have it documented now, is how awkward this Joe Biden thing is. He still has time left on the clock. They don't know what to do with him. They've already told him that he's not going to be the nominee next year. They are ushering him out. Now, y'all told me they buried him at like 11:30 Eastern,
Yeah,
10:30 Central.
That had
How's
to be
he up that late?
That had to be on purpose. There have been elections that people feel like were lost because the candidates, the nominee, they didn't get on stage in time to accept the nomination. There's been several documented cases that they didn't get the bump because they were out of prime time. This almost looks like they bumped him out of prime time on purpose.
Correct.
To kind of hide him, like we've seen. It's just the convention version of Basement Joe.
So CNN doesn't even pretend this isn't happening. Here is Scott Jennings, and listen to what he said about Biden and what was going on last night. Here we go.
Yeah, Biden is known in his career as being one of the best eulogy givers at funerals, and now they're making him come and give his own career.
He has files of every eulogy.
Yeah,
he's ever
and now they're making him give his own eulogy at this convention. I mean,
you have to give one. It's best that you get to give your own.
Yeah, I guess. I am anxious to see how they handle it. It's a sticky wicket. I mean, he was bullied out of this race after 52 years of service to the Democratic Party. And it wasn't all about his age. He was unpopular. He was going to lose. It was Afghanistan. It was inflation. It was immigration. And now, and he had to be dragged out by the fingernails. I'm sorry. This is not, he's not here in a happy moment, okay? I know that this yarn that's being spun in this hall that he was popular and selfless and handing on. No. It is the opposite, and everybody knows it, and yet the Democrats are engaging in this theater of looking into cameras and saying it. So it's not true.
Yeah.
That's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Weird things at the Democratic National Convention.
Oh, so weird.
Here's one of the more weird. This is the bizarre fake world they live in. I thought this was made up. Maybe it's AI. I don't know. Adler, people are sending me this.
No, it's real.
No, it's real, bud.
Gender neutral prayer room, and it's an Islamic prayer room.
It doesn't say Islamic.
There's some prayer mats in there.
Here, look, there we go.
Gender neutral.
Mm-hmm.
So how many gender neutral people are there that are Islamic?
They're not. As you see, there's not a long line to get in.
There's not. Look, this is the world they're living in. When you start down this road, some idiot said, we haven't accounted for. We don't have anything here at all. I mean, nothing. How dare us be so cruel? We have nothing here for gender neutral Muslims. For a prayer room. Let's get on the, and of course we must not know anything about their religion to even think that exists. Those are mutually exclusive. But anyway, Bubba, this next one hurts. You okay over there? I know you like those Warriors in the NBA.
I do. I like watching them.
Yeah,
I have liked watching them.
But you have to remember. Look, we've done this. Are you going to give Steve Kerr a pass?
No, he's not
on that. He's not on that list.
No.
He's not over there with Charlie Sheen, is he?
No, he's not.
So Steve,
he wasn't in minute work.
Here's the Golden State Warriors headman, Steve Kerr, speaking at the Democratic National Convention.
The greatness of this nation doesn't come from any one of us, but from each of us doing our part to build a more perfect union. That vision is what this campaign is all about. It's why I'm here tonight. And it's why I'll be getting out every day to help people get out and vote on November 5th and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the next president and vice president of the United States.
No, Steve.
Sorry, guys.
If he just shot a three, it was an air ball.
And after the results are tallied that night, we can, in the words of the great Steph Curry, we can tell Donald Trump, night, night. Thank you.
That's stupid.
Gosh. He gave me hope that I could play in the NBA, Steve. Thanks a lot. You keep disappointing me.
Steve has had his championships, and that's great. They did a wonderful job. They really have changed basketball, the way we look at the three-point shot. But those days seem to be behind, and Steph Curry's kind of the one remaining part there. I don't know if they're going to be able to compete or not, but I think Steve may be trying to get into politics.
Well, he's been this way.
Did you hear though?
Wow.
I think this bunch, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, I think it's so ridiculous at the thought of them running the free world. Even when Steve Kerr, you could see, he had some conviction because I think he truly hates Republicans and he hates Donald Trump. But right when he tried to say he was going to go out and campaign for them, it's almost like the way it came out of his mouth just sounded. It's like
he didn't believe it.
It's like conviction started going away a little bit. Because I think what's happened is there's a lot of people who this is totally anti, the values that we like as far as the constitutional republic and the small government, lower taxes, secure border, a booming economy. I thought we all could like that, but and they hate all those things because they think all that's mean, and they don't like our country, and they think we should apologize for who we are, and they claim they want to save the democracy part of our constitutional republic when they're really the ones who want to destroy it because they love a giant tyrannical central government, and they want to stay in power forever. But when they go to say there are two candidates, it's like they can't believe what they're saying.
Yeah.
We have more. One of Adler's buddies was there.
It's not my buddy.
How'd that feel?
It's not my buddy.
Your buddy.
Oh, he is your buddy, too. Y'all were hanging out, at the Hangout Festival?
Yeah. Yeah, like a decade ago.
He's
or more.
from your home state, isn't he?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
He was petting your dog.
Yep.
Yep.
Can he play guitar?
Yes.
Okay.
He can.
All right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You've heard us.
Rick, a lot going on the show so far today. Supergroup Alabama scheduled to stop by a little later in the show. Also, several topics on the table, but, you know, we were talking about during the break this amazing story about Jessica Lynch, who was the young lady who was taken as a POW, a 19-year-old supply clerk. And as details of her being ambushed in Iraq become available, the fact that she killed several Iraqi soldiers, kept firing on them until she had run out of ammunition, several of her friends around her dead, probably lying up against her. When she got out of ammunition, began a knife fight with the Iraqis who were trying to take her prisoner. Now that she has been rescued, 2 broke legs, 1 broke arm, a gunshot wound, and a knife wound. So, and this is a 19-year-old supply clerk, okay?
Yes.
She wasn't exactly trained to take on the very front of the Iraqi Republican Guard, but the intelligence said they had even monitored some of the conversations between the Iraqis about what a handle she had been trying to get her and get her into their custody and get a weapon away from her so they could handle her. So
Well, let me ask you this, okay? Since we know the Saddam Hussein regime and people who would be supportive of him don't think too much about women. To them, they're like dogs. I mean, women are not even human; they're subhuman. So let me ask you this: if you are killed by a 19-year-old girl who's a young woman, and you go to Mecca, is there 72 virgins, but they're pointing at you laughing? Is that how that?
You know, Rick, I don't know, and the fact that she probably eats bacon because she's from West Virginia probably would worry him too.
Right.
But, you know, the thing, glad that she's out, but you know what? After this is all over, and she's going to go back to a job out in the private sector at some point in time, can you imagine her coming in for a job interview, and they go, well, you know, here in the banking business, it's very competitive. We have to really work to get our clients. Do you think you can handle the boardroom pressure? And she goes, yeah, I think I can. Yeah, you know, how many of them do I need to take down?
Yeah.
You know?
Can you imagine she goes on, has her children, and, you know, some mothers are going, I tell you, raising these kids is tough. I mean, trying to keep that house in order, I tell you, your life's going to be tough now. And she goes, believe I can work my way through it.
Yeah, or she goes into teaching, and I go, now, discipline in the classroom is something she goes, I can handle it.
These disrespectful kids and dealing with administrators, there's going to be a lot of pressure.
Children, let me show you something. This is an M16.
Yeah.
I'm going to cut the lights off, take it apart, clean it, and put it back together in 30 seconds.
Yeah, look, she starts out, she's laying out her day. Now, I want y'all to know I'm Mrs. So-and-so. I'll be your teacher. I want you to know before I came here, when I was in the war, as I was trying to liberate the people of Iraq and protect us from terror, I shot and killed a number of Iraqi soldiers. After I ran out of ammunition, I fought them with knives, and they stabbed me a couple times, broke my legs and my arms, and then I ended up beating up another handful of them. Would any of y'all like to talk back to me?
Yeah. Imagine, too, and I mean, this is with highest regards to her, what a hero. I mean, I mean, you're her husband, and she tells you to carry the garbage out. Hey, you better get on it. You know what I mean?
How about this?
You do not want that truck to go by and miss the garbage.
I hate to steal this from Tim Wilson, but how about this? If something's bumping in the night, you say, honey, I'll stay in the bed and let me know what's happening.
I think there's a prowler. Can you handle it?
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
what was that downstairs?
Okay, I got it.
What was that downstairs? Why don't you go check? I'll stay right here.
And how about this too? 19 years old, she is there fighting for the freedom of people who she will never know, who probably will never help her out in any way, and she's there because she wants to be. She's paid probably some ridiculous low salary, and she's there because she said, yes, I want to be.
Thank you for being here today. All right, so we do have much to cover, and we're stomaching the kickoff of the Democratic National Convention, just because I guess we need to talk about this. And Bubba's gone through Steve Kerr getting up there and rattling on. By the way, be careful. You know, I didn't realize this. Do you know that? And this may surprise you. Where we live and where we interact. Do you know there's Democrats actually here?
I saw one 2 years ago.
Did you?
Really? At a red light.
Yeah. It happened. It happened
me
to me.
and several other people were staring at it.
Yeah, it happened to me yesterday in the grocery store. You just don't think they're around. You know, because every time I look, I actually saw a person on a boat this past Saturday. They didn't just have a Trump flag; they had a full-size blow-up of Trump on the back of their boat. Okay. So you start being lulled to sleep that there can't be any Democrats here,
right? And
so you start getting a confidence that you can speak openly,
right?
Which, by the way, let me correct all of us on that. Be careful of that, okay?
Yeah.
And I realize that I've now become that cantankerous old man. I heard myself in the line,
yeah.
So I come up and the guy does what you do, and I'm checking out my groceries and all this, grabbing a few items, and he says, "Would you like to donate to the March of Dimes?" I said, "Sure, man, I'll donate." How much? $5. And all of a sudden, a woman, other cashier, said, "Did you say $500? That would really help us." And I think, well, there's no Democrats around here. And I tell you what, if we can get the Democrats out of power and get these grocery prices down, we'd all have a lot more to give.
Oh.
And all of a sudden,
good point.
All of a sudden, hey, she got mad. Oh. And I looked and I thought,
oh, touched a nerve.
Truth hurts.
Sorry about that. But how old man does that sound? How old man does that sound?
Sounds pretty wise to me.
Hey,
wise.
Hey,
Tell you what.
Hey, how about this?
Until you get these grocery prices down, we'll all have more to give.
Hey, don't grab my apples.
Right. Where's the paper?
And more of these left loans.
And so, sorry about that.
Sorry.
To the cashier behind me. Didn't know.
How loud were you?
Real loud. Holding court.
Well, you'll be loud.
Oh, holding court.
Sherry has told you that. You don't realize how loud you are. We'll bring volume everywhere we go.
Well, the sad part of it is, Rick, her in that position, working at that place, these policies have hurt her worse than they have anybody, including you.
Preach. Mm-hmm. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Y'all keep this up. I promise you, I can get my groceries. You know, but when they come down here and cut this all y'all about in half and send some of you home, it ain't gonna be funny.
No.
All right, so here's one of Adler's buddies, country singer Jason Isbell.
Sorry, buddy.
Isbell?
Yeah,
is that how you say his name? I don't know who this is. Who is this? I've never heard of him.
Rick, yeah, you do.
I have never heard of him.
You know.
Isbell. I interviewed him literally 12 years ago.
Heard of him.
You probably
No, we've done commercials with him in it, Rick.
Are you serious? Yeah.
Playing places.
He's from Green Hill, Alabama, and he was originally part of Drive-By Truckers.
Yeah.
So that hurts too. And
I've heard of them.
He's a big-time lib. And
Rick, he ain't playing Buc-ee's, but he's pretty big.
he writes great music. He really does, but he's a huge lib, and that hurts so much. Here he is performing a song about work.
About work?
Yeah.
Are they still putting off this ridiculous notion that they're for the working people?
Yeah, they're
Are
trying.
we still buying this crap?
Yep.
The unions.
Back to Bubba's point a minute ago about groceries.
The unions owned the Democrat Party last night. We saw that. That was 100% proven last night.
I think my favorite though is that they claim they can turn the economy around and America around, but their administration's the one that's caused a mess.
all the problems.
Hey,
that
we
are
can
now.
turn it around. Elect us.
Yeah, it was under our watch.
What about now, ma'am?
Do the Democrats just think we're so, and I think they do, that we're so
Well, they may be
stupid
right.
that we don't realize they keep talking about the problems exist now and they're in power?
Yeah.
I was telling the guys
Been there
while
3.5
we were
years.
getting breakfast, this is the move I pulled when I would be at school and be in trouble, and I would tell the people, the teachers or the principals, I'll find out who did it when it was me.
Yeah.
And so the beautiful part is I'm looking for me, and guess what? I never find me.
Yeah.
Right.
Was that,
You want
that
to
cake?
secure-
Was that cake you ate in home ec?
My mother will be 83 in November. I'll be 60 in October. She is still mad. I literally had to speak to this in the last few weeks because she
she's
didn't find out
embarrassed,
about it. She was working in the office, and the home ec teacher came to my mother and said, "We made a cake for Miss So-and-so's baby shower, and somebody has come in the home ec room and eaten the cake." And
Who could it be?
Who could it be? And so when the teacher said that to me, of course, after I had, made sure I didn't have any icing on my face, I said, "Let me tell you something, Miss Jack," that's her name. I said, "I'll find out who did it." "Thank you." I said, "You don't worry. I'll find out who did it." So Mom comes home from work. Greg and I are eating dinner.
Yeah.
And she's fixing dinner, and she goes, "You're not going to believe what happened today."
Yeah, and Rick had just filled me in on it.
And she said, somebody went in the home ec room. They had a cake for Miss So-and-so. She's having a baby. And we were distraught. We were just about to have that little baby shower, right after school. And somebody ate like 2 or 3 pieces out of the cake.
Yeah.
What?
And Greg sat there, and he's got a look at his face. And I said, well, imagine. I said, unbelievable.
And I'm over about to lose it.
And I said, you know what? Somebody's got to get to the bottom of that. Certain things are fine, but that's over the line. And so we get to in our 30s, right? And somebody decided let's air this at some family thing. I expected Mom to laugh because it'd been so long ago. She got furious.
Oh, yeah.
You did that?
She said she was embarrassed. And I was thinking, well, to who? Nobody involves here.
Mom, nobody cares now. They're not. We're no longer looking for the person.
Well, you took her back. You took her back to that day, and she was embarrassed.
So it was about 3 weeks ago, and something brought up, and she goes, I still cannot believe you ate that cake. And I said, Mom, please, why don't we say in October 60? Let's do that thing that they used to do in the old days where you wipe away.
Yeah, after year of jubilee, man. 7 years.
Can I have a year of jubilee in October on this? I just realized I've never mentioned who the teacher was, and now she's heard it.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Well,
now everybody's embarrassed.
There wasn't that many home ec teachers. I'm sure she had figured it out before now.
Well, I also, just because you always want to have somebody with you so that people who saw you, I made sure everybody who saw me ate a piece. And Gerald Wayne McGrath, it hung over him like a dark cloud.
Thought y'all were in trouble.
Because every day I'd walk up to him, I said, well, they got us. Look, and he'd go, oh, man. He said, I knew I should let you talk me into that. And I was like,
you do that.
I said, it's a good cake, though. When he goes, it was. And I go, well, they own us today.
We've had it now.
No, the good news was that we were never going to be caught because I was the person looking for us.
Yeah.
The Democrats are doing the same thing.
Yeah.
They're telling us how horrible they are and then telling us to vote for them.
Yeah. You want a secure border, a better economy?
We're going to fix the problems we've caused.
I love that.
More secure.
I told Bubba.
Sound bites are precious.
I said Kamala is trying to distance herself from their policies, from Biden's policies.
Elect us.
Elect us.
Y'all are in office.
Hey, all the problems we caused, elect us, we'll solve them.
Day one, we're going to fix this
Day
stuff.
one.
Elect me. I'll find who ate the cake.
Day one.
We'll hear more of it when we come back. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
She wasn't drafted. Nobody came to her door and pointed a gun to her and said, you're in.
Well, until she got there.
Yeah, well, I know. Now they do.
Yeah, because she shot him down.
But that just blows me away, that people can have that kind of bravery and that outstanding. Once again, supply clerk. Okay.
You know that they put on their little front, but when the doors were shut, somebody goes, that was quite a fight. That was one of their clerks. Nothing against clerks, but you would say clerk versus,
well,
I'm up here in the front with all my stuff on.
Rick,
you know what I mean?
They're all trained to fight, okay? But the supply clerk people would spend more time working on logistics than they would jumping into windows and out of helicopters and digging and you know what I mean? You just
it gives you an idea.
You spend more time with your specialty, but everybody is trained with certain skills. But yeah, if I'm the Iraqis, I'm not feeling good that a 19-year-old West Virginia girl has took out about a dozen of us, and with 2 broke legs, broke arm, gunshot wound, and stab, and was still fighting. That I can't feel good about that if I'm at the old Iraqi headquarters, 200 foot underground, trying to figure out how we're going to get another videotape together. It looks like Saddam.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, that's got to be a bad day for you.
And you know, but as an American, she and the others that are over there make me very proud.
Oh, I know it. Incredible
and,
job.
It makes you just feel so. I mean, she's done more in a week and a half for this country than I'll ever do in my entire life.
Wow, that's a good point.
I mean, it takes a special person to do
Speedy
that.
also played back the interview with an Iraqi woman who is now in America. Passionate speech. If you have not heard it, basically saying the Americans who are against your military right now for over there what they're doing for Iraq, not just for America. She says that you worry about the citizens of Iraq being killed by, you know, collateral damage. And she says, I've got news for you. As long as Saddam Hussein is in power, they're already dead. He's been killing us for years.
That audio clip's making its way around the internet, so if you haven't heard it, try to click on it and listen to it.
We'll be back 10 minutes past the hour. 877-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Fax 205-945-3999. The website packed with information today at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Looking forward to seeing the folks in Nashville this weekend. And then Speedy will be in Birmingham for the Steel Dogs game. So looking forward to getting out and meeting a lot of you over the weekend. We'll be right back. Save on your first order or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Do it today. And we can see your text as the show rolls on there on the big screen, so that's another way to communicate with us. We're playing back and discussing the Democratic National Convention
last night. Coming up Friday, I'll be in Springfield, Missouri. Stay in the Fight Men, the Stay in the Fight men's event. They're at Crossway. If you want to find the details about Springfield, you can do that by going to rickandbubba.com. Under upcoming events, you'll see that for this Friday night. So let's pick it up rapid fire. We'll hit a few. Now here, this is again what we just talked about. The Democrats seem to be telling America that vote for them to solve the problems they are currently and have been created for 3.5 years. Here's one of them, number 5, Adler. This is one of the speakers at the convention last night talking about the plight of children in online classes. Here we go.
Too many kids were forced to go online class in McDonald's parking lots.
Y'all did that. Yeah. That was you guys. All of the most liberal cities and the most liberal teachers unions, y'all are the ones that wouldn't go back to class. That was completely those that are not in these unions, they started having class. We have the damage that has been done to an entire generation of children over something that science didn't even agree with. But y'all told us to follow the science unless it politically was not something that was be beneficial to the unions. Y'all are the ones that put children on online classes, and when people try to get away from it, you're the ones that demonize them for doing it, saying you're going to kill teachers.
It is.
Y'all did all that. Y'all did all that.
It is the rewriting of history.
Yep.
If we can jump down while we're on the topic, Adler, and go to 7. This is an explanation. She's telling us what Donald Trump would do if he got back in office.
Oh, my goodness.
While we have proof of the only person to ever do this is the sitting president.
She needed a glass of water up there, too.
Yeah, she did. This is Michigan State Senator Mallory McCurrow or something like that.
She needed therapy.
Donald Trump would be able to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his political opponents. He could even turn the FBI into his own personal police force.
Mouth.
Rick. Wow, she needs therapy.
That is not how it works in America.
Well, yeah.
Wow, dry mouth.
That's how it works in dictatorships.
And that's how it's working right now in America.
Exactly what they do.
So the only
and I need a lozenge.
The only administration to prosecute a political opponent has been the Biden administration.
Thank you. Guys, are some of you out there, even if you're on the left, is it bothering you how dumb they think you are?
Mm-hmm. Boy, they must.
Do you think that
they did this very thing?
This must be kind of a habit she does when she speaks, because she kept doing it. I don't think that's a one-time.
You don't think it's dry mouth? I wanted to give her a TheraBreath lozenge so bad.
Right. You think it's entrance level Tourette's?
Gene Simmons is.
Oh my goodness,
he's jealous of that tongue. I can tell you that.
Okay, Bubba.
I thought she was catching flies.
Let's look at video 10. Jamie Raskin.
Yeah.
Is this ponytail?
Yeah.
I think this is ponytail. He's one of the Judiciary Committee. You've seen him on TV quite a bit. Yeah. But the teleprompter went south on him.
Yeah. For radio and those of you streaming audio, the silence is just him being hung in a stare. Okay, because it goes, the teleprompter goes cold.
Okay, here we go.
Someone should have told Donald Trump that the president's job under Article 2 of the Constitution. Someone should have told Donald Trump.
Someone should have told him.
Someone should have got the teleprompter right.
Would it kill you to put some notes in front of you in case that thing freezes up? How about just know what you're supposed to say?
Yeah, there you go.
If it's Article 2, tell us.
How about speak authentically?
Yeah, shouldn't you know that since you're going to go after somebody about it?
What was I thinking?
I shouldn't need a teleprompter. Shouldn't I know what Article 2 says?
Y'all skipped it in the videos here, but please can we watch Peggy Flanagan?
Oh, Peg. What's up, Peg?
Y'all, I thought this was just a white chick talking the whole time, and then all of a sudden she busts out with some kind of my tribal name is this.
Dear life.
Oh no.
My name.
Oh no.
My name in the Ojibwe language is Giji Wewadam Ukwe, or in English,
speaks with a clear and loud voice, woman. I'm a member of the White Earth Nation, and my family is the Wolf Clan. And the role of our clan is to ensure that we never leave anyone behind.
Ma'am, your name is Peggy Flanagan.
Is this the Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota?
Oh my God.
She is. Let me look who.
What gang is she in?
Look, what was that?
Gang.
Yes, she's the Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota.
Wait a minute. She
Now,
is
what did she
currently
say? The White Earth?
White
what?
Earth people.
The White Earth. This
What
is a
is
Lieutenant
that?
Governor. The people
is
of
that a
Minnesota.
legit- is
You
that-
people, Minnesota, y'all are nuts.
Yeah.
You got Tim Walz, and you got this nut job. You're the only ones that didn't vote for. You're the only ones that didn't vote for Reagan.
Yeah.
You're the only state that didn't vote for Reagan. Everybody else did.
And if your earrings are touching your collarbone, they're a little big.
They are. Look, you talking about
Ma'am, your name is Peggy.
and it means a loud woman. Loud woman with big earrings.
They are a
This person
nationally-
needs psychiatric help.
They're a nationally recognized Native American band in northwest Minnesota.
Okay.
The band's land base is White Earth Indian Reservation.
White Earth.
Wait a minute.
With 19,000 members. It's the largest of the 6 component bands of the federally recognized Minnesota Chippewa tribe.
Is she pulling an Elizabeth Warren here?
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit.
Is this all over again?
Yeah.
This is nothing but some
Lady
white
with
woman that claims that she's some
I
Native
know it-
American.
I know it's-
I'm darker than her.
I know it's cold
You
in
are.
Minnesota, so there's
That's
not a lot
me
of
and you both.
not a lot of sunbathing going on there. You know, in earlier times when we didn't have indoors.
Right.
But I don't know. Are all of the Indians white as she is?
I
Because
don't
she's
know.
white
White's
as
in the
snow.
name.
Bubba, what in the world is she talking about? White Earth people.
Honky Earth Nation.
There it is.
And I mean, we're
There it is.
guys. I cannot. Well, good.
My name is.
grief.
It means my real name is Michael Gang.
I'm sorry. Your name is Peggy Flanagan.
That's
I
your
say
name.
again.
Her name is Flanagan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's more Irish than
Irish
she is
Indian.
white Earth. All right, so now we have. Do we want to try Joe?
You going
Straight to Joe?
Do
or
we
we-
want? Well, is any of this?
Where
14.
did he go?
Yeah, I'm looking at Joe. Do we want any of this other stuff? I mean,
AOC, Hillary Clinton, Jill Biden.
Everybody was so mad. They were just screaming.
everybody was mad.
I'm trying
to
shape that they've put the
trying to
country in.
avoid
My name is
some of
No, they're
this.
joy. They're about joy.
You're right. Now
we
Biden
can
gets
do
to
it
get
in
on
order.
Speaks
Y'all want.
loudly.
This was Biden's worst hang up. If you guys want, it's not good.
Wade, as you heard earlier tonight, the United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, women are not without electoral or political power.
Did y'all see that look?
Yeah. No kidding.
That way delivery, Joe.
Is this
Boy,
whole-
brought that one home.
Back when Saturday Night Live used to be
11
funny.
o'clock, good call.
What was that, a Caesura? The timely pause?
No kitty.
This whole night was a skit, right?
All right.
Did he say women had no electricity?
The following.
He did.
Quote,
He did.
women are not without electoral
Electrical power.
or political power.
Hey, Joe, we all been there.
I don't have electrical equipment.
Are they? What are they?
No kidding.
Are they?
Why is he
booing
saying
him?
no
What are they
kidding?
doing?
They
Rick, he ruined his whole thing.
He was trying to reiterate his point. Like,
Women don't have electricity.
Okay.
I can't use a toaster.
Do we want to hear him repeat this thing that Trump said that these were fine people when everybody's played the entire quote now
Bubba's got
about
it.
white supremacists and all that?
Yeah, Rick, that's what they do. They just get up and
White
just repeat
supremacists.
lies.
I tell you what.
Yeah, here.
Is this still
What
where
he thought had happened. Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides." My God. That's what he said. That is what he said and what he meant.
No, he said they should be condemned totally. Literally, in the same sentence, said they should be condemned totally.
You've lied for 52 years, so it feels like it's the truth to you. We learned this from George Costanza.
This is the clip. This is the
He
actual
was
clip.
referring to people who were against taking the flag down who were not white supremacists.
And here's the clip right here.
They put themselves down as you, and you had some very bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. you had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name. So you know what? It's fine. You're changing history, you're changing culture, and you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally.
So that's the part they leave out. They leave that part out.
He's just talking about people that had a different opinion over the renaming of this stuff and saying that, it was a fair argument on both sides. He understood it. And then he went out of his way to say not these people,
right?
But they don't quote that.
Joe was hollering it.
Yep.
I tell you what, I got hairy legs. We don't have Pump as a bad dude. My name is... And over in the Minnesota tribe, I'm the Chippewa.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What? They're showing the crazy
Yeah, I had it on my screen, and they were showing it, and I thought,
how did they do
where
that?
were they doing that? All right, they took it in Atlanta. Okay. Rick, we reported yesterday that the RIAA had filed 261 copyright infringement lawsuits against people who were downloading music, file sharing, whatever you want to call it. We all know what it is.
Yes.
That is the Recording Industry Association of America, and that only left about 60 million other people yet to be served.
Yes.
Rick, already legal wheels are turning. The RIAA has already ended one of the litigation cases against Sylvia Torres, the mother of 12-year-old Brianna Lahara. They have agreed to pay the RIAA a settlement of $2,000. Now, in case you missed that, that is a $2,000 fine against a 12-year-old for downloading music on the internet.
Well,
I know.
The little lawbreaker? I mean,
look, we are law and order people, and I understand copyright infringements, and we need to protect that, but I'm going to tell you, it looks a little funny to say that the record industry has settled a lawsuit with a 12-year-old for $2,000. I'm just telling you, it looks funny. I'm not sure it's a good PR move.
Well, you know, it's funny. This is the same headline they had when they settled their lawsuit with Michael Jackson. So, you know...
Yes.
Right. Good night, everybody. You're going to have to think about that one, but that was pretty good.
A few of the file traders whose names were subpoenaed by the RIAA earlier settled for close to $3,000 each. A president of the RIAA,
I know, too many letters.
I know, and they don't flow. On Monday, warned that those who have been sued would likely have to pay more to get out from this quickly. In other words, they are really surprised people are actually paying this and not fighting it, apparently.
Well, I see here that the daughter's parents are saying, hey, they admit she broke the law and violated U.S. copyright laws, and they're going to pay.
Yes, that is correct. It just sounds a little funny.
It does sound funny.
We all admit that. It just sounds a little funny.
Look, Ollie North. Look. I mean, look, Ollie's already here. Hey, Ollie,
Commander on the bridge.
Well, you are, but I mean, I was a little surprised you were so punctual. But I forget you're a military man.
You know what it is? I know why. He was anxious to get out of that last place.
I know. Tell me.
You be nice. You be nice.
Sit down, Ollie. We were just.
They rent from us. We can be mean, but it's.
I'm worried about you guys. Just a belly mark.
Yeah, sit down.
Look at this microphone.
Well, it needs a little work. We're gonna fix it in the new place.
Yeah. Well, we actually had some people call this morning that didn't know what time your Fox television show was on.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, they were not with us at the Fat thing. They've not seen the card that I carry. You guys think I'm kidding? Look at what does that say? War Stories, Sunday nights, 8 p.m. Fox News.
Well, let's just
that is
one
the
up.
biggest business card I have ever seen.
Hand me one. I'll just hold it up periodically. Okay.
There it is.
Just look, Speedy, get me some tape. Give me some tape.
We'll
I know a good place to put that.
Tape that right over his forehead.
Somewhere,
that's it.
You know, because our TV part is owned by Turner, and somewhere they are. There's
they're
people
having kittens
there's,
with that
there's
logo.
People, we're back. Thank you for being with us today. Relief Factor, yeah. You do not have to live with chronic pain. Now, some of you are like, but Rick, if I start taking all these drugs, over-the-counter, prescription, there's a lot of bad that can come with that. I can't just take these things every day. There's addictive problems with the prescription stuff. I mean, the opioids, how many lives have they destroyed? They can, be wonderful if they're not abused, but then the over-the-counter stuff, I mean, you can't do that every day either. But what if you had an all-natural solution to this chronic pain? Well, let's talk about our friend John out of the free state of Florida. He said, I'm not a big trendy guy. I've been listening to you guys talk about Relief Factor a good bit. He said, I was struggling with my knees, and I was taking 800 milligrams of ibuprofen 3 to 4 times a day. But I started with Relief Factor, and after 4 days, the pain in my knees went away. It was gone. And we love these kind of stories. And, if you would like to look at this as potentially the solution for you, then you need to go to relieffactor.com. You're part of this show, so you'll get a discount. It's all natural, 4 botanicals. I take it every day, and I'm telling you, it's been a game changer for me just on the aches and pains of life. And if I get something a little bit injured, I try to do a little better. I go too far, maybe, go down to the farm, work, strain myself a little bit. I'll put in a third packet every day as well. But relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. Also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so Lane Kiffin, here we are, guys. I mean, we got football this week. Football that week 0, right? Is this week 0?
Yep.
I mean, we got football this week. We got high school football at different places all over the country. We got college football getting underway. We got NFL preseason. We're off and running. We will. There won't be another month until what? February.
Yeah.
February's got Super Bowl,
right.
So it'll be March before we won't have football again. As far as months.
So what is the first game?
I think
Georgia Tech, Florida State.
Yeah, 11 a.m. On ESPN Saturday, Florida State, Georgia Tech in Dublin.
In Dublin, Ireland.
Really?
They're coming to Dublin.
And I want to say in the state of Alabama, UNA and SEMO are playing in Montgomery.
They are.
Why are we playing in Dublin? College football?
I don't know. I haven't really heard the explanation on that. That seems like a long way to go for an ACC game.
Well, imagine, too, if you're a fan of these two teams, you're like, hey, thanks a lot.
Yeah, that was our home game.
So I'm off to Dublin.
Yeah, that's a little far.
Come to Dublin. We watch the American football. See how you play. It's not Celtic. All right, so
I tell you, I like it.
We have Lane Kiffin, character.
Always stirs it up.
Such a character. I don't think if he has an endorsement deal with Coca-Cola, it's going to last.
Yeah.
There they sit.
He's doing some sort of press conference here. It's apparent they're a Coca-Cola team.
Yeah, they've got Dasani water and Coke on the podium.
Yep. I'm not sure this is what they're looking for. Here's Lane Kiffin.
Questions? Does anybody drink Coke?
You realize that 130% of your sugar for the entire day is in this one bottle.
You have to eat oranges to get the sugar from out of Coca-Cola.
65 grams of sugar.
When was the last time you had a Coke?
A long time. I don't know. Chris Lowe drinks Coke, though. I do know that.
Has it dawned on him yet?
Did it hit him yet? I don't know.
All right. See you guys.
That is true.
That was it?
Were there no questions?
I mean, is that all we
Were there no questions? That might have been wrapping up, I guess. But
well, you hear him waiting on a question. I guess there weren't any more questions.
Imagine the sales manager or that's in charge of contracts and stuff.
You better than that.
You are killing us. Don't you know he was just like, you
Their face,
are killing us.
What are you doing?
You are killing us.
He did look in the back one time.
Does anybody drink Coke? You realize that 130% of your sugar for the entire day is in this one bottle.
It's good.
Thank you.
Shut up!
Please drink the Dasani. Do something.
Yeah.
Do something. You know what I would have whispered in his ear? You understand how NIL and all that works?
Yeah,
right.
About this money?
You know, when you keep asking us for money, these are the kind of people that give us money. Can you shut up about the Coke? Just don't even mention it.
And not only them, but everybody else is watching going, why do I want to do that? Because you could do the same thing to me.
So here's how times have changed.
There goes C-Spire behind him. He'll find something, say something.
And Greg, it was still going on when you and I were playing high school football. I know that it was also common in college football in the 70s, because I've talked to guys that played in the 70s, and that they not only drank Coca-Cola, they drank it during the game.
We drank it at halftime.
And we drank it at halftime.
Sure.
We would come in from halftime, and they would be the delicious bottled Coca-Cola, ice cold. That's what we drank to recharge for the second half.
Yes.
Because you know why? It had sugar in it.
They'd have a big old crate of it out there. And the small glass bottles.
Yeah. I didn't realize this, but Wingo told me that at Alabama, Bear Bryant, was in with Coca-Cola. They drank it on the sideline. Of course, there was a time when Lynn Dawson smoked on the sideline. So, I mean, so we can go way back. We can go. Yeah. So that was, oh
yeah, I can say that.
And did you know why Bear Bryant started giving his team water? I forget the guy's name. A guy came to him, and it was the first time they came back for camp. The first time Alabama ever was given water at practice. And the guy, he mentioned his name. It was some medical guy. And he had come to Bear Bryant. He was a friend of his. He said, here's what I don't understand, Paul. He said, do you not give the players water during the game? He said, yeah. He said, why do you give them water during the game? He said, because I want them to be hydrated. I want them to play their best. He goes, you don't want them to practice their best? He goes, why? If you're giving them water in the game, wouldn't you give them water at practice?
Yeah, it makes sense.
And he said, he said to him, he said he was smoking a Chesterfield when he said, I didn't really have an answer for him, so we're going to have water this year.
Right? It's a good point.
But it is. I mean, it's
if you put fuel in the car, it'll run.
Yeah, it will. But do you think about all those years when there was no water? You remember Dad telling us that, like, if there was dew during a morning practice, they would lick it off the grass.
Yeah, drink mud hole.
Did you try mud hole out? So yeah, I'm gonna say, somebody said if you'd have told Lane that you can put bourbon in it, he would have been just fine.
That's a fact.
Oh, I thought you would have done that, State.
Huh? Well,
I mean, that was a good one.
It was set up for you, Speedy, and you let it go.
Well, I was trying to research. Someone had suggested that was a Mike Leach tribute to him. Did Mike? I don't know if that's what I was doing. That's why I missed the line. I was trying to investigate if that's what it was or not.
Was that what that noise was?
No, that was me dropping my phone while I was investigating.
Okay. How about I was?
Yeah.
All right. I saw something on a documentary. Isn't there a Mike Leach documentary that's coming out or has just come out? And it's called Mike Leach is Not Dead.
I saw somebody
sent me something like, didn't they? Right. Yeah. Top of the hour. If you
Is that
leave
what
us,
that was?
I don't know. If you're leaving us, have a good day and catch any of the Rick and Bubba show you missed on the YouTube or podcast archives today.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's people jumping off their desk right now, hoping it's high enough to kill them.
But the good news is, Ollie, when it comes contract time, it's always good to know somebody down the street.
Listen, this is the kind of thing that
Look,
Fox...
it's a great country. Yes, it is. That is what America's all about. Welcome, Ollie North.
It's great to be back with you.
Yeah, it's great to be back, and we're going to be giving you all the updates of where Ollie's going to be, and the audience. I'm sure you've got a website that tracks all that. But today, if you listen to us or watch us in the Birmingham area, Ollie will be visiting us in Birmingham
You'll
today.
Sit down. Oh, you don't have to stand at attention.
My gosh, why is he standing up?
He didn't even sleep last
Listen, I stand, man. I say.
Are you tired of sitting?
Listen, if you had to sit around with these guys on that bus for for 2 weeks,
I'm about to offer him a spar.
I know, and I'm going to tell you something.
What Speedy don't start.
What's up with this haircut here on our
bus? Speedy?
No, Damon, good.
Speedy
night.
polishes his.
I mean,
no, you know what it was? Damon saw the haircut Griff Jenkins got when he was over there covering the war with me.
How's Griff doing?
He's doing great.
Yeah,
he's doing fine. In fact, he wanted to be here this morning.
You know, Rick, he actually brought in like 3 prisoners of war. They surrendered to it.
Is it Griff Jenkins carrying nothing but his
that was great. That was great.
I'm standing there. The way it happened is he's pointed obviously the camera toward me. I'm standing there with a microphone, and I see these guys walking up behind him, waving white flags, and they're walking up to Griff. And I said, we're live on the air, and I'm giving them the cut signal below the cut line. So cut it off. Let's. Jenkins, behind you, we've got prisoners of war. He turns around with a camera, and these guys are surrendering.
Well, I will never let you forget that, Willie. Ever.
Well, I maintain that the reason they surrendered is they knew Griff was with me.
Yeah, they saw you. I mean, American hero. And the thing, too, I know that Damon, we all have a special place in our heart for our POWs, but I didn't know Damon would go as far as to wear their haircut.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Did you bring him out of Baghdad?
I did. His real name is Demon, not Damon.
Don't have the hair that Bubba's got after that.
Hey, like that. He's got it like he likes it.
Yes, he does.
Hey, like that. Like he likes it.
I mean, are you wearing your hair that way because you're advertising that particular brand of hair gel, or is it something that happened?
It just happened.
Looks like you walked into the microwave, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, one day I've got gray hair, the next day I look like an overweight Michael W. Smith. It wasn't by design. But
he's looking good too, brother.
You like it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Look, you got the new grill. I mean, this is
it's the new look.
It really is very exciting time.
You're getting emails from young women.
It's great.
It's Bubba 2.1.
We'll come back. Oliver North is here. He will be, if you are watching or listening in the Birmingham area, it's today, and it'll be noon to 1:30 p.m. Central Time at Books and Company in Brookwood Village. And then if you are in Fort Campbell, Kentucky, tonight...
101st Airborne.
Yes.
That won't be exciting, will it?
7 to 8:30, he'll be at Walmart Supercenter in Fort Campbell, Kentucky. We'll be right back. Stay close. We're back. It is 16 minutes to the top of the hour with the Rick and Bubba Show. 877 We Be Big. Oliver North is with us on the book tour right now. Books and Company today. If you watch us or listen to us or both, in Birmingham, Alabama. He'll be there from noon until 1:30 Central Time. Those you listening in Fort Campbell, Kentucky, or you might be watching there too, he will be at the Walmart Supercenter tonight, 7 till 8:30 p.m. If you'd like to follow the book tour and find out when Oliver North will be in your city, go to the website, olivernorth.com. And you can check, some of you in our listening audience and viewing audience will be having Ollie North in your town this week and next week, too. So check it out on his website, olivernorth.com.
How is the tour going so far?
It is doing very, very well. But this is a sequel to the last book, the Mission Compromise book, which was a New York Times bestseller, which in spite of the New York Times was a bestseller. And what's really funny is it got a great review from the New York Times.
Did it really? Did
which ruined the reputation of the guy who wrote it and me, because anything the New York Times ever says good about me, and they loved the book. And this has already gotten some great reviews. So, and what we're seeing, of course, are people who bought the first book now coming back and buying the second one, and new people buying both of them. So it's wonderful.
What is the biggest book signing you've had so far? I heard you right before the New Jersey.
Probably one of the military bases, Fort Bragg or Camp Lejeune. Several thousand books are just. I mean, it's just flying off the shelves.
But Fat Fest did pretty good.
I
thought it was a great kickoff.
That was the kickoff. Fat Fest was the kickoff with you guys.
I wanted to be the number one book thing, but we, at least we held our own.
It's coming.
It's got to be number one, Damon. You got.
Well, see, you started the ball rolling, and it gathers momentum as it rolls down the hill.
Ollie, you're choosing to stand?
I am choosing to stand.
Are you tired of sitting? Is it the bus? What's the deal here?
Or you'll be sitting today?
I'll be sitting, I stand for the book signings. The only thing I don't stand for is writing. I sit to write. But I stand up for all the book signings. Because if you sit down, I like to talk to people, right? I mean, I don't like to just, sign a book and throw it off to the side. I like to look people in the eye and thank them for being there. And
why do I think that's frustrating for the handlers when the line is very long? Because I'm sure they're back there going, Ollie, we got a lot of folks back here.
They whine and complain the whole time.
They're going, okay, Ollie, you now know this whole family tree.
Is that big guy you're talking about right there, or Damon?
I listen to the big guy, Damon over there. He complains and whines a lot.
And Damon still...
You get paper cuts on these books?
Are you...
Yeah, I'm still working on it.
Still Nashville's most eligible bachelor.
Indeed I am. What's the number for the studio here?
1877, we be big.
In honor of Damon, this was sent to me. I meant to show this. Y'all help me hold this up, would you? Bubba, the
Yeah, here we go. A brand new hour. Thank you for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us at the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, if you have missed any of the show today, we talked about National Radio Day. We had a little tribute to radio, which we love and has given us, a great livelihood, and we've loved it from the time we were kids, still love it today. We've talked about the Democratic National Convention a little bit. We've had a little music. We just talked about Lane Kiffin. That got us into college football a little bit, which starts this week, week 0. So if you missed any of that, catch it on the archives. And, since we're getting kind of joyful about the fall coming, I will tell you that I'm also starting to get a little bit excited about deer hunting. I think I might have done something yesterday that I did subconsciously. For many years at the farm, we've had this barn that we love and we have events in. But as we found out when young Broderick cut his toe, back at the last gathering down there, the biggest issue, and I don't know why we've never addressed it, but the barn, you cannot have light outside unless you leave it on and let the bulbs burn forever till you come back, because there is no outside switch. So you had to shut the barn down and cut everything off, which would include outdoor illumination. So now when you walk out from the barn, you're in the dark.
You need a motion light.
If the sun, and so we never did that. I don't know why we never got around to it. But anyway, so we finally decided, I guess it took Sherry, one of her kids, to get their foot cut. we need to do something. So we've been working on the outdoor illumination there and putting a switch on the outside, like you're talking about, Bubba, and all that. So there's been, various people doing that. And so Sherry said, I guess over the weekend, she said, hey, Monday, I'm meeting a guy down there to kind of finish the outdoor illumination, including putting some lights up.
Good.
And I want you to be there to kind of see if you're okay with it. And I said, I don't think so. And she's like, I said, I don't care where the lights are. And she, no, I want you to kind of, and then I thought to myself, all right, how can I make this trip count? And I said, you know what? I said, I need to get my cameras ready. I got to get my Moultrie Mobile ready. Even though we haven't planted the food plots, we've bush hogged them. So now they're not high, because you can't use those cameras when the weeds are high. You get pictures of weeds all day long.
Movement,
And I said, I'm going to start looking and see how the deer look. And I'm going to work on my cameras. And she goes, well, I need you to kind of, I said, yeah. I said, oh, I got to go to Camp House. I got to get in there. And now I'm getting into full, preseason.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I will say this. It is still too doggone hot to be down there. You can feel, like Bubba mentioned, we're having some days where the humidity not as bad.
Mm-hmm. Last night was one of them.
Now, keep in mind, when we say in Alabama this time of year, hey, that wasn't a bad day, we're still talking 90. Okay, we're still talking. You might get an 88 sometime early in the morning or whatever, but we're still talking hot. It's way too hot to be out there. The farm is not all that enjoyable when it's blazing hot. I'm just going to call it. It just isn't. Yeah. Spider webs, bugs, ticks,
things that can bite,
horrible
kill you,
thing.
all that.
But I'm starting to get jazzed about hunting season, and I'm like, well, I got to get. I'm gonna start looking stuff, and so she's like, so, stay with me now, and I'm like, okay. So I realized pretty quick that this project is not. It's not clicking. I'm like, there's no need for me here. Oh. There's no need for me here. And so I don't know why I'm here. I feel like I need to be doing things that are moving us forward. And so by the grace of Almighty God, a storm had come through and knocked a limb off of one of the cedar trees. And it was laying like in the road in the yard of Sherry's little shack that she loves down there, that I'm allowed to stay in from time to time, but it's not camp house.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, boy, that limb, you can worry about that limb. She goes, yeah, why don't you get your chainsaw and cut that up and take it over to the fire pit? I'm on that. And so I go over there. Well, see what that does now. Now I've been released. Now I'm no longer standing there. I don't know why we're here. I even asked the guy, do you need me to help you? No, man, he looked at me like, I don't know about you. I don't need you around here. He was aware of the show, and he knew that I was of no use.
Gary, thank goodness Gary wasn't there.
Hey, whatever he did, he didn't do it right.
Right, that's
if
exactly
you
what
should have
he
had
said.
me do it.
And we just eventually want the lights, though, Gary. See, I'd love for you to do it. I know you're perfectly capable. We'd like to have it. Like one day when the sun goes down. So anyway, this year. So anyway, the hey, I couldn't get it today. It's raining. I can't do it today. It's too light, too hot, too cold. And we had that one thing. And so anyway, so I get over in that project. Well, what else I went and got on my batteries for my cameras. And because now, I'm going to have a vehicle with limbs in the back, pieces of wood, and then I'm driving away.
Yes.
Toward over there where the fire pit is, and at that point, nobody knows what I'm doing.
No, just keep going.
So the last time that I went with the last load, I just never came back, and I disappeared into the trails.
I just disappeared. I disappeared into the trails,
and before you know it, I'm going to every single camera. I'm getting them like like that, and all of a sudden, like that. I look, hey, these lights look good? Look great, and I'd send back. Hey, that sounds fantastic.
Boy, his limbs are heavy. A lot of work.
I did kind of feel bad for him, though. As I was pulling away, I saw him, and I could see Sherry standing out there, the little sergeant, and I thought, God love him. God love him. And he means well. But at the end of it all, if the lights are the way she wants them, I don't care about that.
Yeah.
I mean, did you get any by the camp?
Did you go dusk to dawn, or did you go motion, or what?
You didn't get none over in the dark.
I did on and off switch outside.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
switch.
Yeah. So
hey, if you don't,
and I also have a remote where I can cut them on and off in the vehicle.
Ooh, nice.
But I didn't put any at Camp House yet because Greg, you got to be careful when you decide to bring Camp House into this. But
just give him a booger light, Rick.
Hey, that's coming, but you got to be, you got to let all that
over stuff out there. You get out of the truck, can't see.
So here's what I think I did subconsciously. I thought to myself, I started thinking about, hey, there's more things I need to do down here. I need to wash all the camo. I need to get the guns. We got to start getting ready. Now, Rick, you've got plenty of time.
Sure.
Okay, but I got caught up in it, and I think I may have done something subconsciously.
Uh-oh.
So we get ready to leave, and Sherry said, what did you do with it? I said, well, that wood took, you wouldn't believe how long it took. I said, I had all kinds of stuff. And she goes, you went to mess with your cameras, didn't you? Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't see. No, that's fine. That's fun. And then we start talking about, that's good. You did get some stuff done today. I did. I got some stuff done. I know she went over to Camp House. I did. But what were you doing over there? Well, I had some stuff I didn't do. I moved stuff around. And so I'm just riding around in the car everywhere. And the key was I'd act like I was taking trash, that kind of stuff.
Busy.
So we stop and eat at this restaurant we like there. And I realized when I got to work today that I left my American Express card at that restaurant.
Oh, Rick.
You just going to throw that in now?
And I thought to
Did
myself,
you really?
I thought to myself, did I do that subconsciously because I have to go back now? Did I do that on not knowing?
Do you
like,
know
off
if
the
they
spot?
have it?
It's just there. I got to wait till 11 to call them, but that's when they open. But I know that's where it is. That's the last place I had it.
Somebody decided to take it on pony.
So you think you
they
did? You
did?
think you did this intentionally, subconsciously?
I think
so.
so.
You'd have to go back.
I think so.
But
Because you know what I've already texted this morning? Looks like I could go back to the farm.
And it's pretty. You did lose a pretty important item. So
I did. I got to go
that
get it. I
makes
mean, nothing I can do.
just go,
What am I going to do? Send Gary by to get it?
Hey, you want me to go by and pick it up?
I ain't got an ID.
Hey, I'll do that and go pay for the feed.
I love how you just threw it
And
in
I
at
bring-
the end.
Yeah.
I left my card.
But did I do that on purpose? Because now I have to go back. And you know what I'm going to do now? I guess I'll spend all day there.
Well, you might as well. You're there.
I'm there.
Right.
I'll just work from there.
I mean, that's
Can I
on
tell
the
you
drive
this?
to just go get the card and
Can I
come
tell you
back.
this? And Bubba, it may shock you, and I know it will. Can
Oh,
I
boy.
tell y'all something? Once they put straight up Wi-Fi in down there now. The Wi-Fi at the camp house is superior to what we have here. Far superior.
Oh, yeah.
When I go down there and work in there, it's
screaming,
it's
ain't it?
flying, baby. It's screaming.
You get that fiber out there.
Yeah.
All right, I have some questions about your setup because when we were wrapping up hunting season, the tower came down or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
and then that little house that was they were talking was going to turn into something.
There's something going on.
There is. Okay,
A little secret
we have
project.
a tower field.
Secret spot.
Easy.
Okay.
Yep. But can't be seen. It's not a problem.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Of Auburn University. We're excited that Damon was going to be here today.
And so they
have sent us. This is their dance line at Auburn University. They watch the show and enjoy it. And Anne Marie down here in the corner is a freshman at Auburn. She made the Tiger Paws, and she is a friend of ours. Has babysitted the Killer Bees, and she said all the ladies sent us this. And I know I was going to put it up in the studio, but I feel like that Damon wants this. Are y'all going to be down that way?
If they're in college, they don't want anything to do with him.
Yeah.
I can just.
You're
I can
going to
assure you.
Columbus, and that's near Auburn,
Right,
so
right.
you'll be right in that
Yep.
area. So there you go.
I've got bunk space. That'll be perfect.
How is Damon doing? What will you rate him? I mean, because you've been with Dwayne, who's the big man, and Damon is the protege of that.
Well, look,
and,
I everything I do, I rate on a scale of 1 to 10 based on how he'd have done as a Marine.
Right.
Right.
And 10 is good?
10 would be good.
Okay.
So he's at about -7 right now. So he's working his way up. He started about -10.
Yeah.
So
We'll see how that
See,
big
would
signing
you
goes this
want this
afternoon while we're
guy?
having lunch.
Would you want this guy with you in a foxhole? Is kind of how I evaluate these guys.
Well, but you know, Dwayne, he's so nice, and he's so Dwayne has to be the nicest, most polite person I've ever met. You know, he apologizes for everything. Have you ever noticed that?
He's got a lot to be sorry for.
Ollie,
That's
I'm
why.
sorry that napkin was not in the right place. I'll get that correct. Damon.
Yeah.
You know,
and you know what we discovered, Dwayne, who also works with the Premier Speakers Bureau, and that's who we're talking about, and Damon also works for them, is that Dwayne, we found out at Fat Fest, is a sweater. I didn't realize he sweated.
buddy.
Boy, he sweats, doesn't he? He was pouring some sweat out there.
He drips. In fact, I thought he was one of the parking attendants when I first saw him.
And he married up.
He did. Listen, all of our wives could have done better, man. Let's not push that one too far.
No.
And I wish people could tell my wife that so often. But but anyway, thanks to the Tiger Paws and Anne Marie and all them for signing that. And
God bless 'em.
I'll try not to let that get on the bus with Damon because we'd like for it to.
I'd tack it up on the wall here.
Well, all I can think of is those ladies are someone's daughter. So
Exactly.
I just and I know Anne Marie's mother personally, so I'll take care of that.
They would be thought of only as such.
As it should be.
Well, Ollie, I've got. Are we up against a break, Rick? Where are we at?
No, we're
'Cause I
good.
know we got.
No, we're in great shape.
With all this going good, and I know you love getting out and meeting the people. All right, you've had a busy year.
I have had a busy year. Started out with, actually another book. I just turned in most of the manuscript for Jericho's Sanction, and then Fox called and said, we want you to go to the war. And so I went down and got Mrs. North's permission. And actually what happened was we were getting ready to go, and I had said, look, I've been to 5 wars before. I don't need to go to another one, and I'll be glad to, cut tape and talk to the guys overseas, doing things, and we'll do the analysis kind of stuff, the talking head stuff back in either Washington or New York. And then they called up and said, no, we want you to go. And so she comes upstairs. It was a Saturday morning. I'm painting our daughter's bedroom. which I don't know why Dad... Listen to me, dads. If you got a daughter who's going to get married, you got to paint her bedroom. I don't know why. Second daughter got married, we painted bedrooms.
Really?
And this daughter happens to be Imelda Marcos. I mean, it's got shoe boxes in the closet. So I got all this stuff out of the closet, and I'm painting. And I got the bed's covered with a big sheet of plastic. And Betsy comes upstairs after she's been on the phone with my boss, and she says, "Listen to me." So I stopped the roller and
right, well, we've all had that.
Yes, ma'am. She said, "They're right. If you don't go, you're going to stay here, and you're going to drive me nuts complaining about how it's covered. So you go to your war. You just make sure you're home in time for this wedding."
That even happens, Holly. No, you get called.
Listen, I know who I work for. Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Yeah.
So that was Saturday. Sunday morning, I'm on the flight out there. We got out there the first week of March and spent from then until well after the end of the war with the Marines and then with the Army. And I'm here to tell you, folks, you got the finest soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines we have ever had out there serving our country in harm's way, and it's outrageous for those 9 gnomes that debated last night up there in Maryland to be saying the kinds of things they are. I mean, just think about this. They're saying we can't afford this. Now, I'm a documentarian for Fox. I mean, I go back because I hang around with heroes for my show, and all I do is I look at the history of war. There has never been, not in any war, a time when the opposing party to the president would stand up and say, we can't afford to win this war. Didn't happen in World War I, didn't happen in World War II, didn't happen in Korea, didn't even happen in Vietnam, which was a polarizing war. Here we are fighting a war that we cannot lose. If we do, it's curtains for our kids.
The day, all 10 lines are available. And Calvin Speedy Wilburn settling in. If you want to join us, you can. What's the difference in a phone show and a regular phone segment? Well, I'll tell you what, our friend the buzzer. Barriers are a blessing. What we do is we end the call at 30 seconds unless Bubba gives someone a timeout. But there's only 2 of those, so you can't just throw them around, willy-nilly. There's no meaningless shout-outs allowed. There's no shameless plugs allowed, no baby predictions, anything like that. We just get right into callers and content, and if you're calling right now, you will get in. I mentioned that it's a very active week for themanchurch.com. Lance Ingram, you know him as Dr. Lou on the show. He is going to be in Rincon, Georgia. He'll be there at the Church of God as they will be starting the men's strategy. Scott Dawson will be at 5 Points Baptist in Northport, Alabama. Both of those are on Saturday. On Sunday, look for Rich Wingo at First Baptist Church, Mount Olive, Alabama. Also on the 25th, Jeff State, Chilton. That's the Chilton County campus. They're in Clanton. First Baptist Church, Thorsby hosting that. It'll be Andy Blake's. Guess who's leading worship? Mac Powell. So that's on Sunday. Also Sunday, Gilliam Springs Baptist Church in Arab, Alabama. Gil McKee there. All those going on this week. Friday night, I'll be in Springfield, Missouri, but that's a standalone men's event. All the rest of those are man churches. Let's start with Robert out of Sweet Home, Alabama. No, can't do that. Let's see. Can't do that.
Not Robert.
It clearly says it's a meaningless shout out, so we can't take that. Let's go to Keith the chemist. Keith, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, brother, how you doing? All right, last night when I was watching the Democrat convention, I noticed something that they were doing, and it was straight out of Saul Alinsky's book, Rules for Radicals. It gives a list of all the things that you're supposed to do, like blame your enemy or your political enemy for the things that you're guilty of. Everything they did up and down the line was straight out of that book. And understand, Saul Alinsky was a Marxist whose family left.
Yeah, we've made that point before, Keith. You know, usually your points, we only come from the mind of you and your expertise. We've talked about that the modern day leftists, a lot of those are just disciples of Saul Alinsky and Rules for Radicals. Of course, that was dedicated to Lucifer, that book. But yeah,
the original rebel.
And if you pay attention, you do see they work right through that plan. But certainly with just walking around since this thing where they blame the other party for what they do, can't we see that?
They're currently
if they're really concerned about a president turning the FBI into his own personal police force, pass a law to prevent it right now.
Yep. Tim in Alabama. Tim, 30 seconds.
They'd
Go
put
ahead.
Biden out of business.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah, I wanted to see if y'all had heard about the new show coming on CNN. It's supposedly a comedy show, but I thought that's what everything on CNN was.
No, I'm not. I don't know. I have not heard of that. Believe it or not, I don't really pay a lot of attention to the programming on CNN.
Right.
But I'm not aware. John in Nashville. John, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, Rick, do you still have the on the board there the shotgun sound?
Yeah, I think so.
Can you try to see if you can find it real quick?
Okay, let me see. I know I have a rifle. It may not have a shotgun.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, all right. Let me see. All right. Okay, I'm cocking it, and then I go up one. Let's see. I got that one.
Okay. Yeah, after someone says, "How are you doing?" let one person do it during the day, and then the next person, they get that shot.
Yeah, he doesn't like it when people say that.
Yeah, I've heard others say that. I think some of that is nervous energy. You know, sometimes the hardest thing to do when you're about to talk is to get started.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes when the phone answers, they panic and say, how y'all doing? How y'all doing? Bonnie in Hoover, 104.7 WZZK. Bonnie, go ahead.
Hey, hi, everybody. The reason that so many of those Democrats act like they have a dry mouth is antidepressants use up your saliva. They make you have a dry mouth. I'd love to see what medications the Democrat Party is on.
Yeah, they're on something. There's no doubt about that. I think Power is one of their favorites as well.
Power and dry mouth.
Yes. Barry in Gadsden, Z93. Barry, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hey, I've been with y'all since pretty much day one. So I got a question to ask. When y'all had the Rick and Bubba softball team, who was it that set up the grill, I think on third baseline, and they had the mystery meat and stuff like that? Who was that?
Larry and Mark, Wild Game Cooks. As a matter of fact,
Okay.
I talked to somebody at one of the events I've been at the last couple of weeks that said that that Larry is like they work with him, or he's is he a Sunday school teacher? Maybe I can't remember. But yeah, Larry and Mark, Wild Game Cooks, and they cook for us during the
We're
games.
going to try to have them on the show here in the next month or so and get them to cook one more time, Rick.
Oh, but what would be mystery this time, or will they tell us?
I prefer they tell us this time.
Marcus out of Muscle Shoals, WLAY. Marcus, go ahead.
Hey, I got a question for Greg. I was going to see if he thought that Helms was enjoying sleeping in them T-shirts now that he's getting to sleep in a little more. He's still wearing them T-shirts.
Yeah, you're right. And then he'd wear it to work the next day after sleeping in it.
Right.
That's a funny bit. I played it on the best of.
Funny.
We were hammering him about that shirt.
To Mark and Hartselle. Mark, go ahead. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
How y'all doing today, guys?
Good, Mark. Hope you're good.
Oh, yeah, doing good. I was thinking last night watching that stupid president or whatever he is. Anyway, an old song by Merle Haggard. It's called "Are the Good Times Really Over for Good?"
Yeah, I've heard that one. You're right. I have heard that song.
Lots of wisdom from Merle Haggard.
Yes, a lot of. Mama tried.
She tried, Rick.
By the way, Mom's text me. She heard us talking about it. She said, I'm still angry.
She's still mad about the
She
cake?
even put angry face emojis on there.
Oh, yeah. You don't bring it up, Rick.
Let's go to Brian in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Brian, go ahead.
Yes, I heard you gentlemen talking about Bear Bryant and Coca-Cola and a bunch of things. I was in the 70s. I am wondering if my memory is correct. Didn't the Bear Bryant show, wasn't it sponsored by Coca-Cola?
Yes, that is correct.
Golden Flake, yeah.
Oh, he'd tear him chips up.
Let me tell you, Coach would eat them chips during the show.
Yeah.
I mean,
He'd drink a bunch of Cokes.
He would, too. They'd have to get more than one.
What about he'd open the bag and dump it in that bowl?
Yeah.
JC in beautiful South Dakota.
It stayed with you, didn't it?
JC, what's up?
Good morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
59 sunny and 45% humidity.
Say that again. 59?
59 degree, 45% humidity.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, my goodness. What a day.
Yeah.
What a day.
I'd peel my shirt off and walk around.
Oh, what a day. I don't want to be there during the winter, but I sure would take late summer. We'll be back. More to cover on the program today. You get other opportunities as well. We'll get to those before our day is done. Try to stay updated with everything going on with the Rick and Bubba Show, the different ways to get it at rickandbubba.com. Shop the Rick and Bubba store. Have you grabbed your Rick and Bubba swag? Time running out. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And these selfish
Sure. Well,
characters.
Look, hey, no. Whoopi said it on her TV show last
These
night.
selfish people
Right.
are calling the president names, saying we want that money, that $87 billion it's going to take to win this war, to be used for things we want because we're so selfish. We don't care about our kids and our grandchildren, contending with the jihadism that we're up against, where young men right this very minute are being taught to hate and to kill themselves trying to kill you and me. It's outrageous.
Is it strange, though, that they say you can't tell the seniors of our country that $400 billion is too much for the prescription drug plan, which nobody in the country wants, but yet they will say our military people, they can't have $87 billion.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what these guys are saying.
So, in other words, the military, we can tell them that money does matter, but other sections of our society, we say money's no object.
And Rick, the reason why
and
the
we pick the
Democrats
military
are
to
saying
do that
is they remember what William Jefferson Blythe Clinton did to the. Remember, Bill Clinton used to get up and say, "I've cut the size of the federal government by 13%." Well, you know where the cuts came. Department of Health and Human Services continued to grow. HUD continued to grow. The State Department continued to grow. What didn't? The Department of Defense was gutted under Bill Clinton. And so it's a miracle that we've got good young people ready to go fight when the time comes for Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan and again now in Operation Iraqi Freedom in Iraq. I mean, it's a remarkable testament to the staff non-commissioned officers, the sergeants, the corporals, and the junior officers that they're ready to fight. And, of course, they are magnificently led, and they're the brightest young troops we've ever got because we've insisted on the all-volunteer force. So Sharpton talking about, let's go back to the draft. Why? Why would you want to go back to a draft when you got all high school graduates who we now teach ballistics and chemistry and physics and how to operate the most sophisticated weaponry in the world? That's why we had this astounding victory. And part of the problem we got is the victory was so fast. The 485,000 guys in the Iraqi army said, hey, I'm not going to die for Saddam. Let me out of here. And the victory was much quicker than anybody expected. And as a consequence, the so-called transition to peace in Phase 4 hasn't been as effective as it could have been. It's great being with you guys.
We'll come back. Oliver North is our guest. We'll let you speak with him at 877-WE-BE-BIG. If you'd like to meet him in person today, get a copy of Jericho Sanction. He will be signing those today. Books and Company in Birmingham at Brookwood Village, noon until 1:30 Central. Fort Campbell, Kentucky tonight. Walmart Supercenter, 7 till 8:30 p.m. Check his website, olivernorth.com, to find out when he will be in your town. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
giving hope to all of you out there. All right, as we come back, mypillow.com/bigbox, deals to be had. This $25 stuff, there's still a lot of that available, including their sought-after bed sheets that are incredible. Did you know the premium Queen My Pillows also are only $19.98 right now? You're going to love that. It keeps your head in the perfect sleeping position. The $25 things I talked about, 6-piece kitchen and bath towel set is there. I told you about the bed sheets. They're as low as $25. And also, don't forget, if you are one of these people, I know Speedy, he's a big dog guy. Dog beds and blankets are $25. The white slide sandals, have you sent anybody off to college? You got anybody playing a little ball and they have to do the shared showers and all that? These are perfect for going into these showers. So they've got those available right now for only $9.50. If your order exceeds $75, shipping is free. Find out everything you need to know about it and grab these items at incredible prices, and you don't get any better quality than the MyPillow bunch. MyPillow.com/bigbox, or look at the link there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we're trying to figure out, we're talking about all the fun that's coming in the fall. We got hunting coming up. We got football starting. You just feel like the world's getting better. If the Democrats could just lose in November, what a fall it would be. But anyway, so we're trying to figure out the current state of football in college. Over here, we're excited about the 12-team playoff. Over here, the fact that it's turning into professional football, and the NIL thing seems to just be a madman running around with no rules and no boundaries. And so you don't know what to do. So we were looking at some of the stories today. Obviously, there's a lot of focus if you're into college football. And down here in our culture, we really are. It's bigger down here than even pro football. But so when you're looking at you start thinking about, all right, Michigan wins the national championship last year. They've got a new coach. Yep. Saban, the legend, has retired. Alabama's got a new coach. So these programs that have made some changes, that have had a lot of success, they're kind of becoming a focal point. But we're noticing the world of college football. I don't understand about this title. We have a story today that deals with Alabama. A lot of intrigue there. Kalen DeBoer comes to take over for the legend. How's that going to go? And all that.
Speedy's the stadium guy.
Speedy's the new stadium guy. But anyway, is it Bryant Denny Stadium at Saban Field? Is that
Did they ever officially do that?
Whatever happened there?
Some people thought that was offensive, that you should drop
Denny,
and
they should, because Denny has the chimes. Denny should be dropped.
And Denny from way long time. What did he do that was so great for football? I can't remember.
Apparently something that involved chimes.
Pretty good breakfast at his restaurant.
Probably one of the early ones to get things going.
Yeah, we got to talk about Denny's today. The last one goes away
in a major city.
It's horrible. In a major city.
Man,
we'll talk about that. But let's stay here. No, it should be Bryant Saban Stadium. No question about that. And if you want to, Denny's got the chimes. He doesn't need the stadium and the chimes.
That's true.
And Saban exceeds
what came
the importance.
First, the stadium and the chimes.
And I think Saban has exceeded the importance of Denny.
Yeah, but I don't think they've officially done any of that.
They haven't done it. Okay,
not yet.
But does anybody know? I remember the first time I heard the title of the football operations, and I'm like, okay, what that is. What does this person do? And now is this the same title with a different name? The story says this: Alabama football general manager. Who's general manager?
Well, I went back and looked.
What is the general manager? I thought that was the pros had GMs.
I did some searching, and I looked back to 2021 where there were some articles, and it said the rise of college football's general manager. And
is that the former director of football operations? The former title?
I think it's a new position. A new position, because they say it's the overwhelming transfer portal and organization of recruits and visits and rosters.
What happens to the player personnel?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think it must be a combination of it all, that maybe you oversee all of this, but
you're talking about like the guy, director of football operations, used to do.
Right.
I'm confused. I mean,
this must be
to me the director of football operations reminded me a lot of the associate pastor or the executive pastor. It's kind of like everything the pastor doesn't want to deal with, this person does.
Yeah, I think really football operations, I think that's the current roster, and it's like, okay, I'm managing the current roster today of what's going on. The general manager probably oversees official visits, unofficial visits, the recruits coming in and out, transfer portal, who's available, who's not available.
Getting what?
And
so the general manager would be below the athletic director, but above all the other things involved with that sport.
Would you say athletic
according
director,
to this article, that's what it
would you say athletic director, head coach, this person?
That sounds like GM would be a head of coach.
A head of coach?
I think so.
Who's paid more?
Not according to money.
No, not
well.
money.
That doesn't always mean anything. The coaches made a lot more than probably anybody on campus.
But I'm talking in the football program. Isn't the head coach the one who makes the most calls?
Well, you have to have the guy. You have to have the guy who hires the head coach.
Well, that would be the athletic director.
Well, would it?
And the board of trustees wouldn't be the general manager.
Saying.
Yeah.
Well, you've inserted a new position.
That's what I mean.
Along the
I'm
chain,
trying to figure it out.
And apparently, they're getting paid pretty good. The story talks about Courtney Morgan at Alabama, who came with Coach DeBoer, and he signed a $500,000 deal in February, but he's already had it bumped to $825 after Southern Cal came and was trying to pull him out there. So
leverage.
You know, the old competitive market is always good.
Yep. Oh, you got to have that. I mean, you got to. If you're a general manager that's sought after right now, you're in good because it's just mass confusion.
Yeah.
Okay, so in this article, way down, about fifth, sixth paragraph, it says, and this is 2021, college football can't function without development of player personnels, okay, which we just talked about. Some have embraced the broader or more recognizable title of general manager. So I don't know if director of player personnel is now called general manager, maybe. Which probably makes more sense.
I think it is.
But they were talking about the uptick of, like, for instance, in this article, Ohio State back in 2021, they hosted 58 official visits per year leading up to that. In 1 month alone, they hosted 51 official visits or unofficial visits. So I think the uptick of all that. But it looks like to me that's the new title maybe of development of player personnel.
Something. Okay.
Now's
you get a lot of money. I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Well, he's not the only one. Jake Trotter reportedly earlier this summer that Texas he is the reporter reported earlier this year that Texas Tech's general manager James Blanchard received a new 2-year deal worth $800,000 a year.
You know, the only thing is, I know that's good money. There's no doubt that's good money. But boy, you talk about a job that you've heard the deal about what all rolls downhill.
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
That boy,
well, he's at the top. It'll roll down to somebody else.
You're going to be you're in charge of making sure all this stuff is
things
right
now.
Oh gracious!
Let me ask you
Who
this:
gets what car?
Could y'all name what teams are in each conference now? Remember, we could do that.
I don't even care.
It's insane.
You mean for college?
College, yeah. You got
Usually
West Coast.
you could look at a map and kind of figure it out.
Now you got West Coast teams in the ACC.
Yeah, that's about as far as you can get from the ACC.
It's kind of weird because I have a new person that I know, and his favorite team is Fresno State.
Timeout
because he played for Fresno State.
Okay, well,
and apparently I said, now that you live here, though,
be the only way.
I said, now that you live here, have you gone to a Southern team? He goes, no. I'm Bulldog all the way.
Well, yeah.
And I said, but I got a
loyalty.
kid that's going to go to Mississippi State. I said, can't you just transfer to them? They're Bulldogs.
Yeah.
He goes, oh, no. And he was wearing like a Fresno, visor.
I'll get over it.
So anyway, I said to him, to your point, I said, I have no idea what conference y'all are in now.
I know.
And he goes, I don't really either. I don't think anybody does.
Beyond it, we talked about the travel of those teams from a geographical standpoint, and the sports, not football, that have to, and how they're going to manage it. But what about the fans themselves?
I know.
If you used to travel across the state you were in to support your team on the road at an opponent, now you got to go from California to the Ohio Valley somewhere.
Yeah,
I mean that's a haul, man.
That's you.
All right,
You got to have a lot of time off and a lot of money.
Like, so you could normally go
Can
to
they do that?
check this out, y'all. You could normally go to ESPN and then college football, and then click on standings, right? And then it separates all the conferences and where everybody. You scroll through this and look at all the teams lined up, and you get to the Pac-12 and there's 2. How in the world? The Pac-12 conference, Oregon State and Washington
what
State.
are they going
and
to do?
We've talked about the fact that there's 2 remaining. But look at the list, how long they are in these other conferences.
I know who will be in the championship game for their conference.
Yeah,
the only 2 that are in it.
You talking about a game that doesn't mean anything? It doesn't make. I mean, was that just to see who gets a automatic bid to the playoffs? That's all that is. And you've already played each other.
And I'm sorry they shouldn't get automatic bid if you got 2 teams in your conference.
I don't know.
Right here.
We just need to do away with conferences. Just everybody plays.
Pretty much have.
Let's get down to the 12.
Yeah.
Have y'all watched season 2 of Coach Prime on Amazon Prime?
I have. Oh, is the season 2 up? No, I have not. 15 minutes to the top. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Central Time. Caller standing by, Ollie.
Let's do it.
Wanting to talk to you.
Let's do it, man.
Let's start with Stu in Canton, Georgia. Stu, you are on with Oliver North. Go right ahead.
Monkey grass.
Thank you for calling, my friend.
Welcome. Hey, thank you guys. Hey, this morning you were talking about going up and seeing South Dakota and the mountain up there with all the presidents' faces.
Yeah.
Well, why don't y'all come down to Atlanta and we'll all grab some chisels. We'll put Ollie's right there in the middle. Put Rick on one side, Bubba on the other. Maybe we could throw Forrest Gump in there or something.
Man, that would be huge, Stu. Thanks.
Well, cracking a brew, listening to you guys, rock on.
Thank you, Stu.
A little early for that,
I'm
Stu,
working
but,
all night.
What time is it?
Oh,
he must have just got off.
Nice job, yeah.
Let's go to Chris, Tuscaloosa, listening on B101.7. Hey, welcome to the program, Chris.
Good morning. Mr. North, I got an email this week. Can you hear me?
I got you loud and clear, Chris.
Yes, sir. I got an email this week that said you had a line on Osama back in 87.
Yeah, I mean, that email goes all around the world about twice a year. This is a great story because it's not true. I mean, it says that I told Al Gore during the hearings in the summer of 87 that Osama bin Laden was a terrible threat. Well, here's the truth. They were asking me about the security system at the house, and I told them it was there because Abu Nidal, a well-known assassin and terrorist, had threatened my family. He actually listed my name on a list of people he was going to kill. And then in February 11th, 1987, sent 7 assassins to my house from the People's Committee for Libyan Students. Now, thankfully, the FBI picked them up on the way. They grabbed us, picked us up, brought us down to Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, where we once lived, hid us out down there for 2 weeks, and then brought us home, where we live with 35 federal agents until I retired from the Marines. And by the way, they drink a lot of coffee. I mean, just...
I bet you have to scramble a lot of eggs for that bunch.
Abu Nidal, it turns out, at the time he was working for Muammar Gaddafi in Libya, he went from there to Damascus, Syria, and he went from Damascus, Syria to Baghdad, where, by the way, he's found dead, last year, found dead, 4 headshot suicide, the only 4 headshot suicide in history.
Where were you at that week?
This is the guy.
Where were you at on the book tour?
4 headshot
suicide.
A little tough to reload.
Well, you know, and this guy didn't miss very often. He killed over 900 people. This guy's a brutal assassin. And so you can only assume that somebody who in Baghdad, Iraq, of all places. And, of course, while we were over there, Abu
You mean
Abbas,
a terrorist was over in Baghdad?
You're
like
kidding.
From another place?
You got to be kidding.
What? The 9 gnomes who were debating last night apparently don't know that. Abu Abbas, the guy that hijacked the cruise ship Achille Lauro, right, who the Italians, these are our friends, the Italians, our NATO allies, right, had helped escape in 1986. We'd hunted this guy for 18 years. Where'd we find him? Baghdad. I mean, Baghdad was terror central. Afghanistan used to be Terror U. That was where they trained him. And in Baghdad, you had the financial center where Saudi money is washed through the Iraqis and handed out to the terror families all over the Middle East, the people, the jihadists. And, of course, Saddam Hussein is behind this whole thing. Appreciate your call, Chris.
So the Saudis, not our friends, are our friends?
Here's what you got to ask yourself. Here's a quiz.
Straight up.
Here's this morning's quiz question. You ready? This is 15 of the 19 who hijacked 4 airplanes 2 years ago were from what country?
Saudi Arabia.
Okay. 4 people are now being sought by the FBI on a BOLO. Be on the lookout. The definition of all this stuff is in the Jericho sanctions. There's a BOLO, worldwide BOLO, out for 4 guys, 2 of whom are from Saudi Arabia. I mean, the guys who blew up the truck in front of the UN headquarters in Baghdad a couple of weeks ago, the truck came from Syria, but the people driving are from Saudi Arabia. The terrorists who blew up the Jordanian embassy in Baghdad 3 weeks ago, or a month ago, were from, come on, Saudi Arabia. The money that finances much of the terrorism by Osama bin Laden is coming from
Saudi Arabia.
And Osama bin Laden's family is from
Saudi Arabia.
Are they our friends?
Let me ask this. Why don't we just call it like you just did?
I'll tell you why. At the State Department, the State Department of the United States of America in Foggy Bottom, Washington, well named. Foggy Bottom, the State Department is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Royal Kingdom. And in part because the people who come and go out of the State Department...
Well, why don't W call them out?
Well, because, I'll tell you why. And this goes back to when I was working for President Reagan. In 1984, when we're doing a lot of things that were very, very dicey.
Nicaragua is free today.
Okay. But in the State Department in those days, one of the very senior State Department officials takes me aside one day as I'm walking out of a meeting at the State Department. He puts his arm around, he's kind of a fatherly kind. I was a young, brand new, just made lieutenant colonel. Puts his arm around me and he says, you know, Ali, he says, you and I are professionals. You're a professional military guy. I'm a professional foreign service officer.
Here we go. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us today on another edition of Rick and Bubba. So it has certainly hit families everywhere, including families sitting here doing the show. The horrible disease, Alzheimer's. The Reagans called it the long goodbye. We've been through it. It's horrible. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. I know a lot of you are struggling with it right now with your loved ones. And so, but there could be, I think we all hope maybe there'll be a day in the future that this isn't there's not much we can do. Maybe we can slow it down and we can't stop it. Here's the title: Alzheimer's could be caused by a dirty brain, and a common drug may clean your mind. Could be, like we hear sometimes, a drug we've been using for decades. There's some new research that they think may be showing some promise.
So you're saying dirty brain, not dirty mind, like you said in the break.
No, dirty mind. Dirty mind is something that apparently seems to be incurable as well. But it's a drug they use to induce labor in pregnant women. Is this Pitocin?
Pitocin is the one I am familiar with.
Yeah, we had a bad experience with that, real bad experience with it. Sometimes women have a bad reaction to it. So I'll be careful with that, but I'm not sure if that's it. They're not saying what the name of it is here.
I'm sure there's a whole class of drugs
might
that
be.
do this.
But anyway, they're saying that Alzheimer's and other dementias often in the medical circles are called dirty brain diseases. They say because this is when the disposal system of our mind slows down, toxic waste builds up in the brain, crowding and damaging healthy tissue. And so they're saying applying drugs which cause muscle contractions can restore some of that function, according to Dr. Douglas Kelly. This is a professor of mechanical engineering, interesting, at the University of Rochester, said these kinds of drugs used to deliver over 1 million pregnancies per year can be taken as a pill, IV, or could be applied as a topical for $561. So are they saying that this is showing some progress?
Well, I think the real takeaway here is that there is a lot of research going on to dementia and Alzheimer's and those kind of drugs. I mean, those kind of diseases, and it's affected all of us and our family members. But it's good that they're studying it more now than they used to. And you're going to see these studies. Some of them are not going to work out. Maybe some of them will.
Right.
But I've been. I was reading, and I know y'all have heard it too, that the cholesterol drugs was causing these issues because it was taking too much cholesterol out of the brain.
Right, yeah.
But I was talking with a doctor this weekend. He said that's just really not true. He said that's just something somebody got started online.
Oh, really? Well, I tell you,
he said he hasn't seen any proof of it.
Okay, good. But one thing that we do know is there is something out there that the brain does need called healthy fats.
Yeah.
Those foods can be beneficial to the brain. This is the problem. If you remove all fats from your life, that's not necessarily a good thing.
Yeah, it goes back to moderation,
right,
probably in a lot of cases. And the statin drugs have done wonders as far as people having heart attacks.
Oh, yeah.
That is well documented.
No, I'm sitting here right now, Greg, I remember my cardiologist telling me, because Greg and I, with heart disease in our family, we just stay out ahead of it. Neither one of us have any heart issues as of now, but because it's in the family genetically, we were advised, come get the scans from time to time, do a stress test time to time. Let's just stay on top of it. And I was talking to Bubba's point to my cardiologist, and I had, I have genetic high cholesterol. Even with the weight loss and all this, my cholesterol was not changing at all. And I was hesitant because I know that all drugs, if you use them for a long period of time or overuse them, they have side effects. It's just whether the side effects is worse than the problem or not. And I was delaying it. And when I hit in my 50s, Dad had his heart attack when, Greg, in his late 50s, early 60s, somewhere right around now, late 50s.
Yeah.
And early 60s. But anyway, and this is what he said to me, Bubba. He said, at this point, there's no doubt that these drugs do have some side effects. I had trouble with cramps and stuff like that when I first started them, and we found one that minimized them, that I don't cramp near as bad. And he said, at this point, I really believe, to Bubba's point, we can keep you out of a cardiac event. He said, if you'll start taking these statins at this point in your life, any side effects you're going to get, you're going to be long dead before they ever affect you because you waited so late in life to start taking them. He said, but right now, if we start, you don't have a calcium score that's of a concern. I believe that we'll never get there. I think these drugs can keep you out of a cardiac event. And so far, so good. I mean, we'll see. But I will say this. My cholesterol now is fantastic. So they work.
They do work. Mine too.
They do work.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's just whether, you can, if you just got to watch, everybody's individual.
They all have side effects.
Yeah.
You just have to be sure they're, within a range. It's not going to hurt you somewhere else.
He basically told me he thought any side effect that was going to affect me at this point in my life wouldn't be near as bad as a massive heart attack.
Yeah. That'll really derail you.
Roger that.
That'll do it.
Roger that. Good selling point.
How do you guys feel about people that think the whole high cholesterol thing is a scam?
I've seen that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about it.
How you need it?
Yeah, don't even make a comment on that.
Yeah. I don't think it's a scam, and I've heard the reasoning and all that. But there is something to the fact that we have buildup in our coronary arteries, and a lot of it has to do with what we eat and our lack of exercise. I mean, our grandparents worked in the field all day. I mean, they could eat 1,000-calorie lunch and you lived to 90 and smoke Camel cigarettes, but. It's not the case now because a lot of us spend most of the day sitting on our can.
I would say, I would say this, every time somebody says, what you doing? I said, believe it or not, exercising actually works. Who knew? But what I would say to you, one thing, if this is, I'm goofy, I'm quirky. If for no other reason, it'll help you get life insurance. Because they have that cholesterol number means a big deal to them.
They're very serious about it. Very serious about it.
Yes, sir.
If for nothing else,
And
your
they
blood work
study
will
that
get.
a lot.
They won't flag your blood work and refuse you or raise your premium. If nothing else,
mine. I went through that trying to get all that tested and everything. And my cholesterol is a little high, so eventually I'm going to have to probably figure out something, probably get on some statins. I'm going to try to wait as long as I possibly can.
Yeah.
And I'm avoiding the deep fried foods.
Yeah.
And but I'm not avoiding things like grass-fed butter and things like that, and lean ground beef, high quality proteins and things like that.
Are you still?
I don't care one bit about that.
What is grass-fed butter?
The cow that it comes,
Butter?
the cow that it's come from, that the butter came from was grass.
You talking about grass-fed and grain finished?
Yeah.
There you go.
Grass finished. Yes.
Yeah.
And then fiber. I know that I take
Watch it,
fiber.
buddy.
I take
Every
fiber,
day.
and it's not.
Boy, you sure do.
Boy,
It's
Boy,
not
do you.
for that. It's actually for cholesterol. If you take soluble fiber, the fiber gets in your bloodstream, sticks to the cholesterol, and then you pee it out.
Oatmeal is good for cholesterol.
Okay, there you go.
There you go.
And I'm not taking fiber for that, Speedy and Greg.
I don't know. I've
Y'all,
seen it.
I have no problem with
Pretty
that.
regular.
I've seen you run there.
I wish I had less of that.
Rick and Bubba.
And what you got to realize is you're getting too close to this guys over at the White House in the Oval Office. They are the Christmas help. This is the State Department describing the President of the United States as the Christmas
they're going to
help.
go.
Yeah, they'll come, they go,
Right.
but the permanent bureaucracy resides. And so Colin Powell comes in, becomes a Secretary of State. Everybody loves him. He's a great guy. He's a wholly owned captive now of the State Department bureaucracy. You got L. Paul Bremer, who's a State Department professional. He gets in over there. He says, look, we don't want Ahmed Chalabi, who is a well-known figure, opposition leader to Saddam Hussein. We don't want him running the country because, after all, this guy's got degrees in advanced mathematics from MIT, advanced physics from Cal Poly. He's got a PhD that he had before he was 22 years of age. He's smarter than anybody we've ever dealt with, and so we don't trust him because he's smarter than anybody at the State Department or the CIA. And so they appoint a committee of 25 to run the country. You couldn't run the Rick and Bubba show with a committee of 25. You can't run anything with a committee of 25, but that's what the State Department wanted because they wanted to be in control. The answer to what's going on in Iraq today is to let the Iraqis quickly train up a good police force, train up a good National Guard who hate Saddam and they hate terrorism. They don't like the Fedayeen that have come in from Egypt and Saudi Arabia and Syria and Jordan and Yemen and Somalia. They don't like these guys, and they would take care of it. And we'll go and deal with the jihadists because we got the people who can do it. Task Force 20, those guys, they are good at what they do. When I was over there, I saw a lot of guys I've known over the years. There's one time I'm over talking to them because they would move in with the Marine units, and the Army units occasionally. And so I'm standing over there talking to some of these guys, and they describe themselves as the OGA, Other Government Agency. And so one of the other press guys who's out there, one of the other embedded correspondents, sees me over talking to these guys in a restricted area. Even with the Marines, there's a restricted area where you can't get. And so I'm kind of leaning against the front of a Humvee, and we're taking pictures of each other, which obviously will never be seen with the faces showing.
Yeah.
And so I walk back over to where Griff was waiting by the helicopters, and this guy from the Associated Press comes over and says, "Who are those guys?" I said, "That's OGA." And of course, he doesn't know what OGA means. He says, "Oh yeah, OGA." Oh yeah, Oga. Yeah, that's guys from Oga.
Let's go to Shane in Gadsden, Alabama, Mix 1029, and you can see us on Turner South. Go ahead, Shane.
How's it going, Mr. North?
I'm doing great, Shane. How are you?
I'm fine. I was going to get an opinion from you. I was in Panama and in the first desert storm.
Just cause in
Right.
Desert Storm, right?
It seems like, a lot of people don't talk about it, don't hear about it. It's sort of like Grenada was. I think Panama was a little bit bigger. But my question is, do you think that we did any good over there because of what's still going on in Colombia?
Well, yeah. Well, first of all, American ships are still going through the Panama Canal.
Right.
Panama is no longer, the haven for drug kingpins and washing terror money through the banking system down there. You got a democracy. It may not be all that we'd want democracy to be, but it's a fumbling, stumbling democracy working in Panama. So what you did in Panama and what we did before that in 1983 in Grenada was essential. And here's the best news. You don't have, notwithstanding the fact that there's more Americans getting shot at and kidnapped in Colombia than there are in Iraq today, you don't have that problem spreading all over Latin America. You got a leftist government or socialist or commie government in Venezuela that's a potential problem. You still got Fidel Castro down there, kind of.
You mean it's a workers' paradise?
Yeah, the workers' paradise. But I'm debating somebody in Washington the other day, and somebody says, "Well, they've got universal health care." I said, "Yeah, but they can't leave the place without getting shot at. Are you nuts?"
Yeah, but have you seen how they do surgery? That's the problem.
Yeah, have you seen anybody?
They haven't got anesthesia yet.
And I said, "Look, if next time you need an operation, right? You're gonna need cancer treatment. Are you gonna go to Havana, or are you gonna go to the Mayo Clinic? I mean, think about this.
Oh, yeah, you don't see
You wouldn't
too
even
many-
go to Canada.
Has anybody ever seen anybody floating in a pickup truck trying to get to Cuba? Anybody?
Well, there was one guy, documented history, but he was fixing to be exterminated for a capital offense. And he escaped to Cuba.
But the good news, Elian and his daddy are cracking sugar corn for us
That's
today.
right.
Sugar cane.
Thank you, Generino.
Yeah. Elion's having a good time. I know while he's out there in the sugarcane field today, he's going, boy, I tell you what, I don't miss Disney World at all.
Did she scare you like she scared us?
Oh, listen, think of having a
Mall
good general
Reno?
that, hey, let's do this. We got somebody who's practicing a religion we don't like. Let's burn them down. Thank you.
10 minutes past. We'll be back 8. 6 minutes past. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, Greg, Adler, all here today as Team Rick and Bubba moves on. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. Doesn't seem like too much if you got 24 you toting around.
Yes, that's true.
Forget that silly sleep. Let's just look at the big
That's
picture.
right. It's overrated. So, Bubba, we have mysteries throughout the years of Rick and Bubba that we never got to the bottom of. We're like, can anybody ever tell us who killed John Bonet Ramsey? Can anybody ever tell us whatever happened to DB?
Still a mystery.
DB Cooper.
DB Cooper.
You know, and these things.
Fire in the sky. What actually happened to that guy?
They go on and on and on. And
Calvin Parker. What happened to him?
And one of them, not near as daunting as these, but maybe close to being as confusing, the Michael Oher story. I, for the life of me, cannot figure out what Michael Oher is upset about. It's the strangest.
So he had a successful college career. He was drafted as a first-round draft pick.
Hang on to that because that's important in his complaint.
Yeah, he's made $30 million, got a Super Bowl ring. Why now are we all tore up about the Tuohys?
He started going weird on the movie The Blindside that he didn't like the way it was portrayed. He came out and clarified some of the things, saying, hey, they took some creative liberties. I wasn't that bad in the beginning. But for some reason, he thinks he was portrayed as being dumb.
Well,
but I actually disagree with that because it looked like to me he was a victim of the horrible family life he had. And once he got to where people could work with him and tutor him and all this, then, of course, you saw that his potential was actually very, very good. There was nothing that made me think he lacked intelligence.
Yeah.
It made me think he lacked structure, and he lacked a good school environment, and he lacked the basic things that children should have, and he basically lived on the streets.
The only thing proving that point right now is the way he's acting.
Right.
At this point.
Now he is acting like...
Yeah, that's why I agree. This is silly.
Help me with this. It would be like someone claiming that they're mad at somebody because it kept them from buying clothes while wearing clothes. He's claiming that they hurt his draft status, but he was drafted in the first round.
And see, not every team...
How can you be any higher than first round?
Because he claimed that they... Now, again, follow me. That these NFL teams... First of all, we found out the movie didn't come out till after the draft. But let's throw that to the side.
That's pretty important,
But
Greg.
he assumes that the NFL teams are going to decide on his intelligence based on a movie they watched. No, they're going to interview him. They got the Wonderlic test.
What is it called?
What, Wonderlic?
Yeah,
Wonderlic?
yeah, Wonderlic.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, y'all are very uncomfortable saying
Wonderlic.
I know, but
you got.
You're trying to think that back.
You would talk to his college.
One lick.
You would talk to his college coaches, maybe, and I'm just saying they're not going to base their opinion of his intelligence based on the character that someone else played him in a movie.
So in a movie that came out 6 months after he was drafted.
I'm sorry, I don't buy that.
Most first-round picks are going to get the same scale of money. It doesn't necessarily depend where they go unless they're needing that position. I don't know who had the number 1 pick. They might not have needed an offensive lineman. I mean, the Ravens got him. What did he go?
23rd.
23rd
overall, first round.
Yeah, in the first round. I mean,
Pretty good.
You just don't know who needs those positions or not. I don't think he was 23 because of that movie, and he could have been 5.
What about the movie that hadn't come out yet?
Yeah,
that's what he's saying.
The movie that hadn't come out.
Let me just say, if I'm the judge and Michael Oher comes before me and says the Tuohys and the deal they made on the movie hurt my draft status, and I find out the movie didn't come out till after you already drafted, all right, that's glaring. So now it's already over. Mm-hmm. So a movie that was not seen before you were drafted could not have impacted your draft. Does anybody agree with that?
See, there's got to be a mistake somewhere, because surely he knows that. If that's the case, he's not very intelligent.
Thank you, Greg.
If he doesn't realize that.
And then I'll look down and go, didn't you go in the first round? Yes, I did. Get out of the courtroom. Yeah. I mean, what are you doing in here? What are you doing in here?
Originally, he was upset with the I guess the percentage that he got, but didn't they agree it was going to be split 5 ways? Everybody gets equal amount.
Everybody agreed on what the money would be split.
Yeah,
on the movie.
On the movie and the book.
Yeah.
Okay. Everything Michael Oher brings up keeps being refuted.
Yeah.
And that's
now he says it's not about money because he says he has money. He said, I got millions. It's not that.
Help me on this now. The Sun, when we originally did this story and it was coming out, didn't the Sun say, I got text messages that prove, wasn't he like threatening the family that he was going to come out with something or something?
Yeah.
I just got just little
and the
flickers here of memory. I can't
conservatorship,
remember.
there was something weird.
Maybe that was
but
it.
They weren't getting his money. They did end that. I don't know why he was still under it, but that was weird a little bit. But what I'm reading in today's claims is basically you hurt my draft status because you made me look stupid. And he even said, Rick, even if like his kids, like if they don't understand something in class, everybody's going to assume they're stupid like their dad, which is just ridiculous.
I don't even understand this.
I don't either.
You mean their dad that's got millions in the bank?
And I got news for him too. Yeah, really. Yeah, how dumb is that? But I got news for him. The Tuohys, if they don't take you in, if that whatever, I don't know stories. Is it exaggerated? I don't know. But you don't have a college or professional career without them, because like I say, you would have never got eligible because they helped you to show that you do have the potential to be smart, but you were obviously behind. I doubt you ever. Now, and he said this from the get-go, that I wasn't as bad of a football player as they portrayed. That's just Hollywood.
We all know Hollywood does that, but that's not.
Because he said I made all Metro my first year.
Yeah, that might hurt your feelings, but it doesn't damage your life.
No.
Or you may go, yeah, that was a bit of an exaggeration. Who cares? You laugh it off, but you're all saying the same thing. I'm not saying the Tuohys. I don't know the Tuohys, that if they're these wonderful people or not. But what is factual is they may not have played the entire role in giving you this new life, but they played a big role. And they're just. It feels like there's a lack of gratitude here. I mean, it's like if nothing else, you just talk to them privately.
Yeah.
You don't go out and try to rake them publicly after everything that they did for you. And I know that he made his own way once he got the chance.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they helped him have that chance.
To get the opportunity.
To get that opportunity.
Schooling, get him a tutor, get him a stable life.
Yeah, I mean, Miss Tuohy helped with practice and called the coach.
During the game. I mean, if she hadn't called the coach during the game, who knows?
One of the worst parts in the movie, because
Rick in practice when she told him how to protect his blind side.
Don't get going on all this.
And he blocked the guy up into the stands.
100 yards and threw him over the fence.
Greg, now you're over in Camp Oher. Okay, I mean,
Rick, in a related story, Bobby Boucher's mad at the way he was portrayed. They said he looks kind of like he was stupid. So now he's not happy.
By the way,
he's mad at his mama.
On the
the devil.
On the text line, I hear what y'all are saying, but he's saying that he doesn't need money.
Yeah,
people are saying he's looking for a payday. He claims that he isn't low on cash.
He said he's got millions. That's his quote.
That he has millions, and that he's not doing this for money. So I'm like all of you texting right now. Then why are you doing it? Are you trying to defend yourself on something that I don't think any of us think needs to be defended?
Even if you feel like that you were portrayed as not intelligent in the movie and you want to say that publicly, fine. But I don't understand how it somehow damaged you.
This is just
considering how your career went. It looked like it was pretty successful.
Somebody close to him's in his ear that he's made to look a certain way, because I think most can watch this film and go, it's an inspiring family sit-down film.
Yeah, just take it. For the
and I know some of it bothers you and you can't get past it, but
some of it is fair.
It's
corny,
right?
It's corny.
It is. Of course, it's a corny family.
You gotta add to the story. I get it. Just don't be corny.
Right.
I don't understand this at all, because in the lawsuit, Oher is claiming that the Tuohys and their children made $8 million off his name, image, and likeness by promoting speaking engagements and claiming to have adopted him.
Hey! Guess what? They were in the movie also. Their characters were there. The story involved them, so they have just as much right to any compensation that he does. Right? It wasn't just about him; it was about them too.
It was the whole story.
Yeah. So they do. If they want to turn that in and make a profit off of it, then they can, because their life was featured in the movie also.
Right. He went, and I'm reading this, and this is mentioned in several different stories. He makes it almost a black and white thing.
Oh, here we go.
The first time I heard "I love you," it was from Sean and Leanne Tuohy saying it. When that happens at 18, you become vulnerable. You let your guard down, and you get everything stripped from you. It turns into anyways, you're vulnerable. I never heard "I love you," but I don't want to make this about race, he says, but what I found out was that nobody says "I love you" more than coaches and white people. When black people say it, they mean it. So
yeah, the Tuohys obviously didn't mean it when they gave you a place to live.
Yeah, they didn't.
Basically responsible for your whole success.
I think they passed the test. If you say something, let your actions confirm it. I think it did. I think their actions did confirm it.
Yeah, they may look. She may be a little aggressive. She may rub some people the wrong way. I could see that.
You sure?
But we've had her in the studio. I think when you open your home up to any person coming in to live that is not your child, hasn't been there, and all that, that's a tremendous thing you're asking them to do.
So we're supposed to believe, if you go that route, that they saw him and said, "Hey, if we get him and we take him in, we can play football. One day he'll go to the pro." First of all, a side note: the Tuohys have a lot of money, I believe.
Yes.
I don't think they're worried about it.
Chick-fil-A it's Taco Bell.
Yeah,
been very, very
I think
good.
They're doing
to them.
okay, and there's no way they targeted him and said, "Here's something we can make money off of."
Sandra Bullock's
tell him you love
be in
him.
a movie about it.
We'll tell him we love him, and then we'll have him then, and then we'll make a lot of money.
Yeah, we can manipulate him, and then we can get him in the pros. Then we can steal his money.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously that's what happened.
Well, if you listen to this, I don't want to make this racist a racial issue, but I'm going to. What he is saying is this garbage again that, frankly, I'm growing very weary of. That because you're white, you're inherently evil in some way.
Yeah, no matter what you do.
Do y'all realize how offensive that is? Have there been some evil white people? There have been, but I've seen some evil black people, brown people, every shade. I've seen evil people and I've seen good people.
Nobody's cornering the market.
I don't think your ethnicity has a corner market on evil and deception and insincerity. I've seen everybody's pretty good at that if they're evil people. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, some
is our number. Oliver North, our guest.
Duck! Get the fire extinguishers!
We're back.
Grab the kids!
16 minutes past the hour. Oliver North is our guest. The Jericho sanction is out and is available. And, of course, Oliver North supporting that on the book tour right now, and he's visiting with us. He's in Birmingham today from noon until 1:30. Books and Company at the Brookwood Village. Tonight, Walmart Supercenter, Fort Campbell, Kentucky.
101st Airborne.
Boy, we get we hear
hear
from them a lot.
Yeah.
And tonight from 7 Central to 8:30 p.m., go to olivernorth.com to follow the book tour, and the Jericho Sanction, of course, is available everywhere.
A lot of other calls, Rick. I don't want to take up, because we always get in trouble
I
because
know.
we talk too much.
You know, that's what we got. Y'all had Oliver North on the show twice, and never once have we hardly got to talk to him. Y'all hog the time, so we're trying not to.
They do. They do. Let's take a call.
Eddie, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Eddie, how are you?
Hey, doing good, Oliver. How you doing?
Great.
Hey, I don't really know how to address you properly. Is it Colonel or General?
Hey, you, late for dinner, Dad, Granddad now. I got 4 great-granddad. In fact, let me just tell you a quick story. While I was, now I'm going to do what they do to you, Eddie.
You're a granddad?
Hey, I'm a granddad. And so I'm standing over there, and I'm talking to Steve, Edie, and Brian on the Fox Morning Show, right? And it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And Edie says to me, tell me the truth. You really like being over there with those guys, don't you? Well, I know that my wife is listening, so I don't want to say, I really love being with Marines right here in the war. So what I say is, you know, Edie, there's only 5 other people I'd rather be with.
Oh, this is brilliant.
The woman I married and the 4 children she gave birth to. Thinking, I've just made points. I have just made points. I mean, that came to mind, boom, like that, right?
Yeah.
So I say that on the air, right? About a half hour later, I'm standing out there. I mean, we're in the middle of the Iraqi desert, right? My satellite phone rings. I look down on it, and it's my home number. I said,
you say,
I'm going to get points. So I punched the button on. Hi, honey, how are you? I said, I heard what you said. You forgot our grandchildren. You can't win, man.
See, I would have said when I mentioned the children, that automatically included their offspring.
That's their seeds. That counts.
I clutch when she gets me. I clutch. After 36 years, I still clutch.
Oh, I know.
Eddie, go ahead. I'm sorry.
We can relate. So, Eddie, go ahead.
Yeah.
That's okay. Well, Mr. North, I would like to say that a lot of Americans do not appreciate what it means to live in a free country. I personally have traveled to some third world countries, Central and South America. In fact, I was arrested in Colombia because I had a camcorder and was filming, and they claimed that I did not have a permit to film.
Right.
I finally convinced them after I was in jail that the stamp on my passport was the permit to film. And along with a couple of $100, they released me.
Well, of course, and they got what they wanted out of you, and that's a couple $100. And Eddie, what the situation you were in is commonplace around much of the rest of the world. And you're right. Many Americans do not appreciate the freedoms that we have. You can't go to other countries and stand on a street corner. I mean, you can in Great Britain. You can probably do it in much of Western Europe. But if you go to most of what we describe as the third world, and you stand on the street corner and you rail against the government, you say something about the government doesn't do enough about health care or whatever, you're liable to find yourself in jail. You're liable to find yourself sitting in... Now, in most cases, an American, unless they're involved in something like drugs or something like that, will end up just like Eddie. You pay a few $100s and you get out of jail. Some consular official says, oh, well, we don't want to fight this too hard because that's their way. Look at what happens in Saudi Arabia or any one of those Islamic countries to an American woman who is seen not fully garbed and covered. I mean, you get arrested. You have a Bible in your bag going into one of these, quote, allied countries like Saudi Arabia, UAE, one of those. They will take the Bible out of your bag. I had to hide I carry a Bible with me. I mean, I actually read from it. They did teach Marines how to read, so I decided and so I had to hide mine when I was flying in because I had to go in through Kuwait. And I buried it in the bag thinking, well, at least I've got a chance of getting it through. And they thankfully didn't, tear my bag apart and confiscate the Bible.
You brought up a good point. If I could just address it and we'll get back to the calls. We heard you speak one time and you talked a lot more in that particular speech about your spiritual side. Do you mind commenting on some of that now? Because we get a lot of questions about that.
Let me tell you guys, I could not have gone through the things I've gone through in life if I didn't know where I was going.
And here we go. 22 minutes past the hour. We'll get some of your phone calls coming up probably in the next segment. You can tell college football is almost here. The text line now turning the Michael Oher story into Ole Miss humor.
Yeah.
You saw that coming, and the Tuies and all that.
Right.
So it's that most wonderful time of year is almost here. Yep. And if you want to see some college football this weekend, all you have to do is go to Dublin, Ireland.
How crazy is that?
It's crazy.
Dublin. Been doing it for a while. Didn't know that.
Yeah, we didn't you say they've done it how many times?
Like 12?
Like 17. I have no idea. Greg. So we've already talked about the Democratic National Convention last night. It's not a fun topic. And we hit some of the highlights. And
Joe got rough.
And the absurdity of all of the disciples of Saul Alinsky trying to play a mind game with us. I'm sorry about this, Greg. Bubba. Now let me tell you, though, the old Rick and Bubba show, we appreciate a good one.
Yes, we do.
And I will say that if you had this opportunity
Bubba, you were chanting "Build the Wall." Right.
I did lock her up.
Did you lock her up too?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
Suspenders on.
You cursed brat! Look what you've done!
So Hillary got her chance. She won't go away. You can't get. Let me tell you, old Democrats, if you get them up there,
Pelosi, look at her.
I mean, they're not going anywhere. They'll stay.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
They'll stay.
Yes, we will.
They'll stay. Getting them out of that trough is hard, like we talked about the other day. Well, Trump has been charged, and there's people saying they're going to sentence him September the 18th.
Yeah, he was convicted, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, we will.
And so the Democrats
under appeal, of course.
Now they got their opportunity last night to give Trump a little of his own medicine when they begin to chant "Lock him up."
Yeah, well.
Yes, we will.
So here's that moment. Now, unfortunately, it does involve Hillary Clinton. So hang on. Here we go.
Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial, and when he woke up, he made his own kind of history. The first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions. As Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room.
Don't you know she hates?
Where she's nodding.
Look at that horse tooth on.
Now they're chanting, "Lock him up." Not as good a chanters as the right.
No.
The right gets it a little more clear. Some people couldn't get on board.
She wished her tongue worked better.
Don't you know, though, that she does not want the thought of another female being president before her?
No.
Killing
Deep down, it's killing her.
She's crying inside.
Lock him up.
Lock him up.
It's a good chant. I'll give you that.
Bubba knows he worked the crowd.
It's funny.
He knows he wanted to lock her up.
It's funny. It really is.
It is funny. So I don't know.
I forgot about you doing lock her up.
What is going to be odd is when this judge actually sentences him. Now he is a what's the term they use? Non-violent first-time offender, and you couldn't put a non-violent first-time offender in jail anywhere else in the country for anything. Okay,
just sit back and watch.
This guy will try to lock him up, and they're gonna scream election interference, and it's gonna go to the Supreme Court. We're gonna have a constitutional crisis on our hands right before our eyes. It'll be historic.
Yes, we will.
What is it, September 16th, whatever it is. 18th. If they actually put him behind bars, and he's behind bars on election day, he'll win in a landslide. I'm just telling you, if he is behind bars, you kidding me?
I think, again, we really got to decide what that 5% in the middle who are not sold out to ideologies. What's their take on that? Do they think it will be over the top and mean? If so, they'll vote for Trump. If they think he deserved it, they might vote for Kamala. I don't know.
Well, they decide the election.
They really do.
When you look at the
think about that, Rick. The people who will decide this election are people who do not take a stand on any of these issues. They're just in the middle.
Correct.
They're going to vote for who they like.
The Democrats that are
it's kind of scary if you think about it.
When you have the Democrats who attend the Democrat convention, there's no convincing them. It doesn't matter how many points we make, how many inconsistencies we point out, how much hypocrisy is so. It doesn't matter because the ideology means so much more. And really, on the right, those of us that are there pretty much feel the same way. You're not going to convince us to vote for the left's ideology. No way. So it's back down to what Bubba said. I guess maybe on the high end 8%, on the low end 5%.
5 to 8% will decide this election, and they have no hard conviction on any of these issues: the economy, the border, abortion. All of that in the middle. Because if you do, you're already on one side or the other.
Speaking of all those things that you just mentioned, at night one of the Democratic National Convention last night, they mentioned Trump 147 times. They mentioned the border only 8 times. They mentioned crime only 6 times. They mentioned inflation only 3 times.
Right.
And then you got
to be responsible for most of that.
And then you got to be careful of a large number of people, how that'll sway, that say, I don't see the right as being as conservative as I would like right now, and I'm certainly not voting for the left, and I'm not voting for anybody. That'll sit it out.
Yeah, you're going to have some of that.
Again, just focus on the economy and the border and our standing around the world. Those 3 things ought to be enough to get you to vote. And it's a pretty easy choice if you take all the personalities out of it. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And why I'm going there. And it doesn't have anything to do with all the medals on my chest. Doesn't have anything to do with how good a Marine I was, or, how good a dad I've been, or husband, or faithful in that relationship. It has everything to do with the fact that I know I'm saved. And I know why I'm saved. It's because Jesus Christ came to this earth, lived a sin-free life for 30-some-odd years, was tortured to death, and then 3 days later rose from the dead. Now, I know going to offend some people for me to say that, but that's what I devoutly believe. I know that the reason I'm alive today is because every time I go overseas, my wife and my children and their mates and now my grandchildren pray mightily that Dad comes home. And I can tell you right now, when I was out there in Iraq, the day we got shot down on April 6th, when you're in a helicopter that's now got all kinds of bullet holes in it, all of which missed everybody in the bird, but it shot out the fuel cells and shot out the tail boom, and you're down behind what you'd call enemy lines, and the bad guys are closing on you. The good Lord provides, and the AV-8 shows up, and F-18 show up, and then the Light Armored Reconnaissance Battalion. It was a guy from Louisiana, and his call sign was Cajun Thunder.
Yeah.
and we're there, we're in an irrigation ditch, right? I don't know if you ever saw the old movie. It was based on the Michener book, The Bridges of Toko-Ri. And William Holden's the star of it. This goes back before you guys were born. It's a Korean War movie. And he gets shot down in North Korea after bombing these bridges over the Yalu River, and the communist Chinese are chasing them through this irrigation ditch. Well, we're down, the 2 helicopters are down, we're in an irrigation ditch, and the bad guys are coming toward us, and the 50 cal has been dropped in the mud because a round went off behind us, and the gunner fell with it trying to get it from the helicopter over to the irrigation ditch. And I grabbed the thing away from him. I says, give me that thing. I know how to set the headspace on it. I've seen the end of this movie, and it's not a good one. Right? And so we never end up having to use the 50 cal because the good guys show up in time, and they surround us, and about 4 hours later, the beans out of them. It's great. And they, it's wonderful stuff. And so they fix the helicopters, and we fly them away. And so the next day, I'm going out to interview these guys who fixed the helicopters, and then we got shot down with it. And there's a young corporal there who had the 50 cal. And so I come up to him, and I said, now I want to get this, get straight your name and all this. And he said, as I'm walking away, he says, hey, Colonel, he said, I got a question. I said, yeah, what is it, Smelly? He says, yesterday when we were in the irrigation ditch up to our, knees in muddy, yucky water, he says, you said something about a movie. He says, I didn't get that. I said, you get back home, you rent the movie from Blockbuster, The Bridges of Toko-Ri, and you'll see exactly what I meant about the end of the movie.
Yeah. Wow. Well, thank you for sharing that. Yeah, because we've heard you talk about that more than I know a lot of our folks have, and that's mighty big words. Yeah. We appreciate it.
That's,
you can't apologize what you believe to be the truth.
Well,
then in fact, you think it's just a maybe.
And I know some people were offended by what I just said. Well, but I want to take you back to the debates of 2000. And George W. Bush is asked during the debate by, I think the moderator was the guy from PBS there. He asked, who's your hero? And George Bush, without a moment's hesitation, says, Jesus Christ. And what's his name? The guy from the moderator's stunned. The camera goes back to him, he's kind of stunned. And he says, well, why? And George Bush says, again, without any hesitation, because he changed my life, he changed my heart. End of sentence. See? Now, there are a lot of people who are really offended by that. And I think one of the reasons why George Bush is so attacked today is because he professes his faith in very, very straightforward terms. And it enrages the people in the media. So many in the media don't get it.
Well, we talked about, what Mel Gibson's going through with the passion.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Is that going to be awesome or what?
It is. I just hope. Now, I've not seen it. I know that some people have seen some of what's been put together. I just hope that it's not only accurate in terms of the terrible torture that Jesus went through. I hope that it, as my friend Paul Harvey would say, he tells the rest of the story about 3 days later.
Yeah, well, according to his interviews, I think that that will be covered, because he basically said what you were talking about the president saying about how he went through most of his life just being kind of indoctrinated. What's the word?
Indoctrinated.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Into being a Christian.
Yeah.
And he really didn't understand what it meant. And he said,
Well, no, I think Gibson gets it.
Yeah, and he said, now I get it. I understand. And he said the same thing. He's my hero.
In fact, when I talked to him the other day, Rick, when they make the Rick and Bubba movie, I've asked him to play you.
Well, and look, and you know why? Because you're good at casting. But the thing about that is, when you think about it, Jesus Christ told us his name was going to be offensive.
Sure.
And when it was brought up, it was going to bring up a rape.
Before in John's Gospel, he says, before they hated me, before they hated you, they hated me.
Yeah.
See? And so, I mean, people.
"35 minutes past the hour. Lines are available. The real Greg Burgess taking them now. Don't bog down with Greg. We had somebody yesterday talk to Greg the whole time. Everybody hung up. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Greg is taking phone calls now, and we'd love to hear from you. And we will bring the phones in shortly. So if you want to dial now, as the lines are now available. SimplySafe.com. Let me tell you something. It has happened now for the 5th year in a row, and that is Best Home Security System, awarded by U.S. News and World Report, 5 years running. Best Customer Service, Newsweek says that goes to SimplySafe.com. Well, there's a reason. They are innovators. They've changed the landscape of home security by providing a system that you can take wherever you go. Even if you're renting, you can have this system. B, you customize it to the property, not I've got the security system that's bulky, it's intrusive, I'm waiting all day for the installation crew, and once it's in this house, it ain't going nowhere, and I can't use it if I'm renting. No, this is, you will not have any, there'll be no place in your property where you'll be susceptible. You can use their sensors, use their indoor and outdoor cameras. Now, when it comes to their 24/7 monitoring, good gracious, they're way ahead of everybody. Live guard protection? Are you kidding me? This means they can see what's happening at the property or in your home in real time. You got intruders, they can interact with them. Hey, we've called the law. If they see a fire, they can call the fire department. If there's a medical emergency, they can call for help. If there's a carbon monoxide leak, they'll detect it even if it's 2 a.m. in the morning. So maybe there's flooding. Maybe you got a pipe burst, got a toilet overflowing. So put them to work for you. SimplySafe.com/bigbox gets you 20% off on a new system. SimplySafe.com/B as in boy, IG, V as in voice, OX, 20% off. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Nathan is standing by. If you'd like to join us, you can too. Lines are available. So we go to Nathan. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Nathan, go ahead.
Hey, Nathan.
Nathan.
Wow.
Hey, Nathan.
That's what we just called you. We just called you Nathan.
Go ahead, Nathan.
I want to see if y'all still have the Townie bicycles. I heard on the best of them, that thing made me laugh.
Well, the Townies, Bubba, do you still have your Townie?
No, I do not.
I don't either. I made the mistake of giving the slightly sissy bike to one of my sons when he went to college, and of course we know how ready for the world the new freshman college student is when it comes to wisdom.
And taking care of things.
So he made sure that my Townie bike was stolen, and was I never saw it again. Doggone it, I love that bike. Did I look gay on it?
You know,
yes, but I loved it.
As an adult bike rider, it was the best bike I ever had. It was the bike I was the most embarrassed to ride.
Yes, of course.
But, when you had 3 miles to go to the Little League Park, to the field your kids played
my
at,
goodness.
it was wonderful.
Let me tell you, it was...
and I think I made points one night when the umpire forgot something. I let him borrow my bike to go get it in the parking lot. Yeah.
He came back and people were making fun of him. Boy, what an easy ride.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
If I had that thing when Sherry took me on these 16-mile bike rides, it'd have been a game changer. Oh, yeah. Would everybody have mocked me? Sure. Would I have been hit on by men? Probably. But boy, what a ride. So comfortable. It's so. But no, we don't have them anymore. Mine was left at Auburn University. There's somebody who's very comfortable with their masculinity riding it probably today.
Just a pedaling away.
Right. Let's go to Bridget in Decatur, 100.3 The River. Bridget, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say I love the show. I've been able to be there a couple of times, and it's just y'all got me to work the whole time I worked and till I retired, and now going back on contract. But last week was the best because I was at the beach.
Yeah.
And I listened to Rick and Bubba while sitting in my chair with the waves hitting me on the feet.
Oh, what's better than that?
We wish we were doing the show for you with the waves hitting us on the feet.
Yeah, man.
Oh, my goodness. That was wonderful. I got up early every morning, almost every morning, to watch the sunrise. One morning got to listen to my Bible while the sun was coming up. That's soul right there. That's just amazing. But then to get to go down and sit and spend the rest of my morning time listening to Rick and Bubba with the waves, that was a dream time.
When the sun came up this morning,
I took the time to look around.
or to watch it rise.
Well, that too.
And looking around while it rises.
I was watching it as I was looking around. One of the coolest things I love to do is to sit in one of those chairs on the beach and there'll be a thunderstorm like way out in the ocean. And it can't get me because it's too far away, but I can see the lightning and stuff, either at sunrise or sunset.
Did it for sunset. We sat out there, and there was one. It was kind of inland, and then it kind of came around and wrapped around and got out into the water.
Yes.
We sat there. So nice. Wind blowing.
Oh,
come on.
Come on with that. Jake, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, I was wondering if you could tell us where Dr. Lou's going to be speaking, but do it in your Asian accent.
No, I can't do that.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Yeah, because where's he speaking? Where's he speaking?
He's at Rincon Church of God in Rincon, Georgia.
I thought you were talking about there in Etowah County there, Rincon.
That is hilarious. You know what? You know what's funny, Jake?
Well, Honda is.
The pastor sent me how to pronounce it, and he said it rhymes with Lincoln. So because we are so bad at pronouncing things now that even if we're promoting something, they'll send us ahead of time. Look, this is how you say it before y'all get on there and mess it up.
Look, that's what you ought to do.
Yeah, that's right. I wish that our people who write copy for our commercials would have the same love for us than just throwing us words that we have, especially brand names. We're the worst. Oh. Jake, that's funny. Let's go to Casey in Alabama. Casey, go ahead.
Yeah, you was talking about a story earlier where you made a Democrat mad, but I was back in, I think it was the midterms this past time, I went to vote, and they asked me, Republican or Democratic ballot, and I told them Republican. They asked me for my driver's license. Well, I told her, I gave her my license, but I said, well, now if I was voting Democrat, I probably wouldn't have to show this.
Ooh.
And I can't remember what she said, but boy, she sulked up, and the look she gave me, boy, if looks could kill.
Oh, yeah. Well, they spend most of their life mad because the policies they keep voting for make us all miserable. But they don't have a great sense of humor. Let's go to Maryland, Enterprise, Alabama. Maryland, go ahead.
Hey, I was just going to check and see if Bubba's going to be able to eat breakfast like he normally does on the show, or stop by and get fast food during the day after he leaves the show.
Yeah, is JSU got your breakfast set up?
We really haven't gone that deep into the plan yet. So,
well, isn't it $5 for everything you eat at the cafeteria?
Well, yeah, the cafeteria's got a deal over.
How close is it to your office?
It's not far back the back way.
Okay.
It's over on the loop. It's real close to the football stadium.
Right, but I mean, for you, is it a journey?
Well, I'm at the Coliseum, so it's
not too bad.
You're gonna learn how to ride a Segway or something.
Boy, if you had that townie.
I'm gonna tell you, the cafeteria sealed the deal for me.
I knew it did.
That's
I knew
awesome.
it did.
Yeah.
But is there was there a breakfast?
I'm thinking about moving my desk over there.
Did they do breakfast?
I think they do everything.
Oh yeah, well you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Marilyn, he'll be fine.
I get more business done in there than I do anywhere.
Well, yeah. You know why? Because you're happy. Your mind's clear.
Well, you see everybody at one time.
When I went down to the cafeteria, I took the time to look around.
And I chose the buffet line that looked the best to me.
Austin. Picayune, Mississippi. Is that what you say, Speedy? Picayune?
Yeah.
Go ahead,
I
Austin.
knows that.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. I'm very thankful to talk to you guys. It's the first time I'm calling.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And, thank you so much. And I appreciate you so much. And I also go to a church that does man church curriculum.
Fantastic.
And so, yeah, my question, though, is how do you think this election is going to go? Because the polls keep on saying that, like, Kamala's in the lead and that Trump is trailing behind a few points. How do you think it's going to go?
I wish I every now and then I'll ask Bubba and we'll look at each other and we want so much for it to be a slam dunk. We do. I think we both do deep down. But we know that it's not by everything that we've said. Austin, I know it's hard to believe, but a lot of people in this country love what the left does. I don't know if they are not affected by it or they buy into the garbage that the things that are bad about their policies aren't really their fault, even when they're in charge. It's the Republicans' fault somehow. And they believe the bad is the Republicans and any good they can find is because of them. And then there's just some of this stuff, some of this ideology stuff like abortion on demand. As weird as it sounds and as wicked as our society is, for some people, that is just the end all for them. Even though constitutionally states can decide that for themselves, and that's where Trump stands as well. It's a lot closer than you think it should be, and that we think it should be. I think it could go either way. I really do. Is that?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Please tell me y'all seen Don Lemon hit the streets and ask questions, and he is in shock.
And those
the response.
And those things
that's
give
the
you
thing.
hope.
Is the polling?
Those things give you hope.
I think this is the key thing. Is the polling correct? If the polling is correct, it could go either way. It will depend the last day or two what people decide. Because, again, you got a small group of people in the middle going to decide this.
Well, once we remember, keep in mind, caller, once our society decided that truth was relative and that the ultimate is how I feel about it, once we let that happen and that was adopted, it's total chaos. After
When
that.
I became the standard for good and bad, we had a problem.
Yep.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're here in Jersey, Atlantic City. Who do you support?
Trump.
I plead the fifth.
Trump for the win.
Tell me why.
I can't really call that right now, but I just feel like she's not good for president. She's good vice, but not for the actual lead role for the country.
Does it have anything to do with being a woman?
No. No, because I feel like women, nah, you're not going to give me that.
Your money's on Harris.
Yeah.
Who do you want?
Trump.
Why don't you like Harris?
She doesn't have any experience.
She's
she
the
was
vice
with
president.
Biden.
She's a senator.
Yeah, no experience. No. She had no experience.
Well, I want Donald Trump. I just feel we need somebody that has a stronger background with the military and the world in general.
She was a prosecutor and an attorney general and a senator and a vice president. You're in a gambling town. Who's your money on?
I'm going to support the Democratic Party, but, I mean, Trump looked like he got it in the bag right now.
4 years ago, it was a lot better. I made a lot more money than I do now.
I know you feel that way, but that's not actually what the record shows. The economy is actually better under Biden. No, I'm serious. That's what the facts show.
Okay, you know what?
No, that's not because I watch CNN. Trump or Harris?
Trump.
That's who's going to win.
That's who's going to win.
Who you support?
I support Trump. All the people that came to this country legally, it's not fair that they're letting all 10,000 to 15,000 people or 20,000 people here illegally. Have you seen San Diego? Yeah. They're coming off the boats, off the water right here, off the ocean. Did you know Biden was flying them in? Did you know Biden was flying them in? You didn't know that?
What do you Canadians think about what's going on here?
We think you're all nuts. We're just watching from afar and just enjoying the show.
I got to get out of Atlantic City. Where are we going to next?
Nothing. All right, we're back 8 minutes to the top. Okay, so some of you texting on that text option you just heard the great Ken Osborne speak of. You're saying that they thought Hillary was going to win too, but you can't ignore that we all thought Trump was going to win the second time. So that kind of cancels that out. Yes, they thought Hillary was going to win, but then the next round we thought Trump was going to win.
Yeah, but Rick, they took it from us.
Well, but for whatever reason, that's why it's not a slam dunk like it was the first time.
Right.
Either we were delusional or they were able to manipulate it. I'm just saying that's the field we play on now.
Yeah.
The Hillary defeat, they solved that the next round.
The real question is...
You can't really deal with that.
You know, the polling, are they getting a good polling sample? And I do think that conservatives tend to not answer these polls because they're busy doing other things.
Yeah.
And they think, yeah, it's a scam. I'm not fooling with it. So are they undersampled in this? That's the question. Who knows?
Well, you hope. Nothing fun, nothing.
You got to have something.
It won't be me. So Adler played it for the tubers, the Don Lemon thing. We had it yesterday, but we never got to it. And he played it for the tubers in the break. But we got to hear this. These are things that make you hopeful. And I will agree with Speedy what he said in the break. We've said it on the show and others. The thing that gives you hope about it going to the right this time is that people can be so miserable that they're saying, I got to try something new. Mm-hmm. And if you live in one of these, I mean, for decades, Democratic-run large cities, they're making your life so miserable. And some of this stuff, like how much everything costs, suddenly this ideology in the letter D and R, they don't mean as much to you. You start crying out for relief. So listen to Don Lemon, because it couldn't happen to a nicer person, interviewing, and this is a large city, is that correct?
Atlantic City.
Yeah, Atlantic City. All right, here we go.
New Jersey.
We're here in Jersey, Atlantic City. Who do you support?
I plead the fifth.
Trump for the win.
Tell me why.
I can't really call that right now, but I just feel like she's not good for president. She's good vice, but not for the actual lead role for the country.
Does it have anything to do with being a woman?
No. Mm-mm.
He was hoping he'd say yes.
No, because I feel like women, nah, you're not going to give me that.
Your money's on Harris.
Yeah.
Who do you want?
Trump.
Why don't you like Harris?
She doesn't have any experience.
She's the vice president. She's a senator.
Yeah, no experience. No. She had no experience.
Well, I want Donald Trump. I just feel we need somebody that has a stronger background with the military and the world in general.
She was a prosecutor and an attorney general and a senator and a vice president. You're in a gambling town. Who's your money on?
I'm going to support the Democratic Party, but, I mean, Trump looked like he got it in the bag right now.
4 years ago, it was a lot better. I made a lot more money than I do now.
I know you feel that way, but that's not actually what the record shows. The economy is actually better under Biden. No, I'm serious. That's what the facts show.
Okay, you know what?
No, that's not because I watch CNN. Trump or Harris?
Trump.
That's who's going to win.
That's who's going to win.
Who you support?
I support Trump. All the people that came to this country legally, it's not fair that they're letting all 10,000 to 15,000 people or 20,000 people here illegally. Have you seen San Diego? Yeah. They're coming off the boats, off the water right here, off the ocean. Did you know Biden was flying them in? Did you know Biden was flying them in? You didn't know that?
What do you Canadians think about what's going on here?
We think you're all nuts. We're just watching from afar and just enjoying the show.
I got to get out of Atlantic City. Where are we going to next?
There's Don Lemon.
I will say this: that's one of the better reports Don Lemon has done.
Yeah. Well, if you watch what what they're attempting to do,
yes,
is what your Jesse Waters and people like those do. They go out and try to make people who are voting left look stupid and uninformed. This is, believe it or not, CNN trying to make those that are voting for Trump seem uninformed.
Yes.
Because they try to correct what they see.
Yeah, the economy is better.
Right. It's just another version of that. Now, you do know that that you won't find anything quite as condescending as a leftist liberal.
Now, I don't think Don Lemon thought for a minute he was going to get those type answers in New Jersey.
No, probably not. No, probably.
Now, he might have thought that he would have got those kind of answers in Texas,
sure,
Florida, Alabama, Tennessee, somewhere. But I don't think he thought in New Jersey he would get that much Trump support.
I hope that.
And I think he showed it because he was kind of disgusted with it.
Yes,
that was his point.
Oh, yeah. What about him claiming the economy was better under a...
Oh, well, you can get all kind of stats that say it's better, but let me tell you the one that I pay attention to. When I go to the grocery store and I pay the bill, I know the difference. When I go to the gas pump, I know the difference. I know how much I used to have to spend on other things that I have versus now. The economy is not better to me.
If we
you have whatever numbers you want, but in my world, it's not better.
I don't know where they get.
If we all want to, when it comes to the emotional, drop all your emotional pets and save this country and give future generations a shot. We cannot continue on the road we're on. Okay, get out all this other emotion and feelings and somebody's mean and somebody's this, somebody's that. You can't leave this border wide open. Something's got to happen with our standing around the world. We are approaching World War III. We have a real issue with our economy right now. Our currency is the value of it is falling apart. We have terrible deals. We've got to get back to being energy independent again. All these things really matter in your life and mine and ours. These are the things that really matter. Now, we can stand up in our lives for the things beyond that we hold precious and true, and that's important. But if you let liberty and the constitutional limits on the government go away, you're not going to get to talk about anything that means anything to you. You don't want to kill the goose that's laying the golden egg, and the goose is in trouble. And we better get it back in line, and this has to be done. And if it makes you sick, and you can always come back next time and say, well, I'm not going to do that again. All right, fine. But we got to have you this time.
Yeah, it may be too late. There may not be a next time.
We got to have you. We got to have you. This is an easy decision on the things that truly affect your life. Easy decision. Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. If you leave us, have a great day. If you missed any Rick and Bubba, grab it on the archives. If you have more coming up today, enjoy it. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.